The most sophisticated artifacts, pyramids, everything, are all the oldest. It gets worse as it goes on. That's not supposed to make sense.
There was some sort of very sophisticated civilization that was tens of thousands of years before that, and they were wiped out.
We even see that. You go to the Egyptian Museum and there is beautiful igneous stone vases made of granite. And right next to them, in the same display, because they're found in the same place, there's a rough pottery vase that's not even turned, just put together by hand, and they've painted it with dots to make it look like granite, and it's shaped the same way as the granite vase. It's like this pure imitation. Like this here, you have a hard igneous stone vessel made with perfection, and right next to what's clearly an imitation of it, made from pottery, and they've even dotted it up to make it look like granite. The dynastic Egyptians, they do trace that back 30,000+ years. They have a list of kings and rulers that go back into that time. It's only in our interpretation and our archaeologists that really say, well, you know what, that's just myth and legend.
The people in Egypt, they believed in what's called Kemet, the people that existed before the Egyptians. When we hear these stories about the Great Pyramid being a tomb for the pharaoh, it's worth mentioning that even the locals didn't believe that. The saying that the pyramids were built to be tombs for the pharaohs wasn't even developed until 150 years ago. That's it. They were taught Kemet. And it's worth mentioning that when you go through inside these pyramids of Giza, there's not one single glyph in any of them whatsoever. There was never a mummy found in any Egyptian pyramid ever. Quite literally, the only reason why we are told this stuff is because that was the theory developed by these men that went in there and said, I believe these must have been for the pharaohs. That makes sense.
So it's all just one group of people had one theory, and that theory just stuck around.
100%. To people who aren't aware, there's something called the Osiris Shaft, which is located directly under the causeway between the Sphinx and the second pyramid. It goes about 100 feet underground. It's carved out of the limestone bedrock. It's the creepiest place I've ever been in my life. It's 3 different shafts, and you go down. When you get to the 3rd level, which is completely dark and freaky, there was a side tunnel. GODWASIAM himself, he's standing in front of this tunnel, and he says, it's yet to be explored. I don't know what's down there, but they've since sealed it up. It's like cinder blocks. They sealed it up.
What?
Yes, it's the same thing. Like, they excavated the Sphinx, and there was always said to be tunnels under there, and there was no pictures ever released to the public, and some dude snuck down in there and took some photos. You can't see much, but what you know is that there are things that have gone underground in Egypt that, for whatever reason, is just off limits to the public.
Hotep, Great SABA Tehuti, Amun Hotep Ra. Health and prosperity unto you. May your monument be established forever on the foundations of Ma'at. May your posterity give you praise and offerings. May your goddesses personify devotion to you like the great goddesses Aset and Netet. To SABA Tehuti. Amen. Hotep Ra.
Uben Ra, Ma'at Hotep, Glorious Tehuti Amun Hotep Ra. It is said good advice is rarer than emeralds. That led me to think Tehuti's advice and teachings is life's wealth. You are the doorway to Miao, the ancient conscious state. You are the wise one, an incarnating Ren that is breathing the Ankh, living from Ma'at, the Nefer, ancient Ba, the ancestor, Tehuti. I am incredibly grateful to have access to your Podclass and guidance, to offer your immortality and taking moments out of your day to help me, to offer not leaving me to suffer in a world of matrix, to offer teaching me truth, honesty, and teaching me that it is good to search for wrongdoings and make corrections, to offer everything. May your exquisite Neturts have a day as beautiful as them. May they always have clarity and never be under hypnosis. May they always be safe, never in harm's way. May they never receive headaches or stress. Their beauty like the sun's reflection on water. Their beauty like a snake wrapping itself around a harp. Their beauty like circumpolar constellations. And their beauty like luscious forests of green with cacao plants and bamboo. My greatest love and respect to your immortal Nefer Kemetic family. Tua.
If you're gonna take, but look, I just want to say, listen, yo, Tehuti is a close brother of mine, excellent scholar. You know, y'all better watch out because he's gonna be straight chopping some heads off.
Man, you got props from the Hebrew, bro.
The oldest known spiritual book to speak on the afterlife.
Get that Palo Santos burning. Start burning that Palo Santos and that sage together. You can mix them together in the pole.
They gonna need
some frankincense oil in there. Oh my goodness. Let's go. What the blood seed, Lord.
Brought out the holy tablet.
Oh man. It's on.
The Per M. Haru.
Coming to you live. He has been teaching for over 20 years. A 9-0 record in official public recorded debates. You've heard many teachers out there before in the so-called conscious community, but none with the demeanor, calmness, and detail as Tehuti Amun Hotep Ra on such topics as breaking out of the matrix, truth on religious origins, underground conspiracies, secret societies, mental, physical, and spiritual health, the Anunnaki, the Neteru, Kemet and the origins of Ma'at, meanings and symbolisms of MEDU Neter. The only one who will stand in front of question of this wide range of subject matters. Answer, question, and debate. Some have podcasts, but Tehuti is the teacher, so he has a Podclass. Subscribe to the channel for updates, classes, and much more. Join the chat, call in, participate live. Get your notepads ready. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. Open your mind. He has been teaching for over 20 years. A 9-0 record in official public recorded debates.
Correction.
All right, man. You already know what it is. That's the anthem for the debate music. Y'all already know. We got our brother Tehuti in the building. And he is going up against a heavy hitter, you know, who have been featured on this platform for a while now, Vocab Malone. I don't think Vocab, I hope Vocab put in his homework. I hope he knows a little bit about Tehuti and
I appreciate everybody.
Press 1 for Tehuti. Press 2 for JJ, y'all.
Yes, I appreciate always being here. It's fun, it's educational. It's good to hear all these crazy views and just hear where people are coming from. Peace and love, everybody. Check me out every Friday, 7 p.m. Pacific on the Tehuti Podclass on YouTube.
That's your words.
Brother,
stand on
that's
it. That's
not the topic of the debate, JJ. That was not the topic.
I'm talking about the whole word. I'm talking about the whole misinformation. I don't give a damn about the topic of the debate.
No, if you look at the community wall, I mean, damn, Tehuti is like dusting you on that shit. He killing you, Jay. And this is why you upset.
Let me be very clear. I have never had an official date with anyone. And there is not, on Sonetter's platform, Sonetter announces the winner?
And on the people, on the platform. I got to keep it chat, right or wrong. So as it stands now, I'll have to go ahead and give the win to Brother Tehuti.
And there is not, on Sonetter's platform, Sonetter announces the winner?
We got Zion the Lion And of course, we got Tehuti making his debut, coming in the ring with brother Jabari. It wasn't, I'm not going to say a TKO. I'll just say a little jabby jab. He won by a couple of jabs, you know, he took some jabs, you know. And now, well, we got the rematch coming with brother Tehuti and brother Jabari coming back this Wednesday, 9:30 p.m. And I know Jabari is not going to take him lightly on this one. I know everybody is looking at Zion, Tehuti.
To be very clear, I have never had an official deal with Tehuti. And there is not, on Sonetter's platform, Sonetter announces the winner?
Damn. We have Tehuti and brother Jabari is coming back. Brother Jabari will be back for a rematch coming Wednesday night. I think Jabari was a little unprepared, got caught sleeping with the brother.
Shout out to HOK. I definitely think it was an upset. I said Jabari did a good job. I just don't think that he won. I said brother Jabari did a good job, but I just simply don't think that he won. As I told the brother earlier this afternoon, the brother Tehuti, I told him that I believe that he could have secured that W over Jabari a little better.
And there is not, on Sonetter's platform, Sonetter announces the winner?
So, I just got to go with that. I just got to go with the win. We're going to be giving out some powerful trophies coming up soon. So now. So, I just got to go with that. I just got to go with the win. We're going to be giving out some powerful trophies coming up soon. So now Zion Lex is coming out. Tehuti is making his way. He's jumping out, going straight to the top right now. Brother Shaka gave me a call the other day. Yesterday, matter of fact, Sunday. Brother Shaka Utmost gave me a call on Sunday. And said straight up, Sonetta, yo, Saw, I think Jabari jumped out the window and he wasn't prepared for the brother's questions. Now, this is Shaka Utmost.
And there is not, on Sonetter's platform, Sonetter announces the winner?
Yeah, we got Zion Lex. We got Zion Lex tonight going up against Tehuti. Could this be 2 for 2 for Tehuti? That remains to be seen.
I've beaten people. The winner was announced by Sonetter. The winner was announced by the judges. I have the certificate, the proof. I have Sonetter saying I beat Jabari. I have all the judges saying I beat Kemet.
You have me saying you beat Jabari.
Yes.
You got me saying you beat Jabari. If I said you beat Jabari, he can't be Floyd Mayweather, bro.
That is exactly the point. So shall I screen share again? I mean, I have to keep doing this to people.
I must have been half asleep or some shit. I don't know.
Go ahead, show it, bro.
If I said you beat Jabari, he can't be Floyd Mayweather, bro.
That is exactly the point. So shall I screen share again? I mean, I have to keep doing this to people. And I took out the Floyd Mayweather, so I guess I'm the House of Consciousness champion. I just came here for an interview. That's my
you can't be the House of Consciousness champion yet. You got to go through some. You can't be the champion from one battle. You got to go through some scholars, brother. And now you face right now with Zion. So
I'm sorry. When you beat Floyd, you don't get his title. I'm sorry.
Go ahead, brother. I just gave Floyd Mayweather his first loss to this brother.
Fix this here. One moment, everyone. We're going to do an audio fix. Audio fix. Okay, 1 second. Audio fix. Virtual in the background. And there's the fade. I'll do the audio switch with the light. Okay, 1 moment. Okay, mic check. Can everyone hear me at least? We'll do an audio. See if everybody can hear me. Let me sit back here. Can everyone hear me? Mic check. Let me check the room. Mic check. Let's see if everyone can hear more. Okay. Press a 9 if you can hear me. Press a 9 if you can hear me. Let me see if I can fix this. See if that does a little better. Nope. I'm using the 4K, but it's chopping me off. Very interesting. Okay, everybody can hear me good, but pull this up. It looks like parts of my body is chopped off. Very strange indeed. Very strange. Let me see. Okay. All right. Everyone can hear me. That is good. Peace and love, everyone. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. Manny, how do I look at my body's chopped up, or is it? Okay. I wonder why that is. Yeah, it could be. 1 second, everyone. Can you? One second, all. I'm just fixing the visuals for everyone's. every two. And then grab me Okay, as long as everybody can hear me fine, that is fine. Maybe one thing here to fix up the situation. And
There's a really right there for you. I thought it was asleep.
Okay. All right, I'll be right on the screen in just a moment. My anaconda is getting busy. Busy, probing, curious. That is getting busy. We call it baby too, baby. Okay. All right, that should be good. Let me now come back to the screen again, and let's get this beautiful podcast started. We were away last week. We're going to get started properly this week. Here we go. Okay, I am back in full effect. And let's get it on. Maybe I'll sit like this. And that should be better. What is baby doing? Baby's going crazy. Okay, here we go. All right, everybody, welcome. Welcome to another beautiful, wonderful, fabulous Tehuti Podclass. We are here. We were away last week. There were some difficulties that took place that caused me not to have a Podclass for the week and a Metanator class, but those difficulties were solved, and now we are back. I'm going to turn this music down, and we're going to get into a wonderful, wonderful Podclass. And here we go. Let me turn this down. That's that. What are you doing? Okay. Here we go. Let me turn this down a little bit. Okay. All right, everyone. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. My name is Tehuti Amenhotep Ra. Before we start anything, we're going to start with the beautiful, beautiful, wonderful frequency of the affirmation. Most people here know the affirmation. The affirmation is soared across Facebook, soared across Instagram, and the affirmation has actually soared into the news. It has made news footage. News reporters are trying to explain the affirmation. It is a beautiful thing. I'm going to put that on the screen, and we're all going to say it on the count of 3 to begin this beautiful, wonderful podcast. Is everyone ready? Wonderful. Here we go. 1, 2, 3. Anki ma'at un NS nintet oset ma'at min habapet ma'at her and hu kiwi per ikut. I live from ma'at. I exist within her. I do not speak in the place of ma'at. Every day I advance towards ma'at. My being is surrounded in darkness. I come forth as conscious light. That is a beautiful affirmation. You can screenshot that. You can put that on your wall. You can say it in the morning. You can say it at the nighttime. You can say it before things that are important to you. And let me try one more thing to see if I can alter something here. Logitech Brio. Full touch up my appearance. This is new. 1 second here. I see an option, some new option. Touch up my appearance option. I don't know what is that. Virtual background. And it's not giving me. Let me try this one. This one here. I'm still put off the screen. Very, very strange. Don't know why this is, ladies and gentlemen. I upgraded to the Brio. It must be the lighting. I'm pulling this as close as I can. I don't want this to burn my eyes out with the lighting, but it is not okay. We will just have to make do with what we have. Not a problem here. Okay, where are you? Charlotte, there you are. Okay, wonderful, everybody. We shall get started. I'll switch screens up every once in a while to see if that actually changes anything. No problem at all. Let us begin, everybody. My name is Tehuti Amenhotep Ra. I've been a teacher for decades and decades and decades and decades. My goal is to break the matrix. Ever since I was young, I had a special gift to be able to decipher and hear the matrix and stay away from it and decipher it very quickly. I was very, very sensitive to music, to religion, to information that just wasn't correct. And as time went on, I started doing some research to match my inner feelings, and the research matched perfectly. As time went on, I ended up joining an organization that, to me at that time, was out there breaking the matrix, or at least breaking people out of religion. And it was right up my alley. And because of that, I started soaring through that organization as the one of the top teachers of the organization. The first one to actually get a tape made. Me and my students were the first to get tapes made and sold in that particular organization. And I started teaching people not just the information, but actually how to teach. How do you bridge this information and get it across to people? That is what's extremely important. How do you get this information across? Not whether the information is just right. It can be right, and you can't get it across to someone else. I was doing classes teaching people how to get information across to people. How do you break people out of the matrix? At any rate, with that particular organization, I soared to such a high level that the teacher of that group told the entire organization that they should teach like, if they want to learn how to teach, the entire organization should come to me to learn how to teach. That fueled a lot of unfortunate jealousy. And because of that, the teachers actually came to my living quarters with lit torches to burn my books so that I couldn't teach in the fashion I was teaching. They told me that I have to burn my books that aren't written by a particular scholar. And if the books aren't written by him, I have to burn them. And if I don't, I have to remove myself from the organization. And all this is while the particular teacher was actually away. He wasn't there to witness any of this. At any rate, of course, I never burnt my books because I have the teacher telling the entire organization, if you want to learn how to teach, go to him. And then I have the other teachers saying that I'm not teaching correctly. So at that time, I would rather listen to the teacher. So I actually stepped away. By the time I finally spoke to the head teacher at that time, he said that it's not safe. He said that he couldn't advance the organization at the speed that I was going through, and it wasn't worth advancing the whole organization at my speed and losing people. He used to say this thing, we have to give the people what they want so they learn to want what we have to give. And so he couldn't sacrifice speeding up the whole organization just for me. So he said it was safer if I just leave. So I left the organization, stepped away, and actually stepped into not teaching information anymore. I took the knowledge that I had and the techniques that I had, and I started applying it to business. I had to, because I had to survive. I had absolutely no money because at the time the teacher was taking care of everybody. You didn't have to really work a job or pay bills. So I had no money at the time. So broke at the time that I had to reach into my couch and actually dig out quarters to give my son breakfast at the time. And so I was into exercising, but of course I didn't have any equipment. I was just lifting logs and running around and buying odd supplements at GNC, the cheapest ones possible, because I had no money. But I was determined. At any rate, I started looking at the environment around me, and I said, wait a minute. If there's 1,000 people buying supplements a month, that's $1,000 being made by somebody, or at least 500. Why not be that person? So what I did is I stepped into the fitness boards, the weightlifting boards, the health boards, and I started teaching. Instead of teaching the information on history and things like that, I started teaching on health. And I started gathering a whole set of students and people that trusted me. When I gathered those students, I put out a list of products that I never had and just asked everybody, do you want these? And they said yes. And people started sending me money, and I didn't have the products. So I went and found the most successful person and united with that person. That person said they were going to meet me somewhere. They met me, taught me the secret. And he was very underground. He said, this isn't even what I do. I'm just doing this for this is just extra money. But what I actually do is I remove people from the planet Earth. And I was like, okay. And he said, I'll remove you from the planet Earth if you reveal these business secrets that are kept within my inner circle. And so we met out by a pond in Staten Island. Was it a pond? Some type of steamy, it was some place with water, and it was very foggy. And he showed me the spot that he would put me in with cement shoes if I ever revealed the secrets. So therefore, I kept my mouth closed, didn't reveal the secrets, but started teaching people business. Went back to that organization and started teaching people how to do business without getting a job. And I was showing them my success and showing them that you can combine health with income and teach people about their bodies. And then I started teaching them that and a little bit of real estate. Started getting people off the streets, homeless. People were living in cars. I got them out of their car, established them, put them in my house at the time, and until they could get on their own 2 feet. At any rate, these same people robbed me of a major business deal. The master teacher's sister and the students actually robbed me for a major business deal, and that plummeted me right back down to the bottom. But I knew that something like that may have happened. So therefore, while I was making all that money with real estate, I actually took tens of thousands of dollars and I started investing into magic. I started finding out who the best magicians were on the planet: Darren Brown, Chris Angel, David Blaine, David Copperfield, several others. And I bypassed them and I took the tens of thousands and went to their teachers and said, teach me. And I started learning from their teachers and secluding myself from the public until I had became a very good magician, but just to myself. And so when that business plummeted, I started walking the streets and doing magic for a living. At any rate, as time went on, I moved to California performing magic in a place I never lived in before. And I just came to this state, didn't know anybody, had no connections, no phone numbers, nobody, no apartment waiting, no nothing. I just came over here and I had a pack of forks, cards, and a cloth, and I threw them on the ground and started surviving. There's no apartment to go to, there's nothing. And I just started building myself up from there. At any rate, while I was doing that, I started meeting people on the beaches because I would have large unks like this while I was performing the magic. I'd have large unks around my neck. That started attracting people that wanted knowledge of self. And so I started teaching people on the side. I developed some assistants where I didn't have to actually work anymore. I started getting them to show animals, and I had my animals doing magic. That's another story. But my animals are performing magic. I used to teach people on the beaches, teach them knowledge of self. And there, a brother came up. He was a disgruntled Hebrew Israelite. His name is Ahati Ma'at. And he walked up to me and saw my unk and started asking me questions. He was a skeptic and a doubter at first. And as I answered the questions for him, he became majorly hooked. He became majorly hooked. And so I started teaching him day by day, one-on-ones. He started realizing that I was not like the average person that he had met. At any rate, as time went on, he got close to my family. I started teaching him in my household, raising him up as a man in my household, and he was able to come over anytime, and he had access to me, and I would teach him. As time went on, him and one of my goddesses and a sister who was working on becoming one of my goddesses would say to me that I should go back to the public because I secluded myself from the public at the time. I only wanted to teach my Naturts, not goddesses, but my Naturts. I didn't want to teach anybody else. I was turned off. And so I went onto the internet, started looking at some of the so-called teachers there, and I started recognizing some of them as students of mine, or people that were that lost debates to me and ended up becoming my student. Because back in those days, 1994, 1996, when you lost a debate to somebody, at least in my circle, they became your student. You didn't get a trophy, you didn't get any kind of award. The person would acknowledge that you had more knowledge than them, and they would become your student. And I would literally gather students by setting up debates with people live, and then they would convert to the knowledge right there after the debate. And so at any rate, I started seeing some of my students, the children of my students, and I told Ahati, well, if you go and find a program that can have a little box with me teaching on it, I'll come on there and start talking to the people. And so he found a group that was a debate group, and he said, hey, they have the program and they're actually using it on a daily basis. And I told them about you and they want to interview you. So I went there for the interview. And they it turned from an interview into a challenge to a debate. And the champion challenged me to a debate. I ended up beating him, and they kept throwing me people. They said, I'm the new champion. I didn't go there to be any type of champion, any type of debater, anything like that. I went there for an interview, and they're telling me I'm the new champion. I'm like, okay. And they started giving me different people to debate. And I was just going through them because all I was doing was teaching classes, and I was just winning every one. I had the Hebrews voting against Hebrews for me. It turned a little chaotic in that organization. It was a little strange because Hebrews like Sosa were voting against other Hebrews for me, and I was supposed to represent the enemy. But at any rate, as time went on, I was invited on to the Sonnetter show, and for an interview again. And I went for an interview, and when I went to that interview, here comes a gentleman I didn't know. I know of him, but I didn't know his status. But he came on. His name was Jabari, and he challenged me to a debate. And I said, I want to have a conversational debate. I want to kind of change the rules a little bit. I want to have it where we could talk back and forth because we're both into ma'at. So we shouldn't have to have hard cutoff times. We should just be able to speak. And when the time is done, let the next man speak because we respect ourselves. We agreed to a conversational type debate, and eventually Sonnetter put up clocks and times, and it turned into a time debate time, and the next person, and I was like, okay, I'll do this too. Whatever it is, I'll do. And at the end of that, I ended up beating him according to the rules that were set, and that kind of set off another form of displeasure because I'm beating the people that I'm not supposed to beat. Because of political reasons, you're not supposed to be able to beat Jabari. So they did everything in their power to hush that and silence that. And I debated the next man, Zion Lex, and it kept on going on. I debated Unc West, kept going on, beating according to the rules, beating. Vocab Malone, everybody, JJ, all the people according to the rules, and every single one of them after the debate was disgruntled and angry and telling me that I really didn't win. And that's when I started getting turned off from debating because I started seeing it wasn't based on an honesty system. How can you lose a debate according to the rules and say that you won the debate? That's very strange to me. So it became too evil for me, and I ended up stepping away from that league. The league was crazy anyways. There was some crazy women running the league. It was really strange, really evil too. And so I went on to Killer Priest for an interview. I did the interview with Killer Priest. He loved me so much that he gave me the show the next week. He actually took off and actually said, you run the show. But this is the next time meeting me. He says, you do the show. And so I did the show, interviewed Mighty Hebrew. And then after that interview, once again, interviews turn into challenges. Rasul challenges me to a debate. And I ended up debating him. And according to the crowd, I won that debate. And I ended up just teaching on Killer Priest every Monday, which led me to what you're about to see right now. Major phenomenon that is about to take place tonight for the new people that are here. You're about to see a phenomenon. That phenomenon is that I told people, all the people that are doing one-on-ones with me is taking up too much time. It was really taking up a lot of time. I'm paid considerably for one-on-ones. I believe I may be the highest so-called conscious Kemetic teacher for classes. When people hear me teach, they want to do one-on-ones with me, and they're giving me $200 with ease, $150 with ease for an hour talk, an hour class, with no problem. I've never asked for any amounts. They're giving this to me, but it was taking up too much time. It was taking up 8 hours of the day. 3 one-on-ones became like 5 hours, and I didn't have time for my naturts, and it was taking up my own self, my own practices, my animals. I have 32 animals. I didn't have the time, so I announced on Killer Priest, which you're about to see today. And I said, Killer Priest, what is this called? He said, it's a podcast. I said, okay, I'm going to change the name. I'm going to make it a Podclass. It's going to be a Podclass. And I'm going to invite people to my channel, and we're going to do something that's never been done on the planet before. He said, what's that? What's that? I said, see how people are asking me questions here, and they're giving super chats they were giving $500 to Killer Priest for super chats, $300 for super chats when I was there. I said, see how they're giving these money for super chats? I'm going to set up a system where I'm going to create a new form of class. The class is that I'm going to be silent. And I'm going to put my head down like this. And I'm going to allow questions to be sent in through reciprocity. And when you send in the question, then I'll start teaching. Therefore, I come with no pre-prepared decision of what I'm going to teach about. I want the entire world to put me to a test. I claim that I have a particular gift. Put me to a test. Send me in a question and watch the type of answer that you get. And it only works off a reciprocity system. So the reciprocity system is, it doesn't work through Super Chat. I created something brand new on the internet by turning Cash Apps and PayPals into Super Chats. Therefore, I have full control of when it goes on the screen. There's no percentage coming off for me. I see it in my emails. It can come without there being a YouTube. You see, the Super Chat comes live when you have a YouTube. The PayPal and Cash App, you can send days before the podcast starts, and I'll still see it inside of my Gmail. So the way that it works is like this. You send in a Super Chat, you send in a question through Cash App, T.O.M, and PayPal at Rocky SV. People may be asking, well, what is that? I'm going to go ahead and put that on the screen. Let me see if this is it right here. Oh, no, that's Metanetter Monday. That's the whole, that Metanetter Monday is turned into the new Podclass. So this Cash App, T.O.M, PayPal at Rocky SV. I'm going to actually have that scrolling at the bottom of the screen for all the new people, because I am adding value to breaking the matrix, meaning that, let me have it scrolling at the bottom there. Okay, there it is at the bottom. Meaning that I'm going to let everybody know something. Let me take this off the screen. You send in a Cash App, and there's a section at the bottom, or a PayPal, where you can actually write a question, or you can write, I'm just giving support. A brother named Dominic Marino just sent $70. It was a question. He said, you know what? That question I sent wasn't clear enough. Just keep the money. That's support. That's how much respect I have for you. This is not happening with anyone else on the internet. So you send in a PayPal, and you have the ability to write at the bottom of the PayPal. This is one of the top donators, if not the top donator of the entire podcast. Her name is Sharika, and she was going to send in a question about the Nehesi, and I ended up breaking it down before she sent in the question. She's so honorable that she sent in the money for the question anyways and thanked me for the breakdown, because now she doesn't have to ask. And she sent $54.45 for that. For people that may be saying, well, I don't have $54.45, not a problem. There is no amount to be given. Just based on the amount that you give is the quality of the answer that you're going to get. For example, this is a Muslim brother, Tamir Al-Mallah, and he sent $10 for support. You can write anything you want on the PayPal. As a matter of fact, some people don't even ask a question. They send $10 saying, no question today. I just want to show support. Thank you, brother. I will definitely tune in to the next show. Then we have people like Owen Hythe, who ask questions that may seem easy to answer. This is $43.74. Owen Hythe continuously supports. I don't know if he sends in questions anymore, but every single week, this brother continuously supports before the podcast even begins. He said $42.72 to ask about the Nicene Council. Now, you may be saying, wait a minute, you can just go into Google and find out about the Nicene Council. Why would you send in $43 and some amount of cents to ask about the Nicene Council when that's something you can just Google? Well, you'll find that when you send a question, you're going to get a documentary style answer with the breaking of the matrix that you've never seen before. Because like I told you in the introduction, I took tens of thousands of dollars and submerged myself into particular forms of magic. And when I say magic, I mean every type of magic. So being a magician of all different types, I'm able to have information from the other side, because you see, this matrix is controlled by magicians. Literally controlled by magicians that are working neuro-linguistic programming on you. And being that I'm of that world, I can actually see it before you see it. And I can actually go into the source of where it comes from, because there's a circle of magicians that are taught where it comes from. And that's why they call me the SABA. I open doors to access things that a lot of people don't have access to. And I use them for the purpose of answering a question to source something that you wouldn't readily get. But then I tell you where the source is from. And that is the beautiful, unique thing about this beautiful Tehuti Podclass. It is not just physical information. This is a brother named B. Get Leisure. Now, what did B. Get Leisure do? B. Get Leisure actually had a situation where he wanted to have an out-of-body experience. I did classes with him, taught him on that. And then, unfortunately, his mother passed away. And so he wanted to be able to contact his mother. And so he sent in a donation to have a one-on-one with me. We had about 2 one-on-ones. And after which, boom, this man now has contact with his deceased mother. This is the type of things and the magic that happens here at the Tehuti Podclass. And it's all based off reciprocity. All based off reciprocity. I'm going to say this now, and there's a good brother named Nito Campbell. He donates in sets of 9s every single week. It's $27, or it's become now $18, but it's every single week in sets of 9. These are the people that want the podcast to stay. Okay? We have people like Raphael Gary. Let me put this banner at the bottom here. Raphael Gary, who gives multiple donations. Each podcast, or when he does give a donation, there are multiple ones. Let me see if I can put this at the bottom. There it is, Cash App TTM Moon at the bottom, PayPal and Rocky SV. And he gives major donations on a consistent basis. These are the people that are keeping this podcast here. I'm going to give a shout out to the people that made a donation. After I answer the first question, I'm going to give a shout out to those who donated. Even when there was no podcast, they supported. There's some people that don't care and never even inquired why there was no podcast. Why? Because there's a lot of people that actually watch this, some of them of another complexion. Let's just say that. Some people that don't actually think they're a part of the particular culture, so they watch darker skinned people for the purpose of entertainment, but they will not donate and support these people because inwardly they're actually racist, because they're used to seeing what they call black people as entertainers. So they turn on the TV and they'll watch 5 basketball games, but they'll never really go to a basketball game and support it. They're just watching it for free on TV. They'll watch Barry White. They'll watch Rick James. They'll watch Eddie Murphy. They watch black people for entertainment. But because of the racism inside of them and because of the ignorance inside of them, when this podcast started, there was a lot of Europeans here. A lot of Europeans here. They seem to have dwindled away. And only 10% of them were supporting, maybe 5%. Because after a while, you start to realize that there's people here that are just watching this for BET, black entertainment purposes. And they see black people as a form of entertainers, as buck dancers, whether they're giving knowledge or whether they're Michael Jackson, or whether they're Stevie Wonder, or whether they're Chris Hart, or whether they're Steve Harvey. They see black people as just something as entertainers, but they will never take out their money and actually support black people because that will get that person at a higher level, and they're not there to help or get the person on the higher level. They're there to say, dance, boy, and that includes black people and white people doing that. A lot of our own people that look like us, they don't want to see us get to a higher level, so they'll watch for entertainment purposes, but they will not support, because if you give somebody hard-earned money, you're actually helping them excel in life, and you're not there to watch the excelling in life. You're there strictly for the entertainment. So when the podcast is off or it doesn't happen that week, there's no contact of Tehuti, there's no contact to the team. Why? Because you just put on another YouTube channel with some other black people and watch them. And if the podcast comes on, it comes on. If it doesn't, it doesn't. Just another black person down. That is the mentality of the colonizer, and that is the mentality of several people that are watching the Tehuti Podclass. It is a form of entertainment, not something they should actually support, because deep down, they don't feel connected to it. And so we're going to give a shout out when the team comes on to all those beautiful people that actually still supported last week and throughout the week, even though no Podclass happened. Shout out to you. All right, every beautiful body. We're about to get started here. I want to also give a shout out. You're going to see some people with a wrench in the room. All my moderators right now, can you press a 1 if you're in the room? Let me see who's in the room, please. My moderators, press a 1 right now so I can see who's in the room, please. Moderators, press a 1. Moderators press A1. Okay, there's Nania Setmer. Moderators and the team, actually, not just the moderators, but also the team. Is the team here? Is the team here? Is who is here? There's a moderator. Okay, good, good, good. Is Annie here? Is the Tef here? Is Menko Ra here? Where's Primordial Thought? Okay, good, good, good. Wonderful. There they are. There's Menko Ra. Wonderful. Okay, and a couple of you other brothers are going to end up becoming moderators soon, actually, here at the Podclass, especially after October. Primordial Thought is going to be one of them. Okay, so here we go, everybody. I want to introduce you to a beautiful term that was invented by a brother. His name is Stranger Sandoval. And he took the word moderator and actually created the term that it actually came from, which is ma'at, and created the word ma'aterator. So these are the ma'aterators that you see on the screen, the beautiful Nania Setmer, the wonderful Ankia Ma'at, the warrior Ahati, and the technician, the scribe. These are the ma'aterators. These are the people that you can ask questions to, such as where my debates are, how to support, where's the next meeting going to happen, the next gathering that's coming up in October, things like that. Where can I send in my questions? Things like that. I don't have Cash App or PayPal. I have Ethereum. How do I handle that? Questions like that you can ask them. You don't ask questions of information. That's sent into to Tehuti. All right, everybody. With that, we're gonna go ahead and get started with this beautiful Tehuti Podclass. Let me go ahead and remove this from the screen. And let's go ahead and get started with the first question. Now, first, I want to make sure and see if the people who asked the questions are actually even here. Let me go ahead and see. Okay. And also, let me introduce the aspects of nature that taught me originally. And originally, my teachers were not human beings. My teachers were other animal life forms that were in nature that I used to go and spend more time with them than human beings. I used to go out into the pond for 7 hours, spend time with snakes, turtles, spiders, and all type of creatures away from people. And that's how I didn't get as toxified as a regular person that was going through all the toxins. On my hat is Charlotte. She represents Neath. And I don't know why, I'm not sure why it's not going in and out like this, but she's right there. Let's see if I come closer. Is it because I'm farther away? I'm not sure what it is, but she's on my hat right here. And she's moving, and she's a real tarantula. There she goes. She represents subatomic entanglement. And then also with me here, representing my debating technique, is Baby, also known as Bastet Sekhmet. We call her Baby. And she is a anaconda all the way from South America. And she is the smallest of my anacondas, but quite long. You can't see the bottom of her, but she is the smallest of the anacondas from South America. She represents one of the areas in which I got my debating techniques from, which is to squeeze very slowly. And as the person breathes out, you squeeze again. So it is their own natural functions that actually traps them within a debate, and it's their own natural functions that causes them to lose oxygen as the squeeze takes place from the anaconda. So this is her right here. Everybody, we're about to get started with the Tehuti Podclass, and let me check and see who's in the room that it has actually asked the question. Okay, so what we're going to do is I'm going to put you, little one. You're going to go in there, Baby. You're going to go in there. And let me check and see what the questions are, everybody. Are you all ready? We're about to get at some questions. Is there any new people here? New people, press a 9 if you are new. If you've been here maybe less than a month time, press a 9, please. If you are new, press a 9. If this is your first time, second time, third time, fourth time here, that is considered still new, press a 9, please, if you're new. If not, we get right started because everybody knows what it is that we are about to do. New people that are watching that are not in the room, brace yourself. We're about to get into the Tehuti Podclass. So let me go ahead and check the Robert Reyes, Makaru Amun. I'm new. That's hilarious. Robert Ray is literally the first person that I believe ever came into the podcast. I think it was the first name that that went out from the podcast. He was named number 1. He's been there with us since Killer Priest days. Okay, everybody, let me go ahead and check the what are the questions in. Here we go, everybody. These are the questions. One of the questions that are sent in, and let me see who sent in a question and what the answer is going to be. Is everybody ready? Let me see what the question is that has been sent in, and I'm going to go ahead and tackle this question. I'm sure you all see at the bottom of the screen, or at the top, depending on how you're seeing it in YouTube. On mine, it's on the top, but it should be at the bottom of yours. But it says Matriarchy and Kemet, which means that there was a question that was actually sent. There's Bijan Pharaoh. Peace, Bijan Pharaoh. There was a question that was actually sent in that actually got lost, and it's not a part of the records of the Tehuti Podclass. As I was going through the files, I saw a sister named Nick who actually asked a question on Matriarchy. That was the YouTube channel that got taken down and was never ever to go back up. So as I was looking through to see where the Matriarchy was, it's nowhere on the YouTube channel. So what I did, I went back to that question since it was a question far back that never. She may not even know that I ever addressed the answer because YouTube tore it down. So what I'm going to do is that's going to be one of the questions that I answer. And it's going to be a completely different answer from the first time that I answered it. There's going to be a different answer from the first time. So we're going to get into that right there. That's why it's a lot of times I tell people I don't know the questions that are going to be sent in unless they're backed up questions. So that's why you already see a topic in the title, because this is one of the backed up questions. People are sending me questions right now. Let me check my inbox right now as we're speaking. People are sending me donations right now. Sal Vega, Amun Ma'at, Sarah Jean, Primordial Thought. So they're coming in right now. So I don't get to see these questions. It's a very tough thing that I'm doing, but I have to answer them, whether it is the week they're sent in or the next week or the week after they go in a file. All right, there's Big Vapes, who always orders a Midnighter class. So let me see who asked the question, and let me see if they're in the room. So the first question that I see here is where's the new brother there? The brother, what's his name? God is I Am. Is God is I Am in the room? God is I Am. Are you in the room? God is I Am. I forgot his other name. Lloyd or something. God is I Am. Are you in the room? Press a 9 if you're in the room. One of your questions are actually in here. I see it. And then who else is here? Nook Punuk has a question in. Is Nook Punuk in the room? Nook Punuk. So I want to. It's good when the person actually asked the question is in the room, so I can see their reaction. So if God is I Am in the room, he's been in every pod class since he got introduced to it. Is it the one pod class he doesn't come to that where I'm actually going to answer his question? Is this it? Is this going to be it? Where is God is I Am? Someone tag him in. He has a question in here. God is I Am. Are you here? Nope. Okay. I'll give him some time to come in because I have another question that I can address. And let's see what this question is here. Let me close that. What is this next question into the Tutsi Podclass? Well, the matriarch then. The matriarch question. Yep. The matriarch question that was sent in, a question sent in by Nick, a sister named Nick. She sent in the matriarch question. Go ahead and start off the class. Let's start right off with the explosion. Start right off with the matriarch question. And let me go ahead and press a 9. If you can hear me, please press a 9. If you can hear me, please press a 9. Can you all hear me? We're about to get started in the Tehuti Podclass. Can you hear me? Press a 9. Let's go. Here we go. You ready? Tehuti, he is here. Oh, God is I Am is here? God is I Am is here. Okay. God is I Am is here in effect. Okay, God is I Am. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. Should we start off with God is I Am's question? Hey, Catlin Kester, who was brought in by a sister that we all love named Shannon. And nice to see you back in effect. So God is I Am is here. Okay. God is I Am is here. So let me go back. Rigo is here. Rigo. This man, you know what? For the new people that are watching, let me see if I can, let me do this. Let me see. This man right here on the screen, Rigo. I'm gonna see if I can even find his donations. Rigo is somewhere in here. Oh, don't tell me I can't find it. Everybody knows though this Rigo brother is, there he is. Rigo is one of the top donators. One day he sent in $111 to break down the fourth part. I broke down the Matrix movie, 10 minutes of it. He was flabbergasted. He sent another $100 plus to break down a part 2 of it, flabbergasted. Sent another one to break down a part 3. Everybody else started donating, breaking down. They want more. He sent another breaking out part 4 and those classes. And then I gave him a free one. I gave him the Matrix part 0, which is the They Live question. I think that was asked by Big Vapes, I think. That is Rigo right there that you see on the screen. Top. Super top donator. There's another $100 sent by Rigo some time ago about breaking down the Mandela effect with Johnny Carson. Here's Johnny. So that is Rigo. Rigo is a master donator, loves the information, loves the change that it's making in his life. So shout out to you, little brother Rigo. Let me get some water and go ahead and get into this next question though. Okay, I guess I is I am is here. God is I am is here. God was I am. Anunnaki, African ancestors is here. So let me go ahead and pull up his question. Let me see. I'll go ahead and pull that up. Let me see what it is. What is God is I am's question? Oh my. Okay. Let's go ahead and start off with his question. Then we'll go into the matriarch. We'll go into whatever is next. Whatever I see next, that's what I'm going to go into. So let me go ahead and put his donation in the room. Catalin is excited already. I love the excitement. Let me go ahead and put the donation in the room. I'm also going to put his question. He actually had to re-ask the question to me. I'll put the re-ask, I think, in there. And okay, here we go, everybody. And let me go and see. Yeah, he asked the question, then he had to re-ask it again, a little more clear. He had sent me a video to watch. We emailed each other, cleared that up, no problem. That was all cleared up. So let's go ahead and get into it, everybody. Welcome to Tehuti Podclass. Let me go ahead and put his donation on the screen for everyone to see. And one moment, everybody, one moment. Okay, I'm going to come off the screen for a minute, and we're going to go ahead and put his question on the board. And I'm going to give him some major noise and support for the question that he asked. God is I am. Let me go ahead and present the question here. The donation first. So he sent money through Ethereum. So it's going to show scribe on the board, but it's actually from, you can go, it's actually from God is I am. Let me go ahead and show this on the screen right now. So what he did is, because Annie has Ethereum, God is I am actually sent Annie the Ethereum, and then Annie forwarded me through Cash App $23.30. God is I am emailed question. So first, let me give this man some big noise. Thank you, my good brother, for the beautiful support. This brother has been supporting ever since the first few minutes of him coming into the Podclass. He's been supporting. So thank you, my good brother, for the support. Let me go ahead and give you a hand clap for that. We appreciate you very, very much. Thank you, God is I am. Thank you, thank you, thank you. $28.30. Thank you, my good brother. Appreciate that. Let's go ahead and look at the question that he asked. What is the question that the good brother asked? Look at this question. Let's see. Only in the Tehuti Podclass are you seeing questions like this. Let's see what it is here. Okay. Oh, Lawrence Boyd. I said Lloyd. Lawrence Boyd. Shout out to Lawrence Boyd, who is God is I am. Good hand clap for you. Thank you, my brother. I'm going to go ahead and read the question there in the room, so everybody can see what it is that we're about to address right now. Okay, let me go ahead and load this up large so I can see it. And where's the question? Where is it? Boom, there it is. Okay, it says, Hotep brother, sorry, I'm new at this. I do indeed know you're extremely busy, and I appreciate your prompt replies. My question is, could our brothers in Kemet have created the pyramids as suggested by using geopolymer knowledge, considering we indeed knew more than what people tend to think? Hope this clarifies the question. I sent video so you could see his explanation and process. Thank you very. I like when you send me the sources of where you get the question from. I like that process of how this was possibly done. And then God is I am says, I believe that this is true, but I'm possibly another matrix trick person looking to expand my knowledge. That's possibly another matrix trick. Looking to expand my knowledge. Okay, beautiful. What a humble, wonderful question. $28.30 sent in to ask about geopolymer. Let me ask a question in the room before I even go into this. Shout out to Evo Wayne. I'm currently in India and cannot send donations. Shout out to you. I respect that. Thank you for at least voicing it. Some people on the podcast don't send donations and don't say anything for years. Just watch because they like black entertainment or whatever it is to them. But shout out to you for telling us. I appreciate that. And yes, if you're in India, I don't know how the systems work over there, so I can't really say. Maybe my technician can help you out. We've helped out people in the UK, parts of Africa, all over the place, Amsterdam. So we'll see how it works in India. Shout out to you, Evol, for what's the name here? Evol? Evol. His name disappeared. Where'd his name go? Evol Wayne. Shout out to you, Evol Wayne, for saying that. Appreciate you. Okay. Okay, wonderful. And for you, God is I am. Still working on getting my Cash App correct. No problem. If you want to send a donation support today, do it how you regularly do it. And Scribe we'll keep doing this like that until you can get the Cash App correct. It's not a problem. I get it right from Scribe within the end of the day or whatnot, or within a couple hours. So if he's available, so you can keep sending your Ethereum if you want to send him one tonight. You probably will after this. I'll break this down. Let me ask everybody a question in the room. Geopolymer. Has anybody ever heard of this concept? That the pyramids were actually made from geopolymer, which was a system of making stones instead of moving them from one place to the next, actually pouring them and making them in concrete there, because the Kemetians were doing such a thing. They did have that type of technology. Of course, they made vases and other apparent stone objects right there on the spot. But what about the building of the Aku, what they call the pyramid? Is that one of the techniques that they used? Has anybody even heard of this before? Anybody ever heard of it before? Well, let's get into it. These are the kind of questions you can send to the Tehuti Podclass. New people, watch this. Press the 9 if you can hear me, please. Because once I start, I'm just going to take off and I'm going to be out of here. So press the 9 if you can hear me. Once I start, what did Tretch say? Once again, it's on. Dun, 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 dun. All right. Shout out to everybody. Shout out to Black Star, whose name disappeared. That's strange. I was about to give a shout out to a brother named Black Star. Oh, there he is. Shout out to Black Star, who said, yes, I do. I think it's the most logical way. Thank you. Okay, good. I like this, everybody. I like this. So the brother that asked the question He said it makes logical sense to him. It makes sense to him. We have a brother named Black Star who says, yes, I do. I think it's the most logical way. So let's walk through to see if it's actually the logical way that happened, or if it's what's called a logical fallacy. Because many things that are logical are also fallacies. They're called logical fallacies, or maybe this is true. We're going to find out today at the Tehuti Podclass. Let's get into it, ladies and gentlemen. We are about to break this down at the Tehuti Podclass. I'm sure everybody can hear me now. I saw some nines pop up in the room. Shout out to Black Star for putting his input that, yes, to him it makes sense. And this is what information is about. Let's dissect it Tehuti style. Ready? Let me get his... Okay, good. Catlin press 9. Robert Williams press 9. Oh, there's Matt, daughter of Ray. Shout out to Matt, daughter of Ray. More likely the oldest student in the pod, longest person I've been teaching in the pod class. A lot of people think I'm new to the internet. I may be, but this is an example of a student that I've had since 1993. So, shout out to Matt, daughter of Ray. Peace to you. Peace to you. I hope the kids is doing well. And everybody is good over there on that end. And the little one, the little baby one. All right, here we go, everybody. C. Netter says, 3D printer using molten lava. Hey. Robert Ray says, heard of it, but harmonic sounds more closer. Okay, good. This is good. Blessed to you, just facts. Maharu, Anu, hear me, Anu, Maharu, Ka. Of Antu. Okay, good. Let's get into it, everybody. Welcome to Tehuti Podclass. We're about to get into the first question and answer. It says, Tehuti Podclass, Matriarchy and Kemet. We're going to get into that one. Send live questions and reciprocity. Receive documentary answers. Brace yourself. Get your pens and your pads out. And here we go. Black Star said it's a secret of masonry. Let's go and see. Let's see if this is logical. Let's see if this is actually what happened. Let us walk through. That is what Tehuti SABA is here for, to give you the information for you to decipher after I answer the question. Let's open some minds and shatter the matrix, shall we? Here we go. Boom. Welcome to another Tehuti Podclass, the only place on the planet where you can send in a diverse variety of questions. Let me put the timer on one moment. Welcome to another Tehuti Podclass, the only place on the planet where you can send in a diverse variety of questions, and based on the reciprocity you send in, you get a customized mini documentary handcrafted for you, stamped on YouTube forever. What do we have here? This time, a question about geopolymer, and if that is what the ancient ones used to pour the stones instead of moving them. First, let's look at where this concept even comes from and who brought it into question. Okay, thank you, Nate. Who brought it into question? This concept originated in 1974 and then was put in literature in 1983 in a book called Alchemy of the Pyramids, which came out of St. Quentin in France. Bonjour. Qu'est-ce que c'est? Here we go. Ready? But here at the Tehuti Podclass, it's not that easy. I'm going to break this down step by step so we can really see if the ancient ones, thousands of years ago, instead of the miraculous act of moving 80-ton blocks from 600 miles away, if they indeed just stayed at the site of the building, mixed concrete, a concrete type chemical substance, and just poured it into a cast and built the great quote-unquote pyramid, as they call it. Let's look deeper at the clip of the video sent in with this question that is making the claim. It has accumulated 6.2 million views, everybody. Here is the video from where this is coming from. The Great Pyramid, you can go check it out. Check out this video, 2009, Great Pyramid K, 2019, the movie. The movie Great Pyramid K, 2019. This is the video that the brother, God Was I Am, sent, directed by Femi Krasnicki. and it has 6.2 million views. Here is where this is being sourced from. So we're going to look at a clip and see what it's actually saying. Okay. So here's where it's from. You can all go check that out. If you just put in Great Pyramid, the movie, it actually will pop up. Because it has so many views, it has a major algorithm. It may even pop up beside that you're not even looking for it. Okay, so what is the focus here? What is the agenda and focus in the agenda? And is there that there's only one standing wonder of the world. It has not been resolved. That is the architect work of the great followers of Ma'at that built the most advanced structure on the planet called the Aku. Because this has not been solved, combined with the fact that this is the so-called African structure. Other cultures around the world, especially Europeans, are doing their best to try and simplify with the advanced architect work that is unparalleled to anything on the planet Earth, because this one structure alone verifies that the people in that area who followed Ma'at or were more mentally and spiritually advanced than anyone on the planet Earth. Thus, this must be solved by the other European cultures, because there's no way that the so-called African people could be the most spiritually advanced people on the planet. And the psyops begins. We're going to look at a clip of this video, and I'm going to come off the screen for a moment. So let me show you the section for you to see yourself. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. Let's look at timestamp 1 hour 16:54, 1 hour 17:28. Here's a clip of the section right here, which is actually on the thumbnail of this Tehuti Podclass. So we're going to go ahead and look at this. Let me pull it up for you all to look. And I'm going to come off the screen for just a moment. Let's take a look at this. Okay, let me go ahead and present video file. Okay. Thank you, man. Thank you so much. Go ahead. Okay, let me go ahead and see here. Let's get this clip. And let's see what it looks like. Let's hear it directly from the source for where this claim is coming from, so we don't misquote them, we don't paraphrase them. We're gonna go directly to them. So here it is. Ready? Here we go.
It is at this stage that the architect Hemiuni, tens of kilometers away. It is at this stage that the architect Hemiuni stops filling the center and continues with molded stones. From now on, construction is done with stones poured into the formwork molds. The molds for the cornerstones are graduated with a slope of 51.50 degrees. The most difficult work is in grinding the limestone and preparing the mixture to make concrete.
All right, everyone. Let me take this off. Let me take this off. Let me come back to the screen. Okay, let me get this off. Okay, so you all heard it from the source themselves, from the video that the brother sent me. Let's go back to the screen share. Let's take a look. Okay, so there it is at I'm actually gonna come off the screen for a moment. Okay. Okay, can you hear me now, everybody? Can you hear me now? Okay, this that off was soaking. You can hear me now? Okay, good. Let me go back to the screen. I did it in reverse. Okay, good. Hear me now? Let me go back. Okay, good. I should be off the screen now, and then you should hear me but not see me. Press a 9 if you can hear me, please. Each of the room. Okay, good, perfect. Okay, awesome. So, what I was saying when I was on mute was, when you look at the screen of the workers in the video were 100% dark skinned, what people would call African people, right? Unmistakably. Every single worker they made sure in the video was of the exact same complexion, actually. There was no even variation of complexion. They made them extremely dark. Then they said, the narrator said, the architect Hemiyuni. The architect Hemiyuni is not one of the workers. The architect Hemiyuni is actually the brain behind what the workers are doing. So there's a mastermind called Hemiyuni, who is the architect designing all of this. And then there are these dark-skinned workers who are carrying it out. But who's Hemiyuni? Well, let me take you to the Western Cemetery site, GIZA, discovered in 1921. I can show you how this PSYOPs works step by step. There's multiple PSYOPs going on here. It is not just a claim about Geopolymer. That's a part of the PSYOPs. There's other PSYOPs within there that I'm going to show you. Let's take a look. Let's go back to the Western Cemetery site, GIZA, discovered in 1921. And let's see, what is this Hemiyuni, who's the brain behind this Geopolymer. He's the architect and he's the mastermind behind the building of the pyramids, according to the video. And those other men are just workers. Now, this is a weird word, but the Kunzutis story cheese. Let's go to the museum, the Vienna Museum. Look at Hemiyuni in the corridor slab, and Serdab behind the niche seated statue of Hemiyuni. That's what they found back in 1921. There is Hemiyuni. I want everybody to understand that at the Tehuti Podclass, when you ask a question, I'm going to get into all the levels and nuances of what applies to a possible agenda of what anyone is saying who believes that they have the answer to the building of the pyramid at Ku. No Nobel Peace Prize for the answer, no nothing. They just everybody has the answer. But there's an agenda behind people's answer that we're going to get to right now. So there's Hemiuni, discovered in 1921. Boom. How does he look? Look okay? There's Hemiuni. Let's go back over here. Okay. Now, if you were to look up Hemiuni, if you would actually look him up, you'd see this actually. In a basic Google search or Wikipedia search, you would see Hemiuni, 2570 BC, was the ancient Egyptian prince who is believed to have been the architect of the Giza pyramid, as vizier succeeding his father, Nefer Ma'at, let me shrink this down a little bit, and his uncle, Khan Nefer. Hemiuni was one of the most important members of the court and responsible for all the royal works. His tomb lies close to Khufu. So, if they are claiming Hemiuni is the architect, then obviously Hemiuni knows how the pyramids were built. The others are just workers. So let's keep going. So this is the man mentioned in the video that we just watched, who has the greatest mind behind the world's most unfathomable, highest technologically advanced building. This is the brain behind all of this. But wait, let's look at that find again, everybody. Is there something missing? Is there anything weird about this picture? I'm going to give you a few minutes to look at that picture of Hemiuni, the greatest mastermind, who is the one behind the creation and design of the pyramid. Is there anything missing with this mastermind? This brainchild, the mastermind. Anything missing? Let me check the chat. I'll give you a few more seconds. What is wrong with this picture, everybody? Let me go back into the chat. Let's see. His mastermind, the head and boobs. his head is missing. Okay, there you go. His head is missing. Headdress statue. He's missing a head. It looks like a woman. no head and breasts. This is the mastermind, the brainchild, Hemiuni, who is the one that was giving the workers the directions, because the architects themselves don't pick up the stones, do they? The architects themselves are not the workers. No header. Callan said he's missing a smile. That is hilarious. Let's go back, everybody. So what is he missing? Something's missing here. He has no head. And people say, wait, he has breasts and no head. Hemiuni. How you doing, brother? How are you today? Oh, the head. There is a head missing that identifies what the man looks like. Supposedly, who is the greatest mind, he's the greatest, highest, spiritually, technologically advanced structure builder on the planet Earth. We found him, ladies and gentlemen. What does this man look like? Let's see what he looks like. Well, sometimes you'll find ancient Kemetic people, statues, and their lips and their nose are missing. Well, this is strange. All of his facial features are missing. Wait a minute. Is this a Chinese-looking man? What does he look like? What does the man look like who would be the greatest mind on the planet, the one who actually knows how the pyramids were built, because he's actually the architect and the creator. He's the one giving the instructions, telling the people what to do. The architect work, man. He's the one that is the brainchild behind this. Where is the head, everybody? I want to know what race does he belong to? What does he look like? There's some breasts there too. What's happening here? Well, oh, here's the head. It looks like he's going under some type of construction. What's going on here? Hey, look, we got a head here. A head of the great mastermind behind the greatest structure on the planet Earth. And it looks like something is wrong with it. It looks like it's, is it being rebuilt? Is it chiseled off? What's wrong with this person's face? What's happening here? What a strange looking head this is. But there he is. A little kind of chubby kind of face, and we can't really make out much features. So there he is. So we have, for some weird reason, you have the head missing from the greatest mastermind who put together the architect work and the mathematical codes of the pyramid. Let me come back to the screen a little bit. Okay, so there he is. And then over here we have a head. The head doesn't have any writing on it to say whose head this is, but that's okay. It's Heniuni's head. Heniuni's head. This is going to talk about construction. Okay. Well. Let's see. Let's see what he constructed. What does this reconstruction head look like? Let's take a look at the head now. When you look him up today, ladies and gentlemen, I'm about to introduce you to the head and the features of the greatest mastermind. We just saw the video of the Geopolymer. Remember, those are just workers. They're not the architect's the one that comes up with the idea of Geopolymer. The architect is the one that has to know the weight of the stones. The architect has to know all the mathematical degrees and sciences, what type of stones to use. The architect is the one putting together the pyramid. The dark-skinned workers, those are just workers in the video. They never showed Heniuni though, but here is the Heniuni they just mentioned. Here he is. Hey, what's up, Heniuni? How you doing, brother? What's going on? There he is, everybody. We have now found the man, the legend, the mastermind behind the pyramids. There he is, everybody. There is Heniuni. For the first time in your life, you're now seeing the construct of the head in the face of the man who actually built the only last standing wonder of the world. What do y'all think of that? What do y'all think of Heniuni? Who is that? Is that Khalid Muhammad? Who's that? Who's Heniuni right here? Who's that? Who's that? Is that Bill Cosby? Who is this, everybody? Well, there he is, everybody. We have solved the case. We have the face of the mastermind. The brain, but he doesn't seem to look like the others in the video, does he? He doesn't quite look like the workers that were in the video. Remember the guys with the dark skin and the afros, and how come he looks different from? Okay, so there's Heniuni, everybody. We found him. There's the mastermind, the brainchild. There he is, right there, Heniuni. We got him, everybody. We found him, 2700 BC. This is the origins of what they're calling Egypt, what they're calling it. There's Heniuni. We found him. There you are. What's up, my brother? What's up, my brother? Hi. Boom. He looks a little German now, doesn't he? Heniuni kind of looks a little bit German. Heniuniberg. He looks a little German now. I don't know. Heniunistein. I'm not sure what's happening, but hey, there he is, Heniuni. He looks a little bit like these guys now. A little bit. I don't know, man. Those don't look like the workers that built the pyramids in the video, even down to the cleft chin. There's Heniuni, everybody. Hey, what's up, my brother Heniuni? What's up with that chin, man? That's an awesome chin you got. It looked like everybody on Adolf Hitler's team. Everybody on Adolf Hitler's team seems to have this chin. These Germans, right? This is like a German chin. Adolf Hitler has the chin. There's the cleft chin. This soldier has 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 the cleft chin with a little dimple. This soldier has the... And Heniuni has a little dimple in the cleft chin. I don't know if... I'm not sure if Usher has it. I'm not sure if Michael Jordan has this. I don't know. I'm going to go back to Usher and Michael Jordan and check out the cleft chin. I'm gonna go check out the cleft chin on Wesley Snipes. But there he is, everybody. There is Henny Uni, right? There you go. Henny Uni. He seems to look a little German now. He even looks different than when they were reconstructing the head. That doesn't even look like the head that was being reconstructed. But there he is, Henny Uni, everybody. You are now seeing the face of the mastermind behind the geopolymer science of the Great Pyramid. There is the mastermind. The dark-skinned ones, those are just the workers. Here's Henny Uni. Here's the great architect. And here is where you can find the reconstructed missing head that was composed, found, and reconstructed it at the Heidelberg Museum. But where is this place? Where is this place with the reconstructed head? We can finally see the reconstruction of the greatest mind on the planet. Where can we find this? Because over here in 1921, it was at a GIZA site, but there was no head. There was no head here at a GIZA site. It was in the western section at the GIZA site. There it is. No head. Remember, everybody? No head at the GIZA site. Okay? But now it's not at the GIZA site anymore. And now that it's not at the GIZA site anymore, everybody, we have a head to it, everybody. We have found the head. There it is right there. So remember, we'll see the statue, Henny Uni, in the situ area, in the Chapel Serdam behind Nietzsche, in the western section corridor chapel. And there it is right there, discovered in 1921, Western Cemetery Giza site. But now it's not at the Giza site anymore. Now it has a head, and it's somewhere else. And he looks kind of German. So where's this head? What's up, brother? How you doing, man? How you doing? Let's see where this head is that was added. What's up, Hitler? How you doing, brother? Okay, so there you go. Where is it? Uh-oh. Here's the reconstruction. Here's where you can find it now in Roemer Museum, Heidelberg. Where is that, everybody? Well, let's look up Encyclopedia Britannica. Heidelberg, Germany. Ding, 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 ding. Ding, 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 ding. There is the reconstructed head of Henny Uni is now has a full body. He looks German with the cleft chin of all of Adolf Hitler's army, and he's in Germany. Oh, this is in Germany. Let's continue to break the matrix. There it is, everybody. We're just breaking down psyops by psyops. This is not just about geopolymer. There's a whole psyops going on, and you're going to see the true originator of this whole story in psyops, and it's a part of a big plan. It's a part of a big you'll see at the end. Anyway, so here it is. So now, oh, there's the dark-skinned workers. Hey, man, you brothers, you don't look nothing like Henny Uni. What's going on, man? Where's Henny Uni's people? Okay, oh yeah, that's right. You all are just the workers. I forgot. Okay, now the timestamp 11709 to continue with the geopolymer claim. There it is in the timestamp 11709. There are the beautiful melanated dark-skinned workers. They are working there in the back. It doesn't matter if they're over here. They have the exact same complexion as this guy, which has the exact looks just like this guy, which looks just like this guy. And none of them look like Adolf Hitler, and nobody has a cleft chin except for the mastermind behind it all, the greatest man on the planet Earth, Henny Uni in Germany. All right, so at this point, the narrator goes on to say, Henny Uni now begins to build the rest of the pyramid with his geopolymer concrete mix. But what is this geopolymer concrete mix? To find out, we're going to go right back to the beginning of this class where I stated at the concept that the concept originated in 1974. That means before 1974, you cannot find anyone on the surface of this planet Earth talking about pyramids being built by geopolymer. So you're going to go back to 1974. Then it was put into a book form, a solid form that you can hold and read. In 1983, that's what, about 9 years later, in a book called Alchemy of the Pyramid. I'm going to take you to the actual author of that book and an interview done called, the interview is called, Why Were the Pyramids Built with Fake Stones? We're going to go to that interview, to pages 2 and 3 of that written interview. Here it is, everybody. Why the pyramids were built with fake stones. Now, Joseph Davidovitz. I prefer to concentrate on Egypt at the time was that I had already built up a whole scenario. Blocks of soft limestone extracted from quarries, when broken up with water, could give a limestone mortar easily transportable in baskets. This mortar mixed with ingredients including, first ingredient of course is limestone. I put arrows with all the ingredients. Limestone, here is your geopolymer, everybody. He gives the ingredients: limestone, kaolin, natron, salt, and chalk. That is the ingredients of the pyramids. They could be poured out and compacted into molds, just as concrete is, directly on the site of the pyramids. Ingredients: limestone, kaolin, natron, salt, and chalk. That is what the Great Pyramid is built of: limestone, kaolin, natron, salt, and chalk. That is coming from why the pyramids, why the pharaohs built pyramids with fake stone. Interview 2, Joseph Davidovitz. All right, so here we go. So this mix was a limestone mortar with salt and chalk that formed the great blocks of the pyramid, instead of the amazing feat of up to 80-ton blocks being quarried from 600 miles away. Simply mix limestone and chalk and salt and make it right there at the site with this geopolymer. Then just carve what you want into the limestone mortar. Here is a video utilizing the ancient tools that would have existed during the time of the Par-Ii, that's the Pharaoh Khufu, because they claim the pyramid was built during Khufu's time. So here's a video that shows the ancient tools that would have existed during the Par-Ii Pharaoh Khufu's time to carve limestone, which is actually an easy task. So this video and the claim back in 1974 seems to make sense so far, because limestone is actually easy to cut, and I'm actually going to show you the video of the cutting of the limestone, so which they have found as a part of the construction of what they're calling the pyramid. Let's take a look at this and see what happens with the tools, because I have the tools on the museum display that I'm about to show you in a moment. What happens when you take these tools and put it to limestone? Actually extremely easy. Let's go ahead and show it right here. Let's see if this plays, everybody. Okay, it's loading up. And okay, I'm gonna have to put the actual video in I'm gonna have to put the video in Chrome, no problem. Not a problemo. We have backup. Here we go, everybody. I'm gonna stop it right here. And now I'm gonna go ahead and screen share and show you the cutting of this limestone mix, which is actually very easy, which helps confirm this geopolymer, because this is the limestone that they found amongst the Aku and amongst the pyramid, as they call it. So let's take a look here. I'm going to go ahead and screen share. I'm going to screen share the Chrome tab, and here it is, everybody. Boom, you should see it right now on the screen, and here's what it looks like. This is the same limestone that's in Kemet, same tool. And there it is. Quite simple, right? Very easy, very simple. Not a problem. Seems to make total sense. The limestone can actually be cut very simply. Okay. So everything seems pretty cool with the geopolymer claim. Let's get into it, everybody. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. Let us see where this goes from here. Am I screen sharing? I should be screen sharing right about now. I hope. Yes, it is. Here we go. All right, everybody, here we go. All right, so we saw the video number 2. Okay, so we are back. As you can see, it is extremely easy to cut into limestone or any limestone mortar salt mix and carve, except there's one problem. Remember I discussed the tools that were available at the time? Well, yes. This is an example of one of the tools cutting easily into the limestone. Let's take a look at these tools. I have no problem with the limestone concept cutting at all. Let's take a look. Here's the actual tools that would have existed around Pharaoh Khufu's time. And here they are directly in the museum, and we see the chisels, we see the stones, we see the blades, and this is what they would actually use to cut the limestone and the wood around the Aku, which we've seen in action, cutting the limestone with ease, not a problem. I have no problem with this whatsoever. Everything is fine so far. Okay, great, Tehuti. Other than the racist agenda of pushing that some man that looks German is the mastermind behind the pyramids, everything seems to be okay so far. What is the problem, Tehuti? You're actually helping the case by showing that these tools can cut easily into the geopolymer and limestone mixes. Yes, you're exactly right. The problem is the limestones were the outer casing stones. Those are not the stones that build the core of what people are calling the pyramids. These are right there. These are not limestone. These are some of the pure granite stones, some of them weighing up to 80 tons, that were used to build the Great Aku. Let's take a look at the same type of video with the exact same type of tool that was cutting the limestone and apply it to the actual stones that are actually found building the core and the king's chamber of the pyramid. Let's look at the exact same tool on these stones. We'll take a look at that right now. Let's see if this will play. We're going to cut that out. Let's take a look and see. So we have no problem whatsoever, but let's take a look and see what happens when we apply the same principle, the exact same tool, exact same data tool, and we're going to apply it to the core, the inner core of the Aku. And let me go ahead and put that on the screen. Let me go ahead and put the next one on the screen. Ready to go. Okay, good. All right, so this should be tab 1. Boom, and here we go, everybody. So let's go and look at the actual. We're gonna go ahead and look at those stones that I showed, which are not the limestones, and the core of the Aku and the king's chamber is not built, and the corridors are not built with the limestone. We're gonna show an example of the same tool with those stones. Here we go, everybody. Let's take a good look and walk through this geopolymer concept, and let's see what's actually happening. Here we go, everybody.
When Roger tries chiseled made from bronze, the results are disappointing.
As you can see, we're leaving a lot of metal and very little stone is flaking up.
That's video number 1. I'll play a clip of the other video. I hope this hope that was seen. I'm gonna go play a clip of the other short one. And here it is right here. Hopefully this will play.
But even with reinforcements and after hours of pounding, they barely made a dent. After days of work, their copper chisels and stone pounders are barely making a dent. Brown is wearing down tools at an extraordinary rate. The copper chisel the ancient Egyptians would have used lasts only a few dozen strikes. The heating pounding cycle is repeated over and over.
Are you ready? I'm ready. Go.
Until the shape is just right.
They must have amassed more copper for building the Great Pyramid and the Sphinx than just about any place in the world in the 3rd millennium BC. I mean, it just must have been a huge cost to calculate.
Okay. Okay, everybody, we are back. So there's the same tools used on the actual granite stones, the core of the Aku. And as we can see, the result is just not quite the same. If you were to go to where they make geopolymer right now and take the same tool of 2700 BC and go into their building where they're making the geopolymer, that same 5,000-year-old tool, you could carve and cut through the geopolymer with not a problem. Problem is, when you take the actual stones that were quarried and try to use that same tool, it doesn't quite work. So obviously those are not geopolymer. But let's continue, everybody. Welcome to Tehuti Podclass. Here we go. And let's walk through this step by step. Thank the brother God is I am for asking this great question that he can receive this type of answer. So here we go. All right, everybody. So here we go. Boom. Lies dispelled. The same tools that could easily cut geopolymer, limestone salt mixes, cannot even put a dent in the actual main stones of the Aku pyramid. I would like to show you something very interesting. I would like to show you something very, very interesting, actually. Does anyone know what this is? What are we looking at here? Let's break the matrix. I'm going to give everybody a few seconds. What are we looking at right here? I'm going to blow up the screen. Does anybody know what we're looking at right here? I'll give you a few moments, and then I'll come into the room and interact with you. What are we looking at right here? There's a finger pointing to something. Does anybody find any of this familiar? Have you seen anything like this? What is this finger pointing to right here? I want to show you something very interesting, and let me see if anybody knows what this is. More than likely, what is that? More than likely, no one in the room knows what this is, because it's not something, unless you specialize in this field, would you be able to even recognize this. Let me come back to the room now, and let me take it off here. Does anybody know what those are? Somebody put shells. Okay, shells. Somebody put shells. Okay. Shells. Okay. Welcome to the Podclass. Go ahead and see what this is. And why is this finger pointing to this? And what does this image have to do with the geopolymer concept? Let's walk through, everybody. Angela Gates, completely honest, says not sure. Wonderful. Let's walk through it, everybody. I'm here to break the matrix. I hope this is working step by step. Okay, here we go, everybody. What are these things? You'll never guess. As a matter of fact, even when I tell you what these are, you more likely will not even be able to repeat it. It is not something in your regular dialect. Is not something in your regular conversations. You would never see this ever in your regular life. You more likely never even learned about these particular things in school, these particular ones, but you learned about their families. Okay, so what is this? Does anyone know? Let me tell you what it is. These are foraminifera, specifically nummulites. So they're foraminifera, and they're specific form of foraminifera. They are nummulites or nummulites. These are sea creatures from the middle Eocene. They have been studied by Lorraine Casaza at the University of California at Berkeley, paleontologist. But wait, what is Eocene? What is Eocene? So these are nummulites. They're foraminifera, but specifically nummulites of that family branch. They're sea creatures, but they're from the Eocene. What is the Eocene, everybody? Well, let's do a simple search and let me show you what Eocene is. Eocene epoch is a geological epoch that lasted from about 56 to 33.9 million years ago. It is the second epoch of the Paleogene period in the modern Cenozoic era. The name Eocene comes from the Greek, which is dawn, like a new, at the beginning of something, the new era, and refers to the dawn of the modern new fauna that appeared during that epoch. So you can look up fauna and see what these creatures are. The deers and other things that fall into the family of fauna. And these creatures started to evolve and become seen somewhere between 56 to 33.9 million years ago. And at the same time the fauna were evolving, these creatures in the sea went to that time period too, the Foraminifera nummulites. Go back 56 million years. Why am I talking about this? With Geopolymer. Why? Why would Tehuti be mentioning this? Wow, Tehuti, creatures from the ocean from beyond 56 million years ago. That's very interesting. But why are you showing us this? I'm showing the class this because of the specific place these fossils were found. And guess where they were found? Uh-oh. Let's go to ABC Science. Pyramids packed with fossil shells. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Many of Egypt's most famous monuments, such as the Sphinx, Cheops Pyramid at Giza, contain hundreds of thousands of marine fossils, according to a new study. Most of the fossils are intact and preserved in the monument walls, giving clues to how the monuments were built. Uh-oh, you can go look up that article. It is News and Science under ABC Science. Jennifer Villegas, Discovery News. Pyramids packed with fossils by the hundreds of thousands. The author suggests the stones that make up the Giza Plateau, Fayum, Abydos monuments must have been carved out of a natural stone, that they revealed what chunks of seafloor must have looked like over 4,000 years ago when the buildings were created. Fossil shells. Rocks that are in harmony with their initial in situ. Uh-oh. The observed random placement and strictly homogeneous distribution of the fossil shells within the whole rock is in harmony with their initial in situ setting, a fluvial sea bottom environment. This is done at the University of the Aegean University of Athens. Researchers analyzed the mineralogy as well as the chemical makeup and structure. Let me say that again. Researchers analyzed the mineralogy as well as the chemical makeup and structure of small material samples chiseled from the Sphinx Temple, Syrian Shaft, the Valley of Cheops, and it goes on. And of course, the Great Pyramids. Researchers analyzed the mineralogy as well as the chemical makeup. Boom! The video and concept developed in 1974 of the Great Pyramid as a man-made mix from scratch with actual ingredients. Remember the actual ingredients, everybody? Let's read them again. Maybe you may have forgotten the ingredients. The ingredients are limestone, kaolin, natron, salt, and chalk. Hey, Joseph, you forgot to add the 56 million year old nummulites in the ingredients, man. What happened? The ingredients of what's built the pyramids, you should have said they took limestone, kaolin, natron, salt, chalk, and then went back to the ocean, went back to the Nile River, went back down 600 miles and started collecting 56 million year old nummulites and started throwing that in the geopolymer, right? You forgot about that, Joseph? The 56 million year old Eocene geopolymer. Why would there be sea fossils? Why would there be sea fossils? Why would sea fossils be embedded in the stones of the Aku or the Great Pyramid? Okay, very simple, because of the unexplainable, amazing fact that these stones were quarried from waters that were 600 miles away. So this, because there were stones that were already a part of Earth for millions of years, it would be natural to find fossils of the stones that go back 56 million years, boom, And there is no 56 million year old fossil in geopolymer. Hey, Joseph. How you doing? How you doing, Joseph? You doing good? Wonderful, man. Wonderful, wonderful. All right, man. So, of course, if we're back to the initial amazing wonder that these were quarried from the waters from 600 miles away, and they were quarried from stones that can't be chiseled. They can't be chiseled by what chisels limestone, so that cuts out the limestone of the ingredients. And of course, if these stones are not man-made, but are part of the Earth's evolution, then of course they're going to contain and trap fossils going back millions of years. Not a nice little neat mix done with natron, salt, and chalk and limestone. Nope. 56 hundreds of thousands of 56 million year old fossils. How you doing, Joseph? You doing good? Doing great. All right, wonderful. Here we go. Geopolymer, the Geopolymer crew. Here we are. All right. Welcome to Tehuti Podclass. And guess where all this is coming from, everybody? Guess where the idea that the ancient people of Kemet used geopolymer chemistry to build the greatest wonder of the world. Where is this even coming from? It is literally just originating from one person, from the person with this unusual term that people weren't using. You never heard your mother talk about geopolymer. You never heard anybody talking about this. This is a very interesting, unique word, geopolymer, limestone mix. Where is this coming from, everybody? It developed in 1974. There he is. It came from this man right here. Let's get a good look at him, man. How you doing, man? You look like, who do you look like? Oh, Henny Uni. Okay. All right, so it's coming from this man right here. There he is. How you doing? Who is this guy right here? Who is this? Oh, this is Joseph Davidovits, a French materialist scientist known for the invention of, guess what? This is where this story came from. It came from Joseph Davidovits. He's a French materialist scientist, and he's worldwide known for the invention of, guess what? Let me come back to the screen. Guess what he's known for the invention of, everybody? I guess what he's known. He's the one in 1970. Before 1974, nobody was talking about geopolymer built pyramids. Show me a book talking about that. Show me anything. It comes from this man right here. And guess what he's the inventor of? Pizza? I don't know. Cell phone. What is this man the inventor of? What do you think, everybody? Let me see. What could he be the inventor of? I don't know. He's the inventor of something. He's a materialist. He's a chemist. He's an inventor of something. What is the inventor of? I wonder what he's the inventor of. Since nobody wants to guess, let's get back to it. Welcome to Tehuti Podclass. What is he the inventor of? Let's go ahead and share the screen. I wonder, man. Don't tell me. Here we go. What is he the inventor of? He's the one that came up with the concept. He's the great solution solver. Came up with the concept in 1974. What is the inventor of? The inventor of geopolymer chemistry. The owner of the Geopolymer Institute. Uh-oh. 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 Hey, man, what a coincidence, man. Dang, man. This world is full of coincidences, isn't it? Hey, he's the owner of the Geopolymer Institute. He's the inventor of geopolymer chemistry. There he is. Hey, what's up, Joseph? Hey, there's your Geopolymer Institute. Wait a minute. You're the owner. You're the chemist. You're the inventor of geopolymer. Oh, you're the same guy that came up with it? Okay. Awesome. Boom. And the PSYOP's clear agenda of the Matrix is broken. Now, of course, if you are the inventor of geopolymer chemistry and you want to bring attention to yourself and this new invention, this geopolymer, as a new technology, you want to bring it to the multi-million-dollar industry as the inventor of a new groundbreaking technology, then of course, you can bring attention to yourself by guiding the focus to the greatest example of architect structure on the planet Earth, the last marvel on the planet Earth, yet to ever be figured out. As two things simultaneously happen. The world sees the quote-unquote pyramids now as something being produced by a science that you are the inventor of. Thus, you have brought attention to yourself from the glory of the pyramids, and all the architects look up to you, and your new geopolymer chemistry invention, and you're known as the first in Earth's history as the one who solved the Great Pyramids. 2 psyopses in 1. Hotep, I'm done. Matrix broken. Peace, Joseph. Have a great day. I'm done. Let me get back into the room, everybody. That is my answer. Let me check and see if God is I am heard the answer. If anybody else heard the answer, what they thought of that answer. Geopolymer in the mix. Geopolymer Institute in the mix. Let's get back to it, everybody. Let me check the room. Let me put the link in the room for the team to jump in so I can take my break and we can show the donation support and get to the next question. But I want to see what the people thought of that. Does anybody still think that Tehuti, the mastermind behind the geopolymer at that time, and Joseph Davidovitz, the mastermind behind the geopolymer of this time, had it all figured out? They just forgot. This is like I was raised up on a show called Columbo. This is beautiful. Remember Matlock, Columbo, Magnum PI? Those I was raised up. It's like the criminal has the perfect psyops going on, everything's working, but he forgets one major thing, and everything plummets. He forgot about the 56 million-year-old ingredient found all over the stones, that were pulled from waters because they're a part of Earth's 56 million year evolution. You forgot about that in the ingredients, and when they were mixing the mix right there, a man-made chemical mix, they started throwing in pneumalites, stirring it up to make it look old. Yeah. All right, everybody, let me go check the room. Let me see if the team is here to jump on. Let me go and see what the brother thought who asked the question. There he is. God is I am. And brother, you can also feel free to jump up and also verbalize how you feel about the answer. What did he say here? Very, very pleased with the Matrix busted class. There it is. There it is. There it is. And Higa Kepara says, I'm going to donate for the breakdown of the rest of the video. Excellent. Oh yeah, the rest of the video, the geopolymer is just one little section. The video is actually long. Very, very long. So he says, I'm going to donate for the breakdown of the rest of the video. Excellent breakdown, SABA Tehuti. Thank you. Bella says, Matrix breaking SABA. Did I put the link in the room for the team? Arrested for Your Culture says, you broke it down when you debated Rasul, but you left out the fossil part. Exactly. I only needed exactly what I needed for that particular topic. There are the brothers in. Oh, Annie said, what do you say? And Annie says, I am not able to jump on right now. I'm currently driving. Excellent breakdown, Saba. Wonderful. All right, let me get to the brothers here. I know Primordial Thought is in the back watching. Primordial Thought at TEF. What's going on, brothers? You guys gonna go buy some geopolymer?
Hey, Saba, that's that fake jewelry right there, man. That's that fake stuff right there. That's the stuff that tarnishes in the pool. You got to take that off before you jump in the water.
Yeah, that's crazy. Like the guy told you he was gonna whack you if you gave away the secret. That's the fugazi. Hey,
he used to say that too.
Hey, Saba, that might be good to build our statue.
It's you know. Hey, what's up, Manko Ra? How you doing, brother?
Peace, party. I'm doing good.
Is that geopolymer in the back there? Pictures?
No. They don't know who they messing with. You Saba, you're the true raw researcher. Straight up. You gonna find it. So they better stop playing with you.
You know, the thing about the geopolymer mix is that those soft concrete mixes, there were soft concrete mixes, well, not concrete, what it's called today, but there were soft mixes that were used. The Kemetians invented that. For other things like little statues, jewelry, of course. You're going to find something that you can mold and shape. Of course, you're going to make something that is valuable, something that you can mold, something you can carve. But obviously, not 80-ton stones with 56-million-year-old fossils in it.
So, but the crazy thing is the fact that how can the pyramids still be the last wonder of the world, but you come with some old trash example as that and thinking like that's going to stand. Like that's the part that gets me. It's like that's the ingredients you thought like that it would have no longer been the wonder of the world anymore if you're going to come up with that trash breakdown of what the pyramids were built off of. That makes no sense whatsoever.
And the interesting thing is the limestone casing stones, some of them withered away and some were taken. They're not there anymore. Limestone doesn't last forever. But yes, of course, this is why when I had the debate with Unc West, imagine the ego of the brother Unc West to actually think he won a debate with me to explain how the pyramids were built. Imagine the ego of Rasul to think, forget about Tehuti, forget about the debate. You have the answer to how the pyramids were built. You, Unc West, it's over. The 7 wonders of the world is over. The geologists and the archaeologists and the chemists just have to come to you. You actually think you won a debate explaining how the pyramids were built? You won? So you have Nobel Peace Prize. So this is crazy. So
Mr. Pseudo himself.
Oh my goodness. So everybody who saw that answer, if you were appreciative of that information and you liked it, I tell people that this is what I do for a living. If you like the answer and if you want to give an extra tip or anything, if you feel that it was worth anything to you, you can Cash App T.O.M, PayPal at RockySV, and just put little extra tip for the answer. Here's an extra tip for you. Just like you see the break dancers, and even though you can't stay and watch the whole show, how many people, how many hundreds of us walk by the break dancers or the mime or the guy that's dressed like Michael Jackson or Spider-Man or the one doing the magic show? You don't have time to watch the whole half-an-hour show, but you watch about 5 minutes of it and you just throw him $5 and you throw him support and you go on with your day, but you know that he's doing a good job, so you don't even have to watch the whole show because you got to get to work, but you still support it. If you saw this breakdown and you appreciate what you saw, I want you to support a Cash App T.O.M, and I'm going to break down one thing before I take a break and let you brothers talk. Let me break this down. One thing. It's Scribe. Oh, Scribe is still driving, right? Scribe can't come in the room. Okay, Scribe, let me know when you can come in or when you get your destination. But I want everybody to know something here. I'm gonna break another matrix here because there are a lot of people watching, and we're gonna do a shout out to those who donated when the show wasn't even on. But I want to wait a minute, where is it? Hey, where is it? What's going on here? Hold on a second, everybody. Oh, here it is. Okay, boom. Hey, what's gone? Oh, I got it. I think I got it. My computer is just going in a circle. We'll see if it pulls up. But I want everybody to know this while this computer is pulling this up, is that there are a lot of people that are watching the Tehuti Podclass, and they're not supporting the Tehuti Podclass. They're not supporting the answer. They're not giving donations and support for what it is that is being brought. And I want everybody to think about this. Here's a little some words of wisdom that will maybe change everybody's thinking. And that is, when you come into the conscious community, our knowledge of self, our Kemet, or West Africa, or anything of that sort, you're always taught something. You're always taught something about the ancient culture and how they actually interacted with each other as far as giving and taking. And what was that system we all learned, everybody? We all learned the bartering system. Everybody knows this system. That is, we didn't have money back then. So therefore you had 4 cows and you could take 1 cow and give it to the scribe, and the scribe would sit down and teach you and give you a written per Haru, or maybe 2 cows. You would take your 1 cow and you go to the other person and they give you 50 ducks. So it is an ebb and flow reciprocity system that is one of the first things we all learned when we came into African study. Is there anybody in this room that never heard of this before? It's literally the first thing you learn about Africa was that there's no money. It was give and flow. Give and flow. You meet someone, I will take 20 ducks for this cow, 20 chickens for this donkey. And you give, I'll give you this piece of clothes, you will give me 3 rubies. And this is how the society worked. I will work for you for 20 days and you give me 15 ducks, and there was no money involved. Money didn't come until recently. And this included knowledge. You had to work half of a year to receive the Book of the Dead that you all are buying for $12.99 off Amazon. Well, that 78-foot book 5,000 years ago was half your year's earning. Half of your year's earning is what you had to work before you got 1 per Haru. That is knowledge being given, and you're working for it. So in ancient times, it was an ebb and flow system of reciprocity for physical items, knowledge, meditation, and you give because you thought it was worth something valuable. Who invented the concept of just taking the knowledge and not giving money for it? Where did that come from? Is that from Africa? Is that from Africa? I just want to know from everybody. Because everybody says knowledge is free, and knowledge is the free, and the free to the knowledge. And what ancient papyrus says that? Who says that? Where did that concept come from? Where did the concept come from that somebody came in, took and grabbed the knowledge and gave nothing for it, and grabbed the women and gave nothing for it, and grabbed the children and gave nothing for it, and disturbed the ebb and flow of give, take, reciprocity, bite the apple, eat the apple to the core, take the seeds, plant it back into the ground, into Mother Earth. The tree will grow, eat the apple, walk the apple 50 feet to plant the seed somewhere else, ebb, flow, ebb, flow. Who created the concept of, I will take your knowledge and give you nothing for it? Where did that come from? Where did that come from? That came from the ancient witch doctors? That came from the wise men of West Africa? Where did that come from, everybody? Didn't that come from the colonizer? Isn't the colonizer the inventor of that? The colonizer is the inventor who that's a brand new concept to the world. I will take knowledge and give nothing for it. That is in no papyrus. That is in no walls of the pyramids. That is in no anything written by any ancient person. It was introduced to Africa by groups of Europeans that said, F you, we're taking your knowledge. That's your tomb, we're robbing that. That's your Purim Haru, we're taking that too. Oh, there's more underground, we're gonna take that too. And the African is like, what are you giving? I'm giving you the shotgun, boom. And I'm taking your woman, I'm gonna take that too. That's your child, that's my slave, I'm taking that too. I'm taking your knowledge, your wisdom, I'm gonna create Christianity from it. I'm going to claim it. I'm going to take your knowledge, create the Septuagint, create the Bible. I'm taking your knowledge because I'm going to invent into the world that knowledge is free. I'm going to create that concept. It's free because I'm taking it from you. And I'm going to rape your woman in front of you and take your ancient books. And I'm going to make new religions from your books. And it's free to me because I'm a colonizer. Now, here we are in 2023, and there's people in the chat, people watching the podcast, quoting the colonizer. Quoting the colonizer, using the concept. It's okay, Tehuti. It's okay. Drop that knowledge. Yo, knowledge is free, man. It's going to take the knowledge. I'm absorbing something, but I'm going to give nothing for it. You are a beautiful colonizer. You are doing exactly what your father, the European, taught you to do well, and you're a good child of his. You're a good example to teach your children the ways of the colonizer, because none of that is in the ancient papyrus. It was an ebb and flow system. Even when we took from the earth never had to ask us to give anything back. Because when you read the ancient papyruses, read the ancient stories of all the cultures, you take from the earth, you take the seeds and put it back to the earth. You don't just chew on those seeds because they taste good. You spit them out, put them back in the earth, and you give back. That is what this did. The melanated beings did. Someone else came in with some yellow type hair and some other type of different look and said, F that. This knowledge is free. I'm taking it, and I'm going to eat your mummies too. I'm going to eat them. That's free food too. So that concept of taking the knowledge and giving no reciprocity for it, if anybody can prove that's an African concept, I will get one of my students to cash out you $1,000. If you can go back to any ancient, before the colonizer came in, we will cash out you $1,000. So I want everybody to know, when you're watching this and you're not supporting, you are a great colonizer. I'll be back, everybody. Peace and love. Hotep support.
Whoa, SABA, that was a bar. He just went in.
And you know how when he first started off and you're like, oh, I got something to add on to that. And then like SABA just kept going, and I'm like, nah, that's perfect. There's no need to put anything else on top of that. He hit it right on the money. I just felt like, all right, yeah, what he said was spot on. There's nothing added to that, and no one has an excuse after that. For those who he's relaying that message to, I'm just saying, like, there's really no excuse, because if you're going to whatever reason that particular person is showing up for, what does it benefit you? Like, what are you using this knowledge for? And if it is for righteousness, if it is for ma'at, then you're already abusing right on top of that before your beginning even starts with the knowledge. And that's what I'm talking about, man. Cool. You know what I mean? Like, it's that part.
Yes.
How do you want to benefit those who you want to help them, you want to lead them, and you're like, I'm going to extract this knowledge from SABA, but yet I'm going to ignore exactly what he just dropped right now. It spoils everything that they're sowing. And that's why I'm like, man, hey, SABA just dropped the mic once again.
Yes, and it's very important that we know that what's sacred is what's sacred. If you're stealing, you're no different than the grave robbers. You are taking from the sacrifice of 30 years from our SABA and not giving reciprocity. You violating. Like, you're not. We are about reciprocity and ma'at, and you are in here being a spy, and you're stealing, and you're not contributing. That's on you. And so I just know that our enemies will destroy each other. They will destroy each other. So have an unpeaceful journey is all I'll say about that.
Hey, you know what, man, cool. What you saying that right now, that lets me know that whoever's doing that and they're watching this, if you're extracting the knowledge, therefore you believe in the Natiru, right? Like, you believe in them, right? You wouldn't be here if you didn't believe in them, right? So imagine when that Eve gets judged on the scales of ma'at, when you transition, imagine what that's doing right now. Like imagine that person's E being weighed on the scales from what SABA Tehuti is talking about. And that's what I'm saying. It's a whole different thing if you don't believe in it and you want to run off and just and create some kind of false teachings, right? That's a whole different atmosphere, right? That's a whole different perspective. But those who are really trying to extract and they believe in the teachings, how can you even think you're going to benefit that once you transition, and thinking that on the scales of my eye, your Eve is going to be light as a feather. It doesn't even connect.
Yes, that's on point. And I think too, maybe me as a new student, I think it's very important that we get information and that we know some people are teaching who have not been given the blessing to teach. If you aren't even acknowledging the teacher, you're not fit to teach. You don't even acknowledge or you not giving praise and honor. You're not even telling who you so-called teaching to where you're getting your teachings from. You violating. You're not in my eye.
That's why I say the love is fake, the hate is real, because you benefiting from this information. It's a fact. It's a fact. Argue with me, as they say. You benefiting from this information. It's an absolute fact. So you sneak learning and you're benefiting from the information and you're not even liking, subscribing, and donating. You're not even doing that. And it's a shame because I'm going to just be real with you. Nothing you can donate is worth the information that's being brought forth. No amount of the fiat, whatever this thing that we've agreed to exchange for goods and services in this time, that's just pieces of paper with the colonizers' faces on it, with their ancestors, right? You're not even like you hustling backwards. It's a fact. So you're definitely benefiting. And like I said before, right? I used to work in a grocery store, and every single night we would restock the shelves with food. We would replenish whatever was sold that day. But never, and I worked in a food warehouse where they never was out, like the warehouse was never empty with things to eat. But the fact of the matter is that they say we have a hunger problem. We have a hunger problem. How do we have a hunger problem and the grocery stores never sell out of food? Every night when they close, when they lock the doors up, they still have food in there. So do we have a hunger problem, or do we have a who decides who eats problem? And we're behaving just like them. An apple don't charge you to eat it. Somebody does, but an apple don't charge you to eat it. It's a built-in reciprocity. Everything that comes out of your body, if you were to, whatever it is, any fluid, anything would go to benefit that apple tree. And even you passed away right there by the tree, your physical will go to benefit that apple tree to feed your children. Once it brought forth fruit, right? It's built in, but we won't even plant a tree. We won't even donate. We value all. Listen, let me tell you, like Saba said, we value everything that's detrimental to us. Everything. We don't put value where real value is supposed to be, and that's on knowledge, and that's on uplifting our brothers and helping each other. We are on these different platforms, tearing each other down and bringing forth nothing. Ma'at means the scales balance exactly. So that means cut down a tree, plant a tree. Ancient cultures did that. They cut down a tree, they planted a tree. There was no such thing as sport fishing, sport hunting. Just kill something to kill it. This is new, and this was introduced. This was introduced to us, and we've just adopted it, and we just go along like it's no Like it's no big deal. No big deal. And it is absolutely detrimental to us. And it's a shame because we could win as a team. We absolutely could win as a team. So we need to like, subscribe, comment, donate, and appreciate the truth. If you really appreciated the truth, then it would be no problem. Like the rapper who passed away, he had the Proud to Pay. I think his name was Ermias Ashkadon. People know him as Nipsey Hussle. And he was selling, when everyone was selling their mixtapes for $10 or $20, he was selling it for $100, and people were proud to pay. Proud to pay for that, right? I'm proud to pay. I'm proud to donate. I'm proud to support, because this information that SABA is bringing forth is beneficial to me. And I know it's beneficial to you. I know it's beneficial to everybody that's listening and that's watching and that tunes in. So we have to start supporting the real, as it used to be cool to say. Support the real. We got to do better, man. We really, really, really absolutely have to as a people. So I'm grateful. I'm grateful for my teacher. I'm grateful for these brothers on the panel. Henu to the great Ahati Ma'at. Henu to Primordial Thought. Henu to Ani Pata Atin. Henu to Minku Ara Mary Ma'at. Henu to our great SABA Tehuti. And all this return. We got to build each other up, man. It's, we have to, we really do, because we running out of time. The time is now, and that was excellent, man. That breakdown that SABA brought forth, as everything that SABA brings forth, and his consistency is unmatched. Yeah. His consistency is unmatched in this modern day and time.
Hey, Tef, it's funny that you say that, because when you say about running out of time, sometimes I think about like, all right, well, how many times have I reincarnated? Right? Like, how many times? Like, I think about stuff like that. And even though, we have certain dreams sometimes. I remember Sharika had mentioned something in one of the MEDU class. I was watching the replay, and she said that she gets certain glimpses of her previous lives, and she'll wake up and she'll remember certain things. Like, that's her brain actually functioning. And I was like, man, I have dreams like that. I have the same type of dreams, and I think about, like, all right, well, how many times have I reincarnated, and can I identify my actual course that I'm supposed to be in? So before I even met SABA, you just have this passion that's inside of you, and you like, man, why am I keep getting pulled towards this direction? So long story short, it's led me all the way up to SABA. And then I look and I'm like, man, like, ain't nobody teaching like him, man. Like, ain't nobody, people not out here. Like, I don't just run into teachers just like him. And so that puts me in this present time, and I'm like, all right, well, obviously, if Saba's teaching us all of this, man, and he's dropping, man, y'all gotta get the MEDU class for 49. I think it's 49. I want to say it was on the 6th. On the 6th, like, Saba hit me up and he wanted to know if I purchased that class, and I'm so happy that I did, man, because he's unlocked some things within me, and it's letting me know that I'm exactly where I need to be. And when you mention about running out of time, man, sometimes you find yourself in a certain frequency right now, like Saba's teaching this stuff right now. If he decided to transition, or he decided to say, all right, I'm done, hey, what do you do after that now? Hey, do you feel like you've gathered enough information? If you feel like he's this unlimited source, like a well, if you feel like he's this unlimited source, how much are you benefiting? How much are you pulling from that well? And do you feel like you have enough information in you to go on
and finish your life cycle to say, hey, I'm going to become this netter, and SABA has given me enough for me to continue this journey and continue this path that he's put me on. If you feel like you're not even ready for that, then you definitely at the right place. You definitely at this moment in time, right now, you definitely is at a place right now that you gotta reap all the benefits from. And that's why I say invest in yourself. SABA is right here at your service. All you got to do is show your reciprocity. I haven't seen him turn anybody down. I haven't seen him when someone give a donation, he say, nope, I ain't doing that. Thanks for your donation. I've never seen it. Like, I've never seen it. He has not done that. So for me, I'm like, man, just invest in yourself. Whatever you feel like you can extract from him, hey, just give whatever that is. And you can, and he can help build you to whatever that is that you want to be. But Hotep, SABA, I appreciate you, man. I appreciate all that you do for me. I appreciate everything. I appreciate those, like I said, those text messages that you answer. You never leave me on red. You never ignore me. You always answer. I know that you're a busy netter, and I appreciate when you get to me, and you never leave me shortchanged. And I don't know how many times I have to say that, but SABA, man, like, hey, I appreciate you, man. I appreciate you. And I thank you for all that you do, man.
Thank you, my good brother. Yes, absolutely. Nobody have any clue of how busy I am. But thank you, appreciate that. Definitely. Absolutely. I have clients. I have so many things happening. I care for 32 animals. I have a whole a complete animal rescue system. So I appreciate that you appreciate my time. Gentlemen, beautiful words. We're going to get into a donation announcement that I want to make right now to the beautiful people. While something was happening with me and I was unable to do the class, how do I look? Do I look like I have just some light coming? Do I look clear, but there's some light?
You got that Bruce Leroy, SABA. You shining.
Shining down on you, SABA.
Oh,
the raise. What's the hands? Is
the
raise.
Oh my gosh. Okay, so I'm gonna go with this for just a while, and then I'll. Nanny, do me a favor. Let me see. I want to see if it actually changes. 1 second, everybody. I'm gonna turn off a particular light and see if I want to see something. So now I turn off that light there. I'll right back home. Let me see.
Yeah, I heard a word today. That I haven't heard in a long time, and that's obligation. And so SABA has been consistent and dedicated in his obligation to the ancestors and to the netter. And so we should feel the same obligation to him and to each other and Ma'at. We think that we're individuals, but we're not. We have an obligation. And even if we don't uphold it, it backfires. It works against us. We have an obligation. And we don't believe that we do, but we actually do have an obligation to our ancestors and to Ma'at.
Wonderful. Yeah. Thank you, bro. Absolutely true. Thank you all for the beautiful words and the appreciation. It's almost 10 o'clock. We're going to go and get into the people that I'm going to go ahead and show the people that want to keep the podcast going. And those are the people that supported last week's podcast and throughout the week, even though I wasn't able to make it. Some people didn't support because there was no podcast. That's like me not teaching a podcast because you don't come. But you're going to watch on YouTube tomorrow. So here we go, everybody. I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to go ahead and read the donations here. Here we go. and this should be on the screen right now. And do you have the ability to give some noise, Amatef?
Yes, sir. Awesome.
Okay, give some big noise. Give some hand claps, big noise. Oh no, it's not good. The sound isn't good. I'm gonna go ahead and do it. The sound isn't.
I know what the problem is. I know what it is, Saba. Hold on. Oh no.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
Let me go ahead and give a big hit. Okay, until you fix it. Let me go ahead and give a big horn sound. Everybody, this is for the people. This is for the people that donated, supported the Podclass, even though there was no Podclass took place last week. They know that I'm still working in the background. They know that something is happening. I'm not doing the Podclass because I said, I'm just gonna take a break today. It's not happening. Something major took place. I am back, and I am healthy. I'm back. Something major took place, but I'm going to go ahead and read off the beautiful supporters of the Podclass who actually supported the Podclass. So here it is, everybody. So Tua, to the great supporters. What's that?
How does it sound now?
Let's hear it. No, it's in the back. I can't hear it. Okay, so Tua, to the great supporters who supported the last week's Podclass, even though it was rescheduled. These are the people that want to see the Podclass continue, even though there was a temporary emergency. Peace and love, and we appreciate you. And so we're going to go through all the people here that supported. Let me go ahead and hold on, I'm going to go ahead and fix this here. So let me go ahead and put the air horn noises on. Shout out to all the great supporters. These are the people that actually continue to donate, even though there was no Podclass taking place. And I'm going to go ahead and name them off and give salutations and peace and adoration to all of you who continue to support. And who do we have here? Let me close all this up. Close this weird McCafe thing. And there it is. That's way better. Is that you?
Yeah.
There it is. You figured it out. At least the horn one you did. Okay. So here we go, everybody. Shout out to Atef Ram Kem Ma'at, $20.23. Amun Ma'at Ray, $33.72. Still supporting even though there was no Podclass, or donated right afterwards. Shout out to Amun Min. Amun Ma'at Ra. Shout out to Anthony Drain, who is Zeptepi Slim. Shout out to Higa Kepra, who is Ajax. $25.72, $40.72 from Higa Kepra. $25.72 from Anthony Drain. Shout out to Nito Campbell with the $18. Shout out to Sincere Austin, who actually gave for a special one-on-one that I actually gave. I'm actually going to do for something extremely important that I have to do with him. Shout out to Eric G. That's it for the $3.33. Shout out to Daryl, $5.08. Humble Bookstore, $3.33. Shout out to Big Ed Leisure, $25. Shout out to Bella, the beautiful Bella, this major supporter who never ever lets me down. Shout out to $120.72. Nuku, $27.72, and $33.33. Sarah Broomfield with $25 for reciprocity. Shout out to Stephen Escalar, $33.72. Shannon Sutter with $11.11. These are people that donated even though the Podclass was not happening. And now, to the great supporters who supported last week's Podclass, even though it was rescheduled. These are the people that want to see the podcast continue. Even though there was a temporary emergency, they supported throughout the week. So they even were donating even after, in between the podcast, even though they couldn't that day or they didn't that day, or even though they did. And now who do we have here? We have Anu who gave for 2 MetaNetter classes and reciprocity $79. We have the Ethereum question that we actually just went over. Emmanuel Rodriguez with $9.99. We have $9.99. We have Amun Ra Sut Amun Atum Amun Min Ra Sut Atum $22. Shout out to you. We have Amun Ra Sut Atum. We did that already. Primordial Thought with a $50 tips for the sex magic class and a MetaNetter class that I gave. Shout out to him. Shout out to $4 from Broken Windows. I've never even heard of that name before. Shout out to Angela Gates for the $10. Shout out to $3.33 again. Shout out to Sarah with another $5.55. Shout out to Orvin J. Elliston, $10. Shout out to Sherry Ka for support of the original Ethernet, Origins, Tree Root, Mycelium. Just gave $42 for support for that breakdown. These are the people that were donating throughout the week, even though there wasn't a pod class. Shout out to them. I wanted to give them a special tribute. Peace and love. We love you very much. These are the people that want the podcast to survive and have faith that it's coming back, even though for that week it's not there. So shout out to them. Appreciate you very much. Now we're going to get into a couple of the recent donators, everybody. Some of the recent donators that I'm going to give appreciation and respect to.
Please subscribe and follow me on all social media.
We have I've never heard of this name before, but I'm going to give a shout out to L Walk. L Walk for $5. Let me go ahead and put this as I don't know if anybody's ever heard of L Walk. It's a brand new name. Shout out to the brand new people because they always start out with testing it out with $5, $10. That's what Rigo did, and now he's up to $100. So shout out to the new people coming out, testing it out, giving support, even though I don't, we may not know of them, but appreciate you all very, very much. I'm going to go ahead and show this on the board. That's a brand new person, and this is L Walk. Thank you very much, L Walk. Let me put this on the screen. Mr. L to the Walk. And there it is. $5. Shout out to L Walk. L Walk. Is that shown on the screen yet, gentlemen?
Not yet. It's loading.
There it goes. Okay. Yes. Okay, good. $5 to L Walk. Let's move on to the next. And the next one is Menkora, who said, what did he say? What's this? $11.11. Just because. Okay. Is that on the screen there?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, $11.11. Just because. Thank you, good brother. And I want to tell everybody that this brother is one of the biggest donators, supporters ever, and he's actually let me turn off this hand clap. He's actually donating and putting in for the event in ways that he hasn't even told me yet. So he's more than likely, obviously, giving up some of his own money to get an event going. You have to give up some kind of money, right? So he's supporting in that way. So appreciate the good brother. And I'm sure if he showed his tab of what it takes to get that going, I'm sure it would blow away these be one of the biggest donations. So thank you, Mankora, appreciate you. Okay, let's go on to the next. The next is Black Alucard. Black Alucard came as the first of the biggest donators, and it is. He always says the same thing, and now that the brother Atef has deciphered his language, which is TFTK, which Atef said it means thanks for the knowledge. Now every donation he gives says that. So wonderful. Let me go ahead and put that on the screen. Shout out to you. Give him some big noise. Now you can give him the horns. $50. Shout out to you, my good brother, Black Alucard. Give him the horns. Atef, see if I can hear the horns. Thank you. $50 for TF. What is that? I can't even see it. TFTK. That's in.
Thanks for the
That's
knowledge.
the new initials.
Thanks for the knowledge.
The Black Alucard Rosetta Stone was deciphered by Atef, and now we all know what that means. Thank you so much, because this man hardly says anything. Black Alucard, even when he comes to MEDU class, you don't really hear him speak, right?
SABA, he don't answer no questions.
No. He doesn't speak. He doesn't answer. He just is quiet. Peace, Bijan Pharaoh. Peace and love to you, my good brother. Peace and love.
Hey, peace, SABA.
Okay.
Peace to all.
Yes, sir.
Good to see y'all.
Peace. Yes. And now we have the next one up, Sal Vega. Is that on the screen yet?
Yes.
Give him some big noise. Sal Vega, $22.20. Being that Ma'at protector and Hex Hika corrector. I like that. Ma'at protector and Hex Hika corrector. Thank you very much. Appreciate you. And the next, of course, is Nito Campbell. Nito Campbell, who always gives the same before the podcast even starts. You can count on him to give his $18. Shout out to Nito Campbell. I'll give him a little hand clap. Do you have any hand clap sounds that are clear, Atef?
One longer than that?
Yeah, there we go. Shout out to you. Appreciate you. And now to this one, Ajax, who is Higa Kepara. We'll do this one, then I'll get into the next question. Higa Kepara, $35.72. Inu Saba for recovery. Peace. Thank you very much. Peace to you. Thank you. Okay, everybody. I want to give a shout out to the rest of the donators. I see you. I haven't said your name yet, but we're gonna. Don't worry. I see all. Eric G. That's it. I see. Who is this here? I see Johan Biladu. All of you. You're all gonna get your shout out in a moment after I answer this question. I see a lot of you in here. Sarah Jean's in here. Uh-oh. I just saw Rigo. I'm not even gonna say what he just. I just saw Rigo. Sarah G's in here. Primordial Thoughts in here. Netter Uncotep L. Okay, everybody. We're going to get to the next question of the Tehuti Podclass. It's going to be great, everybody. Here we go. Bijan Pharaoh. You sent me an email. I haven't clicked on it yet, but we're going to, more likely it's probably about the one-on-one. I'm assuming. I'm going to check it out and see. And then we'll set up a time and get that done, man. Get that done. This schedule to this weekend is crazy, and I have one of my mentors as a birthday coming up. I'm organizing for that, and all kind of things happening. So, but definitely we're gonna get our one-on-one in, because you're actually, I don't do one-on-ones, but you are an exemption. You are, for this particular situation. I have to do it. I feel so. But anybody can send me money for a one-on-one right now, and I'll either send it back or give them a netter class. Speaking of which, you're welcome, good brother. Speaking of which, everybody, where is Scribe? Because I want to play his the new video, but I'll play it when he comes back next time. Speaking of which, everybody, what do you say?
I said, I need the echo of Tehuti.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah, I just wanted to come on for a few seconds before I get back to work, man. I miss y'all. Good to see y'all. And Henu and Hotep Ma'at. Peace and love.
Hotep Ma'at, peace and love, everybody. Peace and love to you, BJ and Pharaoh. We're gonna talk. We're gonna set something up and get this done. You're a priority because I want to get to you since the situation is fresh and new. I want to get it. I want to get it as soon as possible.
Sure. Whenever you get a chance, and I know you're a busy man, so whenever you get a chance, you can just email me back, set up a date and time. So I'm all for it, Salo. I'm all for it.
Okay, wonderful. Everybody, MEDU Netter Monday class. I've just extended the StreamYard for more people to come in. Only 11 people can come in the MEDU Netter Monday class. This is the only class where you can get your one-on-one, your questions. This is the only class where you can get personal information, rituals, actual magic. The last one, I don't know if Primordial thought, I think you got it. Listen, the last class, what is that number, 49?
49, Saba, 49.
49.
49.
Oh my goodness, that class there, I released so much magic and ritual in the last couple of classes, how to fight off succubuses, demons, how to create visualization, how to change objects on your wall, imagery, all type of things. Somebody gave me a testimony that they saw all type of things on the wall after they did the experiment, the wall experiment. I'll tell you right now, everybody that's in that room got the wall experiment, right? The black dot on the wall, right? Right, Atef? Right, everybody?
Yes.
Yes,
among other things.
Yes.
Right. So that black dot on the wall, I'm going to tell you this, that it can change to real life. So I had a student, and the thing on the wall itself changed. It wasn't just her peripheral. It wasn't just in her mind. The wall reconstructed physically for normal people to walk into a room and see, and it changed to my face with a part of a Namuz crown on the side. And in her wall, in the the sheetrock of the wall reformed into my face on her wall, so that you can touch. So everybody come to the MEDU Netter classes. Come understand. Email me if you want to know how to get into these magical classes. It's understanding the MEDU Netter language, but understanding what MEDU Netter, the word, actually means. These are magical words. So, all right, everybody, jump in because there's only 11 seats, and there really is only 4 because you got people like Sarah Broomfield and Carolina Mencina that are prepaying for seats. They prepay for the month, so there's not that's not 11. That's already 9 right there because they're sending money for all weeks, so they're not even giving anybody any chance to take their seat. So come to the MEDU Netter class. You could literally send the money 5 minutes late and not be in the class because it's only 11 seats. All right, everybody, you ready? We're going to get into the next answer of the Tehuti Podclass, and you brothers stay on while I announce the question. Is Nukpu Robert Raisin? Is Robert Raisin? Robert Raisin has multiple names. Is Nukpu here? Is Robert Yakaru here? Amun? Okay, good. Okay, we're going to get into his, and who asked about, we're going to get into his answer, and then after that, we're going to do the matriarch one. So let's see what his question is. Let's see what his question is. So he didn't really give a large amount, but that's fine because he gives multiple different amounts that actually add up. But he actually requested a little reverse engineering on his name. Let's see, where is he? Nukpu. Where is he? Open with. Let's see if this is it. Nukpu. I hope this is it. If not, I'm gonna close this and restart. There you go. Sata. You're in. Sata is gonna be in this next answer too. Sata's in the answer. Okay, good. Okay, good. I got it here. Here it is. Nookpoo asked for a little reverse breakdown of his name, and I'm actually gonna break it down. Let's go. Okay, let's get to his let's expand this. Let's get to where the donation is and the question. So Nookpoo sent, what did he send? He sent so many donations. Which one is the donation? Is this it? $9? Yeah. $9.72 for a name breakdown, but he gave a couple other donations on the same time. Oh no, wait. Hold on, don't do that yet. Not yet. Hold on. Okay, here we go, everybody. I'm gonna go ahead and put his donation in the room here. Nookpoo. He gave $9, and he also gave $9.99. Okay, here it is, everybody. So here is his donations that he gave. Nookpoo. Where is it? There it is. Okay, so we're gonna give him some noise because he actually gave $20 with all of them combined. So he says, "Enu SABA breakdown Nookpoo." I'm gonna give him some. The tough sound isn't that.
Can I hear it? It's really low.
It's very low. Yeah, but that's okay. I'm gonna so there it is right there. Shout out to Nookpoo. $9.72 for a breakdown of his name. Breakdown of Nookpoo. And he also back to back with that. Okay, that was loud. Also back to back with that, he gave $9.99 for Iniad Pesjet Ma'at. And then he gave like $3.33. So overall he gave over $20-something. So we're gonna go ahead and give this breakdown. So Nookpoo, what does his name mean? Is there anything deep about that name? Anything deep about those words? We're going to go ahead and find out. Everybody, welcome to Tehuti Podclass. Please support the podcast as I am answering questions. You can send your donation to Cash App TTM Moon, PayPal at Rocky SV, and it will show up in the Gmail. And then after I answer, I will read yours as one of the donations and support or questions that you gave. There it is, PayPal at Rocky SV, Cash App TTM Moon. Plus, it should be scrolling at the bottom. No, it says class is starting shortly. That's not correct. There it is right there. Okay, good. All right, everybody, we're about to get into it. Let's get into the next question of the Tehuti Podclass, the most unique platform on the internet at right now and forever. The only class that you can come into, and there'll be no yelling. There'll be no screaming. There'll be no, I'm not talking about court cases. I'm not talking about pedophiles. I'm not talking about what your mother did last night. I'm not talking about if your girl likes to rub your nostrils. I'm not talking about any of that. This is strictly information and facts. And all those other channels are going down because they're self-destructing. And you'll notice now that they're turning on their own selves, because they're running out of ISFED and things to attack. So now they're attacking. That's what AIDS does. That's what virus does. After the virus is done with the host, it turns on whatever else is there to eat, including when the piranhas run out of food in that part of the river, they start eating themselves. They don't, the crabs eat themselves. So that's what happens with ISFED. And it's a beautiful, I want them to continue because it helps my workout. It helps me get extra reps. It's very motivational, and they're tearing themselves apart. I wish they would just come to Ma'at, but they're just ripping their own selves apart. Negativity. We have no parts of that. None at all. Let's get into it, everybody. All right, gentlemen, I'm going to see you in the chat. We're going to get into the next question of the Tehuti Podclass. Let's go. Nukpu, nukpu.
Peace and love, SABA.
Peace and love. 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 Peace and extra love. And more love. Peace and love and more love on top of the love. Here we go, everybody. We're about to get to the next question of the Tehuti Podclass. Let's get into it. The question was from breakdown of the name, Nukpu, Nukpu. I don't know why I like saying that name so much, but he sent in, if I can break it down and explain it, the definitions of the interesting thing is that he knows and everybody knows. If you were to send this question to anyone else and just say, break down Nukpu, Nukpu, all they're going to give you is a translation. Nuk, like their MEDU. I'm going to give you an example of a Tehuti MEDU Monday class. So when you see on the screen MEDU Nukpu, Nukpu, the regular person, if you were to ask any of the other any conscious teacher or any Kemetic teacher, they would say, well, Nuk means I, Pu means this, and that Nukpu means this. Not of the Tehuti Podclass. No. Here we go. Let's step into all the dimensions. Here we go, everybody. Boom. Let's get into it, everybody. What is this on the screen? What is that on the screen? Press 9 if you can hear me, everybody. Press 9 if you can hear me. If you are supporting, press 9. If you're a colonizer, just hide in the background and absorb the knowledge for free. But if you're supporting, if you hear me, press a 9. Press a 9. Let me check the room and see if everybody can hear me. What is this on the screen? Why is there a brain on the screen? Why would there be a brain on the screen for me to break down Nukpu, Nukpu? Here you go, everybody. This is an example of the MEDU classes that you are either receiving or you are missing. Here is my translation of Nukpu, Nukpu. Are you ready? The Tehuti, Humble LLC, peace and love. God was, I am, peace and love. Scribe is not in the room, by the way. God is, I am. So if you do send an ether donation or anything tonight, send me a direct email with it, and I can. Because Scribe's not in here interacting; he's driving right now. So let me know directly. I don't want you to get lost in the mix. What is my translation of Nukpu, Nukpu? What is Tehuti's translation of Nukpu, Nukpu? Simple word, Nuk means myself. Pu means what is. Boom. Answer over, everybody. I'm glad you like the Tehuti Podclass. No, we're not going to do that. We're going to do what you all love and start off with the 3 realms of the brain. Oh my goodness. Why is Tehuti going into the 3 realms of the brain? Because there's 3 realms of the brain: the neocortex, human brain, that's the logical abstract thought, the limbic system, the mammalian, and then we're going to go into the oldest part, which I've broken on other pod classes, which is the reptilian complex, survival, reproduction. The brainstem is the oldest part of the brain, as it's the first to develop and evolve. Guess what it is called? It's called the reptilian brain. Of course it is, because those were the first creatures on the planet. Reptilians and amphibians, and their scales come from fish, which are the original beings that lived in the water as well. When they came on the earth, they kept their scales and eventually evolved into us. Well, it is responsible for all the vital, respiratory, and cardiac functions. It also acts as the information vehicle to the spinal cord. So the oldest part of your conscious communication vehicle to control your actions is not the human aspect, but an aspect that traces far back to our animal reptilian side. The true self, the real self, the oldest part of self is this part of the brain. The characteristics of the reptilian brain, what is it responsible for? It is responsible for the same frequency as the beta wavelength, which is the frequency of survival. That's what keeps you alive. The brain is also known. Oh, hold on. I didn't take the last timer off, did I? I bet I didn't. I bet it's at 3 hours or something. Let me look at this. It said, yep. Oh my goodness, I gotta remember to take this off. Here we go. All right, everybody. Boom, 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 boom. So the brain is also known as the R complex, reptilian brain. It's the one we share with other mammals and reptilians, reptiles. It is mainly responsible for starting our most basic primitive functions as protecting us from possible threats, defending ourselves, and fleeing to ensure our own survival. It's also in charge of carrying out some unconscious voluntary behaviors such as breathing, blood pressure, temperature. The reptilian part of you is responsible for your breathing. It is the real you. It is what keeps you alive. The reptilian brain, a reptilian complex, occupies approximately 5% of our total brain mass. There's your original 5%ers, the reptilian brain. All right, so the characteristics of the reptilian brain. This type of brain is not reflective and, on the contrary, acts unconsciously and instinctively. Thus, it is the real you. It's not reflective. It's unconscious and instinctive. It controls things that you don't control. The reptilian brain, because it is the real you keeping you alive. This is your oldest instinctive side, the physical aspect that influences your subconscious and conscious actions. This is what is called your biological imperative, aka your self-preservation, which is your reptile self. It is the reptile self that is keeping you preserved. Inherent in you throughout evolution, this is the oldest you, the oldest self. Reptiles are, for the most part, non-social, non-communal. When you hear people describe this lower self, as people say the lower self, here's the key. The popular description is they say it's ego-driven. When people talk about the lower self, they say it's ego-driven. Do you know what the word ego actually means? It's one of the most popular words used in any regular Greek sentence. Let me show you. What is the word ego? Ego is simply I. It says it's from ek, the word ek, and egg. Ek and egg. It's from the P-I-E, ek. Nominative form for the first person singular, the I. From the Hittite, uk. Uk is where you get the word ego from. Uk. Develops the word ego, boom. I is just a word that means I or self. So ego is just a word that means yourself, which is where we get the word selfish from, which is not bad. It is representation of you, biological imperative, the oldest part of your brain's function. In this society, it would seem egotistical to say, I am God. But guess where the word uk and nuk really derive from? So the word ego, now you're learning the word ego actually comes from the Hittite uk. And this comes from the way you say I, which is nuk. Nuk and uk are the same because the Hittite language derived from the MEDU netter. So the word nuk means I. That is the self. What is the self in ancient times? What did we know the self as? Well, scientifically, the oldest part of self is reptilian. What did the ancients say? Let's go. So uk and nuk are MEDU netter and Hittite. The Hittite language, some of it derives from the MEDU netter. It's the same thing. So now let's go to the Purim Haru of 1500 BC. And we're going to see the word uk. Uk and nuk developed the word ego. And it says the height of him, Kenamu, I, nuk, netter, I am God. I am the God, the great one who evolved myself into existence. knew, that is, who created his name, Paut. Neter as Neter, who then is he? There's your poo right there. See the poo? There's your nook. There's your poo. Who then is he? He is Ra, the creator. But over here I have in the green, nook. Nook means I, and it eventually became the word uk. Uk. That's why in the MEDU language, if you're going to say something that deals with yourself, you put the letter K at the end, which represents the uk. Uk, K becomes a soft G because K and G are the same letter. That's why the word no has a K in the beginning, and the word Gnostic, which means no, has a G in the beginning because K and G are the same word. So it is from uk and nook, and that develops the term ek or uk, and that develops egg, which develops ego. And that's why ego became a word for myself or I, because it came from the MEDU uk and nook, which are two MEDU words. And that is why we find in the Per Em Haru on plate 5, it says, I have fought for thee, I have made defeat for the foe, for thy name, Nook Tehuti, which is what? I am Tehuti, Nook. Okay? And what is the Per Em Haru mummification all about? It's all about yourself, self-preservation. You do not read the Per Em Haru as a direction of how to lead your mother through the afterlife. It's not about leading your son through the afterlife. It's not about leading your lady through the afterlife. The Per Em Haru is a personal book strictly for self-preservation. It's only for you. It is not for the other person. It is not for anyone else. It is about self, which is the true selfishness, which originally was a good thing because it was preserving yourself. And if everybody's in a community where they're preserving themselves, then they're naturally going to take care of everyone else. It's a natural thing that's going to happen. It is not the form of ego where you ignore everybody. You are taking care of everybody else because you love yourself. That's why you name things your. You say, this is my wife. Those are your children. Your has the word you in it because you see your children as you. And that's why you love your children more than the next door neighbor's children, because those children are you, and that's why you love them. Your lady is a part of you, and that's why you love her. It's all selfishness. It is because you like them. Okay. You like them because of what you like about yourself. That's why when you look for somebody, you find qualities that you like. It is about self-preservation. And that's why when you see a so-called mummy, which is called a sahu, no one else is in the mummy but the self. Every person has their own individual sahu. You don't see two people with one face on the front. They have their own because it is about self. That's why his hands are crossed. He is holding himself in the TMT, the tempt, self-preservation, so he can become a self-preserved being in the afterlife. He's not there for his mother. He's not there for his child. He's not there for his lady. He's not there for his second, fifth cousin on the third side. He is there for himself because in the end, when you pass, you are only responsible for yourself, which is the nook. But what is the nook? The nook is the I, but what's the symbol of it in MEDU? Well, here we go. Here we go. This is directly from my personal Per Em Haru. There is one of the terms for nook. Do you see that? That's one of the terms. Nook is also a serpent in MEDU. The rising serpent, the rebirth of the renewed serpent. Serpent is, the word nook is also a word for serpent. And you are the one rising up as the Seta. And if you look closely at this serpent, which is you, the original you, the nook, you're going to see a particular type of serpent. It's not one that rises its head and flares its hood out because it's angry. It's one that keeps the hood down while it rises with the two lines right here. See that? That represents the Nook, or you resurrecting as the serpent, the Sata. And that is why, ladies and gentlemen, for those who are new watching the screen, that is why I come to class and live my life with my Sata. There he is. You see the two lines? This is the exact Nook serpent that represents the original self that can rise like a regular cobra, but he doesn't rise because he's angry. He rises because he's looking around, as opposed to another type of cobra, the Indian cobra, which only rises because they're angry. This one doesn't rise. It rises to get a better look, observation, aka conscious awareness. That's why it rises its head. And it has the two lines right there, as you can see. That is the same serpent that is in the Per Em Haru. That is the cobra. That is the Nook. That represents the self rising, because only you can rise yourself in the afterlife. That is Sata. And that's why you see me with this particular Kemetic cobra, this particular one. This is the one that's in my Per Em Haru. And it's in your Per Em Haru too, if you own a Per Em Haru. All right, so there is Sata, there is the Nook. So Nook is a word for self, and we just found that scientifically the original self is a reptilian self. The Kemetians knew this, so their word for serpent was also Nook. Serpent is Nook, and self is Nook. Ooh, you see Nook, and next, the self, serpent, right there in the Per Em Haru. Which represents what? Look at the bottom there that I have circled. I am a long-lived snake. I pass the night. I am reborn every day. I am a snake, which is in the limits of the earth. I pass the might. I am reborn, renamed, rejuvenated. The serpent, rising, thus having 2 feet. The Kemetic cobra that I bring to the podcast every day. That is the representation of the original Nook. The rising self. As you are reborn, you're not there to reborn your child. You're not there to reborn your mother. You can only work on having yourself reborn. Then you can then pass on the knowledge to the next person, and they have to personally work on self. Nobody can make anybody else spiritual. Your spiritual path is individual. You can only receive the knowledge, and then it goes right back to Nook, self. So you look here now on page 210 of the Per Em Haru, on plate 32, except thou sayest my name, Ox of Seb is thy name. Now while I open thee, saith bolted the door is bolted, except thou sayest thy name, flesh of his mother is thy name. Not while I open to thee, saith the lock, the door. This is all in the Metanetter class when I've broken this down. This is all vibrational SABA openings, door unlocking, but that's a whole other class. Now, saith my name, liveth the Uwajit of Sobek, Lord of Baku, is my name. Not while I open thee, not will I let thee pass over me, the dweller of the leaf, the door. This except you tell me my name. The arm of Shu that places itself for the protection of Osiris is thy name. Nor will you allow me to pass, but us. The door except you say is thy name. And what is the name? The serpent children of Renunet. Do you see the last line there? Let me blow it up a little bit. Serpent children. What's the word for serpent children? Nook. See that? Nook. Nakinu. Nakinu, the pluralized. And look, N-K, Nook. You rise as the serpent children because the serpent is you. That's your real self. That's why they're showing 3 serpents there. That is you. You're the child that is being reborn. That's why it says serpent children, because it is yourself, the original you, that is being reborn, which is representative of the evolutionary you, and the evolutionary you is the oldest part of your brain that makes decisions for self-preservation, which is why the book of the afterlife is all about self-preservation, and the mummification process is all about what? Self-preservation. You becoming back your Nook self, the serpent self, and thus you become the child of Renunet. The serpent children of Renunet, which you clearly see is the word Nook, which bred the word Nikinu, which is the pluralized version of it, and there it is right there, the letter N and the letter K, Nook, serpent children. So the Kemetians knew your oldest self was the Nook, was the reptilian side, and that's the self that keeps you alive here, and that represents the oldest self that will have you reborn and keep you alive in the next realm. We're still on the Nook. This is my translation, and this is an example of what you get at a MEDU netter class. Go ask any of your other conscious teacher what Nook means and see if you get this. If you get this, then my students will cash check you and him $300 each, but you won't get this because they're lazy and will not take the time, and they don't have this type of gift. Let's get into it, everybody. Welcome to the podcast, because now when you're reborn out of an egg, symbolic egg, which is what? The Sahu. The Sahu is the original name for the mummy, what they call the mummification. The mummy is called Sahu or Sahu. I guard the egg. See the egg there, Sahut? That's the name for the mummy. That of the great cackler. Wait a minute. The great cackler is also called the neck. The nekek, which is the same as Nook. But the great cackler is a goose. How does this tie in? I watch and guard the egg because you're going to be reborn as the neck of the serpent children of Renunet. And now the great cackler, that is the goose, is also called the neck. And I grow and I grow and I live and I live and I smell air and I smell air, the Osar triumphant. So there's the egg that you're being reborn out of. And now the egg that you're being reborn out of, and then the nekek is now a goose. Well, the chapter of breathing in the Netter world, saith Osiris, and I am the egg. What? How do you say I am the egg? Nook. Nook Sahu. I am the egg. Combined with or enmeshed in the great cackler, the neck. The nekek, which is the same as the Nook. The nekek. The Nook. The great cackler. Why is there a great cackler being mentioned with you coming out of an egg? Welcome to Tehuti Podclass. Here we go, everybody. Welcome now, because when we look up on page 396, guess what the word neck and Nook also is? It is Naga. Remember, because the G and the K are the same. So we have Naga. But now Naga, Nagau, is the great bull. Then we have neck, the four-horned bulls. Now neck turns into a bull. And we have Nagau, the doorkeeper of the pylon. And then we have neck again to cackle. The great cackler to quack. Wait a minute. Why is this word going from serpent to self to bull to some type of duck that's cackling? The Nagag, the cackler, the great cackler, the Nagor, the goose goddess who laid the sun egg. The Naga, the goose goddess who laid the sun egg. Well, the true self is your origin, 0-point field energy represented by your birth, which is the serpent coming out of the serpent. What is that? What is the serpent coming out of the serpent? There is the word yod right there. And yod is the same word for sex, and yod is the same word for knowing knowledge. Because sexuality and knowledge and magic were the same thing. And that's why they took it and put in the Bible, Cain knew his wife and she conceived. Knowing and conceiving deals with the conscious plane, doesn't it? But why is it now knowing and conceiving deals with sex? because that's how things are originally born. The original knowing and conceiving took place on the mental plane with your original self. That's why when you think of something, it's called a concept. You conceive it. And when a woman has a baby, she conceives. Because to conceive is to produce something, to rebirth something. You know, I am born every day as the great serpent. So that is why the word Yod is 10, which is Med, which is also serpent again. So now let's get to the Nook, because the serpent coming out of the serpent, what is that? What is the serpent coming out of the serpent? Well, when we go to the Temple of Karnak, we see the Neter men ejaculating, but if we look even closer at this image, we see something that is truly amazing. What we see defies history as we know it, being that modern day science claims that microscopes were not invented until Giovanni Faber, a fellow of the Accademia della Scienze, coined the word microscope to describe an instrument in 1625. The compound microscope of the Italian Estaccio Divini Gustavi Campani testified to the significant improvement made to the instrument in the second half of the century, while in England, Robert Hooke reached new levels of excellence. Other innovations were introduced in the 18th century. When we go to the Temple of Karnak, what do we see? We see this. We see an erected penis ejaculating. When we blow it up and get closer, what do we see? We see a symbol that looks just like a sperm coming out of this ejaculated sperm. This is the serpent coming out of the serpent. That's why they call the penis today the one-eyed serpent, the one-eyed monster, because it is in the shape of a serpent, which gives birth to sperm that look just like another long swimming thing with the head at the top. And it is the serpent giving birth to the serpent. That's why we have the word tef, which means to spit out and eject anything from the body. It is similar to spitting out, and that's why when you have a son who looks like you, you say this is a spitting image. The concept of the spitting image is the penis spitting out sperm, coming from the concept of tef, and that's why the word atef means father, because it represents the viper, the fast-moving animal, the fastest striker in the world, which represents something ejaculating or shooting out fast and reproducing something. That is the viper, called the tef. So those fathers in Kemet were called tef, and thus the sperm is coming out of the self, which is you, and the sperm is coming out of a penis, which looks like a serpent. The neck coming out of the neck, which is self-rebirth. Thus, knowing equals sex, which is rex, rx, which is the word for knowing. That's the word for knowing and knowledge, by the way. It's rx. I'll do another class on that. But knowing, which is sex, which is birthing yourself. The penis ejaculating the sperm, birthing self. Now, we're going to continue on with what is this nekek. If everybody can see the screen just changed, press a 9. I'm going to come to the screen. If everybody can see the screen just changed, press a 9. Now you just see some bright green letters on the screen. Press a 9 so I can know if it's switched properly. Come on, Sata. Where are you going? Where are you going? Press a 9. Let me come in the room and see who pressed a 9. This is, how do you like, you're getting a taste of the MetaNetter class. You're getting a taste of me translating something. So now, we dealt with the word knowledge. The word knowledge, which was the same as Yod, which is conceived, the same as sexuality. And now, we look at the concept of where knowledge comes from in the MetaNetter. It comes from shesh. Shesh, which is writing documents. That's how you got your knowledge in Kemet. You got it from writing documents. So you see the word shesh here, and that develops sheshep. That develops sheshep there. What is sheshep? Sheshep now is light, radiance. Why? Because of course, when you receive knowledge, you're receiving light, consciousness. That's when we receive knowledge from the the Per-Em Harura from any papyrus, any shesh, or any book, they say that you're enlightened. So the Kemetians were so deep, the followers of Ma'at were so deep, that they took the same word for papyrus, for shesh documents, and that's the same word for radiance, day, sun. And thus, Sheshpi represents a light god. Now, when we look up, let me see if this expands. When we look up, when we go over here to the symbol of, to the section of 15 boats, sacred boats, over here, now we see Shesh down here means to receive something. And now we see these little symbols here that doesn't look like anything we've looked at before. But now Shesh means to receive something. Because of course, when you get information, you're receiving light, you're receiving consciousness. So the Shesh doesn't just mean the papyrus, it doesn't just mean light, but it means the action that you're taking to receive it. Shesh, you're receiving something. With this little symbol right here, I'm going to explain why these symbols are right here and how this is going to link into the poo in the Nook Poo. Welcome to the Tutsi Podclass, everybody. Now, let me blow this up a little bit more. Hope you all can see that. I'm going to go back down to it. Okay, so we see the Shesh right there. And now, the interesting thing is that Ra's light birthed from Nu, right? Now, I put here testicle. Why would I put testicle? Because the testicle is also the egg. The symbol for the egg of rebirth in MEDU Netter is the exact same symbol for the word testicle. Now, we're going to go into that Sahu word, because remember, the egg is being rebirthed. It represents the Sahu. So here's where Sahu comes from Sa. From Sa over here, Sa, which is what? Air, wind, to breathe, which in Kemet was a symbol of something that moves freely. That's why the word for freedom in Kemet was the same word, Nefu, for air. Air moves freely. It's not supposed to be trapped. It can go anywhere, anytime, moving around, as you are supposed to do. So thus the Sahu represents you becoming that type of being that can move freely, and that's why they call the energy that's in you, they call it the breath of life, or the air, the breath of life, because it came from the concept of Sa before it got into the Bible. And then we have Sa, which is what? Ostrich egg, which I gave a whole class on why the particular egg is an ostrich. So now it's an ostrich egg because you're being regermed, rebirthed. So of course it's going to represent an egg. And here, look at this, ladies and gentlemen, the same word for mummy and air, sahit, is testicles. Testicles, where the male's testosterone is produced so he can shoot that serpent out of the serpent, because you can't get an erection if you don't have functioning what? Testicles, which produce what? Testosterone. That is the same word for Sahu. So the ancient people of the Nile Valley and Ma'at completely intertwined spirituality with sexuality and rebirth, thus biological imperative. And thus, that's why the same word for egg and testicle and wind is the same word for to cover up, wrap up. Why? Because the egg wraps up and covers up the little fetus looking thing inside and protects it. And the Sahu, the mummification wrappings, wrap up the deceased to protect him and her as she evolves, so she could be reborn. So that's the same word for testicle, is the same word for egg, which is the same word for wind, which is the same word for breath, which is the same word for mummification, which is the same word for wrapping up. And this is woken up by the great calculator. And what color is an egg, everybody? What color is an egg? It is white, of course. So you see the Sahu, or the mummification, the mummy as they call it, that you are being reborn out of as you prepare for your Nook journey. It is a journey of you being born out, reborn as one of the serpent children of Renunet, going back to your primordial state, which is why Asar is shown as white, because it represents an egg being reborn, and the green, which is the primordial state, the original earth, the original birth and grass and germination, and the plants that came out of intermittent evolution, drying and wetting, intermittent evolution. All that is representing by green. When symbiosis kicked in and plants started turning green and started giving oxygen, thus it represents the original state. So there's your white and there is your green. Ooh, and what is this? Remember, Ra is birthed out of noon. So when you saw those little symbols that were the Sheshep way back here, hold on. The Sheshep that I showed you way back here, I showed you these little things because it means to receive light, to receive knowledge. And over here were these little things right over here. Well, when you blow up this glyph, those little things are ducks, little baby ducks. Little baby ducks and birds sit there all day with their mouth open so they can receive food. That's all they do. They have their head up. They just came out of the white egg and their mouth is open and they're receiving food. It represents the mummy being born out of the white egg, Ra being born out of noon, because Ra is the light, which is you being rebirth. That's what you're called. You're called the Tua Ra. In the Purim Haru, you're called the Great Light, being reborn out of noon, because ducks are one of the only birds that are reborn out of the water. So you could go by a pond and you won't see an eagle anywhere near the water. If an eagle's wings gets wet, it's a wrap. If a crow falls in the water and its wings get wet, it's a wrap. If a chicken falls in, it's a wrap. If a swallow falls in, it's a wrap. A duck has a waterproof type skin and it lays its eggs beside the water. And then it swims in the water, and when danger comes, it goes under the water with its children. Then from the water, it's one of the only birds that can go from the water to the sky. So if you look at a duck can literally swim underwater and immediately come up and start flying in the air. A crow can't do that. So a duck represents a waterfowl that is born out of noon, thus representing Sheshep, to receive the knowledge, to receive the light, which is Ra, and thus you have the duck eggs, which are white, and the mummification Sahu, which is white, which is why Sahu also means egg. Reborn. And here comes the great cackler, because what is the animal that cackles? The other nook? Of course, it's a duck, and of course, it is a goose. So Shesh, knowledge, light, Ra, reborn from the water. Look at the glyph again. Now I'm going to blow it up for you to see. Here it is. Uh-oh. Here it is. Now we see Shesh. And what do we see? Little birds in a nest. Little birds in a nest. Those were the ducks. The Sheshep, the ducks. And look at this. Now we blow it up, and that's why on page 621 of the Purim Haru, the duck is the word for swamp, waterfowl, to be young. Not just to be young, but the young king is born again. The word Sheshep, the same word for the papyrus is the same word for the waterfowl, because in order for you to be born again and reconceived, you have to reconceive your thought process. Your mind has to be born again, and you have to rebirth yourself as the duck comes out of the water. That is Ra coming out of noon, because Ra is the fire, the Sheshep coming out of the water, just like a duck is born coming out of the water, and the duck is born by the water, and the duck is the same word for swamp, fowl, and the young king, because the first young king was Heru, who was the first son of the first one who was reborn, Asar, the first one who was killed. Welcome to Tehuti Podclass. This is my translation of Nook Punuk. If you find others breaking anything like this down, once again, my students will PayPal or Cash App you and that person that you found $200, $300, and then we'll let them join the team, because we found another supreme being, thus making you a son, because you're reborn. What's the image of a son, everybody? a son or a daughter, the waterfowl. Sa, as in Sa Ra Sutan, Sa Ra, as in Sa Nether, as in Sa this. The word Sa from the word Sup, which is the same word that means egg, same word that means testicle, which is the same word that means mummy, which is the same word that represents being born again. The duck with the white egg coming out of the water is the same word now for son and daughter, because the duck represents coming out of the water, being reborn, as the baby ducks are out there with their mouth open, receiving food as you receive the light of Ra. And that's why the word Sa has a duck. And what's that right above the duck? Would that happen to be the Sheshep? Would that happen to be the symbol of Ra right over the duck? Of course it is. That's the style relief depicting the goose and the sun symbol of the pharaoh to identify the son of the god Ra. And the great temple of Ramesses II, Abu symbol. And that's why when you look at the great temple of Ramesses II, Abu symbol, what do you see? You see the two ducks, the two geese, a goose and a duck, same family, with the sun here, completing the Sheshep and the Shesh symbolism of light consciousness, radiance from Ra, rebirth, and the white egg and the waterfowl, which makes you the son of, because you're reborn as the Nook. As the Nook. What about the Pau? Well, life originally came from the water and came out of the water. The duck also represents that. So what does the word Pau mean? Pu, as in Nook, Pu, Nook. It means the origin of things. And guess what the glyph is, everybody? Uh-oh. The remote ages, the origin of things, the primordial time. Is that a duck? That can't be. That's not a goose, is it? No. Is that a waterfowl? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Pu, which is the origin of primordial time, the remote ages, coming out of something originally, is the waterfowl, the rebirth of something of original nature, the oldest time, the evolutionary time, which matches the Nook when you were in your evolutionary state, which is why you have an evolutionary reptilian brain that protects you, called the Nook. That's why the serpent is called the Nook, and you're called the children of Renunet, the Nook. And that's why the duck is the same word for Pau, because when you put them together, you get Nook Pu, which is the primordial original self. The original duck, the egg, the sahu, the testicle, the time going back to the remote ages, the paut. There it is right there on page 231 of the Per M Haru. The symbol for the remote ages, the origin, is the duck, the goose. But wait a minute, everybody. Hold on a second, everybody, because Tehuti's making this all up. I'm the one that wrote the dictionary. I created it with Budge. I'm the one that wrote the Per M Haru. Tehuti's pseudo making it all up. But wait a minute. Remember, the original duck symbol was a child of the Sa, the same as Sahu and Suhu and all that wind, birth, all that testicle seed, the Sa. It was baby ducks. Remember baby ducks? Baby ducks. But baby ducks can't fly, can they? Until they evolve. Do you see the image of the particular type of duck that represents the origin, the evolution origin? It's not just a regular duck. The wings are out because it can fly now. It's coming out of the water. Like Ra, it seems to come out of noon. The duck now has its wings open because it can fly now. The baby duck is unevoluted. It's there in a state of dependency, in a state of receiving, trying to evolve into the adult duck that can now fly out of the water, because the only way that you can become like Ra, flying out of the water, is if you evolve. The baby duck doesn't do that. The baby duck can't fly yet. But wait a minute, everybody. Did we see that in the Per M Haru earlier? Let me shrink this down. Did we see it? I don't know if it's on this page, and maybe on the one before. Did we see it? I think we did see that, everybody. Let me go back over here. Hold on. Let's go back over here. That's where you're going. Let's go back. Where's the Sahu one? Let me shrink this all down, because we saw the evolution of the Nook Punuk taking place in the great calcular read? Here it is. Let's go over here. What does it say? I watch and guard the egg, the sahu, of the calcular. That's the duck. But what is it doing? It's growing. Uh-oh. It's growing and it's growing. Now it can smell the air because it's growing. It's growing from the egg to the little baby duck. The calcular is now growing. Now it can spread its wings and fly. So there is the evolution of the neck, the great calcular of the sahu, the nook, the white egg, the white mummification. This is why they don't have me on other channels. They can't. They put this on other channels. Nobody else can teach. That's what really is happening. That's why you won't see me on other channels. You can reach out to them, see if they have Tehuti on. They won't even answer you back. They won't answer you back because this information makes other teachers invisible. Why? Because this teaching isn't coming from just this isn't me. This Nook, Nook, and Pau and all this existed for over 7,000 years. This isn't me because Pau is what? Uh-oh. Per M. Haru plate 2. What does it say here? Arrive south, north, west, east. Praise, oh substance. You see that? The substance of something. Like the egg, like the sperm, like the origin is the substance of you. The Nook, that which you originate from, the reptilian brain, the origin, there's the substance of something. But wait a minute. Naga, again, we go back to Naga. Naga is a cackle. We're still understanding what is this cackling? Why is it focused on that aspect? We focused on the wing aspect, but why does it keep focusing on the cackle to quack? Ooh, because remember everybody, Shesh is knowledge, right? Shesh is knowledge. Shesh is knowledge. Well, here we are again. I watch and guard the egg of the great cackler. I grow, I grow. You see that? The Jeb, the Seb, the Jeb, the nest, the egg, and the blue are all here mentioned in the same. Here it is right here. Proclaim Seb. Now what's the word for Seb? Uh-oh. Seb is the goose again. Seb upon the earth. I live, I grow strong. I grow strong. Look at the word for you're growing strong. Neck, 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 neck. See it again? You, which is I, becoming strong, is the reptile, is the neck, is the serpent, the reptilian brain, the oldest part of you, or the rising child of Remet, the serpent that raises its head like the Kemetic cobra, not because it's angry, but because it wants to look around. It wants to see its environment. It wants to be conscious. Now you can smell the air. Now you can say, I am Uwajit. Nook, Uwajit. I am Uwajit, the Nook. I go around behind his egg again. There it is again, the Sahu egg again. I have destroyed the moment of the great strength of Set. Hail, which is E. Hail is E. The world of the Chefa, food. In the blue. Why the blue? Because the blue is the sky that you're resurrecting to. When Ra raises out of noon, where is the sun seen? It's seen in the blue. What does blue represent? Consciousness. Blue represents consciousness. That's why it's on the top of Ptah's head. I already gave that class already. Now, interestingly enough, we see it says over him in his nest. The babe. What's the word for babe, everybody? Uh-oh, is it Nook again? Here it is. Necken. Necken. The babe comes forth. So what is this great cackler that it keeps speaking of? Why does it keep talking about an egg being guarded and now the neck is the great cackler? Let me come to the screen and explain this. Because in ancient times and today, let me fix my my thing is blurry. 1 second, everybody. Let me fix this. Let me fix this here. Settings. I'm gonna come off here, go here. It's gonna go black for a second, and I'm gonna come back, Logitech, Creo 4K, and see if I come back to the screen. I am back on the screen. Okay, here we go. Why? Because who keeps geese? Remember the bartering system that I explained? Who keeps the geese? The farmer, the agriculturalist keeps the geese. And what else does he keep? The bull and the cow. Well, remember, the sata, which is the serpent, is the one that rises its head, but not because it's angry, but because it represents consciousness. It wants to look around and be reborn. The Kemetians saw this, just like I see this every day. My sata and my cobra does it every day. They rise up so they can be above the rocks and they can do what other snakes can't do. They have an advantageous level of consciousness that a regular snake can't do, because a regular snake has to slither on the ground, whereas the sata cobra can rise above the other snakes, rise above the stones, rise above the grass, and he can look around. You should see my little snakes. They're like this. They're not angry. They're not puffed up. They're just looking around. So they have a better vantage point. That's what consciousness is. You have a better vantage point while others are lower than you, and they're just looking at ground surface, superficial information and arguments and chaos. And I'm mad at you, and you're mad at me, and I'm mad at you, and you're mad at me, and I hate you, and you hate me, and let's keep getting angry. Keep getting angry. Yeah. We're angry. I'm angrier than you. Well, you're not angrier than me. Well, everybody's doing that. The serpent raises above that and looks around. Because when he lifts his head, guess what he can see? He can see the eagle over there. He can see the cat stalking up. The other serpents can't because their head is under the grass. The cobra can lift up and say, there's a weasel coming. We're out of here. So it represents level of consciousness. So the neck is your original level of consciousness because it's your oldest aspect of consciousness, which causes what? What does Sahu mean? Air. What did it say that the reptilian brain is responsible for? Did it say your respiratory system? Did it say breathing? I think it did. Yeah, I think it did. Yeah, it did. The reptilian brain, the nook, the original self, is responsible for your involuntary, because you don't breathe by purpose. But if you stop breathing, you die. And that's the neck. That's the original self. So that's the nook, and the sa is what? Breathing. Consciousness, looking around. Were there alarm clocks back in the days? What woke you up in the morning? What woke the farmer up? When the foxes were trying to come into the den, when the foxes were trying to steal the chicken, when a robber was trying to come onto ancient property in Kemet, when the criminal was coming, when someone was coming to steal the ancient Nile Valley's fruits, the ancient farmer's fruit, what would wake him up? You know what would wake him up? One of the loudest birds on the planet that has no fear, go to the park one day and go try to mess with a goose. It's the one bird that doesn't. A crow will fly away, a pigeon will fly away, a seagull will fly away. You run up to it, the goose it puts its chest up, it raises its head even higher, and it chases you, and it makes this crazy sound, and it's running after you. It can't do anything. When it catches you, it can't do anything. It literally can do nothing. It does this like fake bite, but it's making this big, and it's basically warning everybody. Because when the farmer is sleeping in Kemet, representing what? Unconsciousness, and there's danger working in the environment, which is the great guard of the egg. which is the great cackler, the goose on his property that's going to make a louder sound than any of his other animals. It's going to make this screeching, this crazy thing that's going to wake him up. So the goose represents waking you up out of consciousness. As the farmer sleeps, that is his first alarm clock that warns him, guards him as he sleeps, as the mummy sleeps, and is going to be reborn in the morning. The great cackler is the one that wakes him up and protects him. It is the nook that protects him in the form of a bird, because the nook, the reptilian brain, is all which protects you. That's what it said. That's how the class began. The reptilian brain is your protective part. It's the part that makes you look around, defends yourself. So thus, the serpent and the goose were called the same thing, the neck. And the goose is born as Ra is born, coming out of the waters. Thus, Sheshep is the light, and it's little geese, it's little ducks. And the geese comes out of the water. And the word Sa is the goose, but Sa is also the egg. And what color is Ra? The sun that's being reborn, which is you. What color is that? I wonder. Because when they take these symbols and the Masons take them and give them back to you, you wonder why you're so susceptible, and why everybody on the planet knows the same stories, and not only the same stories, but they know the same nursery rhymes. Because there's not one person in this pod class who doesn't know about the goose that laid the golden egg. Hotep, everybody, I'm done. That is my breakdown of Nook Punuk. And there it is. I hope you liked it. That is it. Boom. Drop the mic. It's over. What's up, Sata? Did you like it? They're doing this all over the internet, right? Everybody's doing these answers, right? Let me check the chat. I'm going to put the link in the room so I can take a break, and I'm going to check the chat to see see if I answered the question, see if anybody says, we've heard it all before. That's what's taught over on the other channels. Let me see if there's anything unique about this, because if there is anything unique about this, if you appreciated it at all, if you think it took any time to do this at all for you, if you're watching it, please support at PayPal at RockySV, Cash App, TTMoon, if this answer had any form of value to you at all. I know we've been made to think like the colonizer. I understand. All the information is free. That's what they did when they came and pillaged Africa. All the gold is free. All the information is free. Our ancient proverb is that we trade reciprocity, ebb and flow. But if you appreciated this information, which was more than information, because it's not just information, you can't Google that. Can anybody Google what I just taught? Is that how I could? That's a Britannica, right? Everybody appreciate it. I'm gonna put the link in the room. Help support the Tehuti Podclass. Keep me here. Keep this going, because this is a phenomenon that doesn't exist anywhere else on the planet Earth, and this has never existed anywhere else on the planet Earth. Be a part of this phenomenon. Send in your question and get these documentary type answers while the gut-wrenching feeling of breaking the matrix takes place simultaneously. Boom. Let me check the room to see if who heard the answer at all. And please support everybody. Let me go ahead and see. I'm gonna scroll up and see. Ooh. Okay, yes, you can go by. Okay, I see. Who's this? Oh, Bijan Farrow says couple saying babe, not knowing it's a way back then. Okay. We got Robert Ray's putting up fire. He put up neck. He's on a different level now. Angela Gates says, Disha says, Cash App. Cash App. Okay, thank you. Angela Gates says, hit the like button. Disha says, Cash App. Hit the like button. Hit the like button. Yes. Respect, support. Hit the like button. You know what other button I want you to hit? Hit the Cash App button. Hit the Cash App button if you truly appreciate this. Support the Tutti Podcast. Thank you, Dashay. He hit the Cash App button. Appreciate you. I'll go and check your support. Robert Ray's going crazy. Nook poo. Robert Ray's has a whole. Robert Ray's, you definitely need to come to the screen tonight. You definitely need to come to the screen. Everybody who I've done a breakdown of their name has come to the screen. You definitely need to, the link is in the room. I believe I put it in. If not, I'll put it in again. The link is in the room. I just broke down your whole name, your whole life existence for you. Come into the room and tell us what you thought about that. If it meant anything to you. Okay, which I'm sure it did, because you're putting Nook Poo Nook. Every comment is next. What's up, man? Do you like that information I stole from Ashar Kwesi?
Hey, Saba, you dropping the mic again? Too easy.
Oh man, I stole all that from Muta Ashby. All right, so we got. Thank you, Muta. Thank you, my master teachers. That, you know what's one of the reasons why everybody's upset with me, because they can't. Nobody knows who my master teachers are. Everybody in the conscious community who's a teacher that's respected has another master teacher above them. Somebody has Infant Dishi, somebody has Hero the Elder. Everybody has somebody has Dr. Ben, Dr. Clark. But when it comes to me, nobody can find who the teacher is that I'm learning from. Where am I learning all this? They can't seem to find it. So I'm not a part of the circle.
So they need that Metal Netter Class 47. That's what they need.
What's up, Atef? I put you in the answer too, man. The Tef.
I saw that. I saw that. I saw it. Yes, I keep picking up the gems. That's not the first time you put it in there, Saba. I'm picking up what you're putting down. Definitely. That's absolutely phenomenal. Incredible. That is, yeah, you're right. We're not getting this information nowhere. So if you truly appreciate the truth, then you will support accordingly. That's just the way it is. It's people. You know, people do what's important to them, Saba. You know, I've come out in my existence. People do what's important to them. So if you truly appreciate the truth, and you truly put value on what's important to you, and the truth is important to you, then you'll support this truth, because no other teacher is dropping this type of information. Period. Hands down. I have those dictionaries. That information is there, and a lot of us have those dictionaries, but to be able to decipher it in a way that you give it to us, it's just not being done. So two off for that breakdown, because I benefited from that, Saba. So two off.
You're welcome. And we got Robert Reyes. Thank you, Saba. Everybody's going crazy. Everybody loved it. That's good. We got Ka says Nefer teachings of life. Tua for your time, Saba. Wonderful. You all my great supporters, you are allowed to come to the panel. Let me hear, especially the people that I answer questions for. Excellent breakdown. Praise from Hega Kepra. Praise support. Rigo's dropping bombs. Amazing breakdown. Well, it says Tua Saba. How am I going to sleep now? Well, go to sleep, and you know what you do? Go buy yourself a goose, and have a nice sleep, and use that goose as your alarm clock, because you are a Nook Poo Nook. So there it is, everybody. Nefer Keperet is in the house, popping up. Incredible breakdown, Saba. Nefer Keperet. Okay, there we go. We got 222. I don't know what that is. That the donation you gave? I'm not sure. But 222, maybe 2 Shout out to all of you, everybody. I'm going to step out now. You brothers talk. That is an example of me just translating 2 words. I want everybody to know that. His Nook Poo Nook is the same 2 words repeated. So it's actually just Nook Poo. So that whole breakdown that was 55 minutes long, that's my 55-minute translation of 2 words. All right, everybody, support the Podclass, or be the colonizer. I'll be back. Peace.
Hey, give us a saying, Attack. You got all the sayings. You got all the sayings.
Hey, listen. Elephants don't swat flies, man. Elephants don't swat no flies. So you know our SABA's an elephant out here, and they hating on him. You know, and he's right. It's so much is fed on him. It's sad though. It's really, you know, it's not even funny no more. You know, I it came up in my algorithm, some of that foolishness, because that's where I actually, well, one of those places is where I first heard SABA when I saw him on the Podclass, and then I was like, wow, who is this guy? He said he had some debates and stuff, so I started going back and you know, doing what you did, and I discovered it, and I just was, you know, I was so impressed, and I was blown away with his poise, with everything. Just the information is one thing, because a lot of people have information and they're breaking down information, but just everything, the researchable information. This is stuff that you can go look up yourself, because I was doing it, and I was one of them guys where I was skeptical or whatever. I'm like, man, everything don't trace back to Africa. Everything don't go back to Kemet. I wasn't even, you know, familiar with them terms, and I would go and I would look these things up myself. Everything he said, I would go and I would look it up. I was doing my due diligence like you, Primordial. I just did it a little quicker, bro. I was, you know what I mean? I tapped in a whole lot faster because I was really, truly looking for the truth. And when it came, I was ready. And they say when the student is ready, the teacher will appear, you know? And that's exactly what happened. And it has played out for me just like the movies. It's played out for me just like the karate movies I used to watch when I was a kid. On Saturday mornings, they used to come on. And, you know, the student would search for years. And then he would finally find the master teacher, and he wouldn't recognize him at first. You know, he wouldn't think that was the teacher, you know, and he would test him or whatever it was. And then, you know, finally he would discover that was the master teacher. Well, for the last 2 years, SABA has proven that he's the master teacher. He's proven that he's uneffable. I'm not going to say the word, but y'all know what I'm saying. He's unmatched. It's no competition. It's not even a contest. It's actually disrespectful when you compare him to other teachers. In my personal, the way I feel, I don't appreciate it because I see the difference. I recognize the difference. You can't compare Ma'at with Isfet. It's just, you know, the scales aren't balancing out. And, you know, I'm just appreciative of, like you said, Primordial, I'm appreciative of my teacher. I'm appreciative of this information. And the thing that resonates is the love that he has for his people, because he could easily stop doing this. And, you know, it would truly be detrimental to the community. And I know that he said that, you know, he would stay in touch with us. But I'm grateful to Ahati and his Neturts that motivated him to get out here and, you know, show his face to the public. But because I've met him in person, and he truly is who he say he is. It's real, and you know, I'm just grateful. I'm eternally grateful to have been in this frequency, and I'm grateful for myself too, because you know, you can't catch the ball if your hands ain't open. So, you know, you have to be in the state of receiving in order to receive. So I was truly ready to receive this information, and I was ready. I was facing the right direction. My arms was open. You know, I was on that frequency, and I'm grateful. I'm grateful to my SABA and all of his family and everything that his makeup is. Just everything. His surroundings, just everything, man, that he brings forth, and you can see the love, and that's real love. That's what love is. That's really Ma'at. He's a genuine example of, truly loving his people, and trying to break us out the matrix, because it's just it's time, man. It really is time that we wake up, and understand what's going on out there. Everything that we know about ourselves, whatever it is you want to call yourself, African American, Haitian, Jamaican, whatever culture, whatever it is, right? It was all given to us. The language, everything. If you're Haitian, you speak Creole, it's French. If you Jamaican, you speak Patois, English. It's just everything is given to us by the colonizer. Everything we say, the food, our oh, I'm black, oh, I'm African American, oh, I'm whatever it is, man. It was all given to us. Everything about the whole way we live our life, the whole way we take care of our family, the whole way we appreciate knowledge. It was all done on purpose. It's all by design. It's all done like to pick you out your spot, man. So, it's time that you, like you said, invest in yourself, appreciate what's real. If you respect real, if you respect Ma'at, then it's not even a question. It shouldn't even be a question when you look in the mirror. And of course, everybody's situation is different. But what do you appreciate? What people do what's important to them. People do what's important to them. So if the sneakers are more important to you, the Michael Jordans or the Air Jordans or whatever it is that you stand in line for the PlayStation, the X, whatever it is, right? Then hey, continue. Do what you like, as SABA said. But I appreciate the real. I appreciate my master teacher, and I'm eternally grateful. So I just wanted to just put that out there, and I'm proud to pay. I'm proud to support, and it's just time that we wake up, people. It's just time that we wake up and really value ourselves and really value this information and stuff that's really beneficial for you. So Hotep Ma'at, peace and love, Ani. Good to see you, good brother.
Ani in the building.
Hotep.
Peace, Hotep, brother.
I just want to say real quick, Atef, I'm proud of you. Ani, I'm proud of you. Primordial Thought, I'm proud of you. Saba, I'm proud of you for being information, being in position, being aligned, and taking care of your obligations. So much love and respect for all of you, because we here. So I just wanted to add that. Ani, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. Welcome, good brother. Hotep, we're happy you're here.
Yes, Hotep, great brothers. How do I sound?
Fantastic, sir.
Good, brother.
Okay, great. Yes, Hotep Ma'at, great brothers. Peace and love to everyone here live with us. Of course, our great SABA Tehuti, who continuously breaks these matrices, just completely continues to inform us with Ma'at, with the truth, with the origin of where these concepts come from, which is so important. So Tua, I want to say Tua, and thank you to everyone who supported the great SABA Tehuti with his week off through the Podclass last week and Meta Monday. Everyone who supported Tua and Hinu, to you for continuing to keep the class going. You are so very important, and we appreciate and love everyone who shows their love and reciprocity to the process that takes to bring forth this information. It's absolutely remarkable that our great SABA is able to do this consistently with these questions that we all have. So when we ask a question, as he said, prior to breaking down Nukpu, I know you are probably vibrating and levitating right now. Nukpu. Robert Reyes, Ma'akaru Moon Ray. Hotep to you, great brother Tua, for sending in that question. And you know what he brings forth and what he shows, you know, and how it goes back to the meta netter and these phrases, the I am. That's a very popular phrase today, right? And we see he just gave a absolutely mind-bending, beautiful teaching on where it comes from, on what the utterance of the I am, and invoking that, the sound vibrational invocation of what it means to state those words, Nukpu. So, you know, continue to support our great Saba. For those of you who are watching live and who are in the chat, who have not supported our great Saba, you know, make this your first time. It's never too late to give back, right? Because you see what our great Saba Tehuti has given to us consistently, and has been for the past 2 years, just in the Podclass, about a year or so, right, on Killer Priest. And you know, so this is there's nowhere you'll be able to find this, and aside from him planting the seeds of and creating and allowing the teachings of Ma'at to sprout, you won't find anything outside of this. So, you know, support our great Saba. You know, utilize you know, what we have today to show our appreciation, which is the Cash App and the PayPal, because you know, this is time invested. You know, we put together presentations as well, and we alternate throughout the weeks, and you know, to be able to do this consistently every single week, I mean, you guys just, how many hours it takes to put together these presentations, and that's not even getting the actual information. And because our great Saba Tehuti can answer these questions in so many different ways, you know, to decide, make a decision on, okay, here's how I want to direct this answer, and then to organize the slides in the way that they do. This is digital art, and no one's going to go to a digital artist and say, hey, no one's going to go to anybody and say, put that together and just give it to me. No one. And you wouldn't do it either. So, you know, show your support for our great Saba, for the 71 people who are live here, taking in this beautiful information, this powerful information, as we know, and getting you know, meta netter breakdowns like that. You know, that was a meta netter class right there on 2 words. And of course, reprograms on what it really means to have an ego, you know, because nowadays, every time you talk about an ego, it's in a negative aspect. So, Henu to our great Saba, we appreciate and we love you, and we'll continue to support forever, because these, I know that those who really appreciate our great Saba and who support, you know, how much of a benefit that we have of being aware and in this classroom, able to learn from Tehuti. So Henu to you, great Saba. Henu to all the great supporters, everyone in the chat. Robert Reyes, Nukpu for asking that question. Phenomenal question. And that's the beautiful thing about the Tehuti Podclass is, yes, one person can ask a question and 70 people will benefit from it, right? So it can definitely you're benefiting from this. You know, if we're in here, you know, no one's gonna be somewhere where they ain't finding some type of benefit from it. So you know, shout out to everyone who asked questions, because you keep the podcast going, and you allow us to also learn continuously, you know, because you ask the questions and you support, because he is our SABA, our pathway, our doorway, our portal to Ma'at, to higher consciousness. So Henu to everyone. Continue to support. There's many ways. teachingsofma'at.org. You know, get the merch. You see the Great Saba Tehuti wearing the Teachings of Ma'at merchandise. You can represent the Podclass on a t-shirt and walk around with that that energy as well. The pathways to awaken and celebration. Come celebrate the Great Saba Tehuti in person. You know, there's many things that we're doing. So you know, utilize these pathways that we're creating, so you can continue to you know, learn from the master teacher, from our Great Saba, and understand what it truly means to live in Ma'at and live in reciprocity. Because even with the finances that we may provide to our Great Saba, it still doesn't equal out to what he's providing to us. So if you're not giving anything, then you know the scales are way off. They're tipping over. They're falling over. They're falling over, and we're having to pick them up. So to our Great Saba for that, Hotep, and it's great to see you. You're fading in and out. You're like disappearing, popping back in.
Yeah, I'm gonna Nana, turn that light off for me, please. Turn that light off for me.
Okay.
Dashe said, I can't wait till October 28th. So tour for you, brother. If you bought your ticket, we're looking forward to meeting all of you in person that will be there for this beautiful, wonderful ceremony, which was created for you, was created for us to come together in peace, power, and prosperity. So tour to you, good brother, for your comment in the chat.
Okay, everybody, wonderful. We're gonna do the read off some of these donations, and I'm gonna try to get into the next question. So let's get into the next donation here. Next supporter. Here's somebody who definitely wants to keep the Tehuti Podclass existing. And let me see if this one's saved. 1 second, Ajax. Oh, why is it showing like that? That's strange. Let me see something here. Let me view. I want to view. Oh man, I want to view it. I know it exists already. Okay, I'm gonna cancel. And okay, here's someone who wants to keep the Tehuti Podcast going. Ania, I'm glad you are back. I need the sound effects. Without me doing it, Tef's having a little bit of sound problem, but it's okay. You're here, and we're gonna go ahead and give this brother right here. Here's somebody who wants to keep the podcast going. Give him some noise right here. His name is the one and only Amun Ma'at Ra. $33.72. Give him some noise. Ka-ba. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. Let me check on one thing here. Okay, we got Nukpu. Nukpu is going crazy in the room. He's excited. So many comments. And he's a happy man. He just got a new name today. So that's the third person I reverse engineered their name in the Podclass. Wonderful. Okay, everybody. Next donator, next supporter, next person who wants to continue keeping the Tehuti Podclass here. Hold on. Is who is Atef Rem Ma'at? Atef Rem Kem Ma'at. He gives his I think he usually gives two. No, the third one is a little inside method we have together. But he gives here it is, the 777 one. Here it is, Atef Rem Kemet. Shout out to you, good brother. Is that on the screen?
Yeah, it's showing, Saba.
Okay, thank you, good brother. Atef Rem Kemet. He is a great supporter, continuous. I don't think there's a class that he has not supported more than once. All right, next one here is Atef. I don't know why. I don't know why. I'm gonna ask. Hold on a second. I don't know why Atef does this. It's kind of exciting because he'll send a Cash App, and then I won't see any Cash App with his name in it. I was like, okay, he did one today, and then somewhere there'll be like a PayPal, and he's like switches it up. So the PayPal, there it is right there. Caught me off guard. I was looking for the Cash App, but I got hit with the PayPal. Thank you, good brother.
Saba, we got choices out there. Every day you wake up, you got two things, a chance and a choice. I got choices, Saba, so I'm thankful and grateful for my choices. Like everyone else, you have PayPal, Cash App, Ethereum. There's many different ways. You have many different choices in ways that you can support, so pick one or pick two.
All right, thank you so much, my good brother. This podcast, the beautiful thing about it is the views are not ever going to get too extremely high, and the amount of people in the chat won't get too extremely high, but the quality of the people that are here will end up being all supporters, because eventually what's happening is you notice that the people that aren't really supporting, they don't talk much in the chat. But in the beginning, everybody was chatting up a storm, but as you see, they're not making themselves known in the chat anymore, or ever, because they never support in the first place. So soon it's just going to be a chat of supporters, and I don't care if I only have 50 people watching each YouTube video, but if those 50 people are supporters and they're getting the information, I've done my job. So thank you, because I see the chat room is just supporters now, slowly. A lot of names have disappeared. I don't know if y'all have noticed, but a lot of names are not here anymore. They used to be the talk of the town. So shout out to you. Okay, that's German. That's Atef. Okay, good, Atef. And the next one coming up. The next one is Sal Vega. Sal Vega. Smashing it. Crashing it. $33.33. Give this man some noise. Sal Vega. Thank you, Sal Vega. I'm going to be announcing something on October 28th about this this term that you invented. You're going to be the official. I'm going to announce something about this term. This term is going to be an official action in the Tehuti Podclass. Thank you for inventing the word. Just like the moderators, I'm going to announce something about this word you've created. He has given his tuition, $33.33. Thank you, Sal Vega, who's also XA, who's also a great supporter. Speaking of great supporters, we have Netzer the Great. Netzer the Great. And $25. Give him some noise. Netzer the Greatest. And he actually well, there's actually a question to this. Let's see. Okay, I'll put the question up on the screen. Could you read that, Scribe?
Yes, I can read it for you. It says,
thank you.
Yes, AUS or SABA. Could you speak on the origin of the symbolism of the sun with wings that permeates different cultures from Kemet Sumerian, the biblical reference in Malachi, and even the Chrysler car emblem. From Netter the Greatest.
Awesome. Awesome, awesome. My brain has already started putting together the answer. Awesome. Netter the Greatest loved questions that connect the origins back to Kemet and how other cultures took from it. Every question he asks is about that. It's awesome. From September. Okay. And I'm gonna go ahead and do it. I wasn't gonna do her donation, but you know what? I don't want to scare anybody. Bella is literally scaring people. I think Bella is the reason why a lot of people don't talk in the chat anymore. So let me just go ahead. Here we go. Kick it off. Highest donation of the night. Kick it off, everybody. I want all kind of noise for one of the greatest supporters ever in the Tehuti Podclass. $150.72. This morning, and said she had no. She apologized this morning because she didn't think she had a donation. So that she's a perfect example of what you say, Atef. People have choices. She talked to me this morning apologizing that she won't have a donation for me this podcast. I said, you will do your best and you will do magic, whatever it is that you can do. And she ended up being the highest donator of the whole podcast. How do you go from not having a donation to the highest donator? Give her some big noise, everybody. This is... Let's go. Let's go. Hello. Shout out to Bella. Bella is actually going to be what was that? Who was it? Oh, Bijan said, I will always support you, Saba. No better truth is out there. Thank you. Shout out to Bella. Bella is going to be the an example role model for future frequencies for people, and people like the way that Bella speaks, strive, primordial thought, others. The way that Bella actually speaks is going to be the standard. Where I won't even speak to people that don't even speak like that. So it's going to be a point where I'm not going to want any type of matrix frequency around me whatsoever. That includes the way that people speak. I'm not around anybody anyways, but Bella will be the standard. She'll be one of the standards of a frequency. So shout out to her. There's going to be a lot of changes after October. So shout out to Bella. Shout out to the true frequency people. Thank you so much. Okay. I'll give two more, then I'm going to give my answer because it's already 12 o'clock. Whoa, it's already 12 o'clock. Wait a minute, and I didn't even save Bella. I didn't save Bella, but I saved Bella. Here we go. 11, huge. Here we go. Boom. All right, there we go. That's save. And the next one here, I'll do a couple more, and then that is Dominique, who sent the Shashet question, sent me an email, said to just remember that question that was asked about Shashet, everybody, that I kept asking, can you please send me a question? And so Dominique actually sent this. I want everybody to see it because I don't like questions lingering around. I like to either address them or say that I can't address them for whatever reason. But this one was lingering around for a long time, but I just want everybody to know that the brother was honorable and actually sent me a message saying, peace and love. Good evening, SABA Tehuti. I will give this question another draft with more donations. I just happened to realize how unrefined my question is, and I apologize for that. I appreciate the opportunity to give viewers, you give viewers to witness your peace and calm. I wish to give you this donation with no need to answer my question. Thank you for everything. Sincerely, HTP. And then he sent me a music video. So that question about Shashet has been officially turned into a donation. So thank you, my good brother. Appreciate that. Thank you very much. And he's going to reformulate the question and then ask it again with another donation. That is very honorable. Thank you. Speaking about honorable men, speaking about the new one of the new standards of how people should speak. That's why I have him and Bella as a part of the sometimes as a part of the introduction. This brother right here, Primordial Thought. Give him. Is it on the screen?
Yes.
Give him some big noise. $30 for Tua Saba for everything you do for me. Thank you. Appreciate that. There's Tua Saba for Tua Saba for everything that you do for me. Thank you, Primordial Thought, for that very beautiful, egotistical, selfish, awesome donation. I really appreciate it. And I say Nini Uk for everything that I do for you, because that's a beautiful example of Ma'at selfishness, which means that you at some point in time, and everybody, have to look around and say, what is this actually doing for me personally, for self? Because that's the only person I want to die with. I love my woman, I love my children, I love my mom, whoever, friends, but when I go to sleep, it's only my subconscious I can clean. So what can this do for me? That's the kind of ego that I like. So thank you, good brother. Appreciate that. Thank you. My daughter Ray's still awake. It must be 3 o'clock. What are you still doing awake? What does it say? What does it say? My daughter Ray says, Saba's not new to this. He's true to this. Thank you. Hey, we got a new person here. Shout out to Titans TV, who comes in and says, what did he say? He comes in very cordial and nice. Says, peace to the family, tuning in based on someone referring me to the channel. Beautiful, Titan. If you'd like to tell us who that someone is, I'd like to give that person praise in Hanu, because everyone is supposed to be referring truth seekers to this channel. So if you feel comfortable saying who that person is, say it, and we will worship and give that person praise right now. And shout out to you, Titans TV. Hope to see more of you. All right, I'm going to do a couple more. And then Sarah Jean, Arrested Free Culture. Sarah Broomfield, what other name she has, I don't know. But shout out to this young lady right here who came to the Metanetter class looking like a completely different, I don't know what transformed to happen, but she came in with the lights, something was different, and I liked it, and I love her transformation. Sarah Jean, $33 for what? For being the greatest. Let me put that on the screen, everybody. It's not on the screen right now?
No, not yet, Saba.
Okay, let me go put that on the screen for Sarah Jean is one of the most consistent supporters. There is actually no Podclass that she doesn't support. She started off with just $5 every 3 months. Every 3 months, I'd see Sarah Jean, $5. I'd be like, who is this? $5 every 3 months. She's turned into one of the biggest supporters, and there's no Podclass where she doesn't support more than once, and she supports throughout the week. She gives donations when there's not even a Podclass. We're like throwing donations and walking through a park or something. Shout out to her. Let me go ahead and show this right here. These are the people that truly love me and truly love what it is that I'm bringing. And the only reason why they love that I'm bringing, why? Because of the Nook for Nook, because they love themselves. $33. Shout out to her. Give her some big noise.
Come join us at .org.
Who's this? Netter Unkhotep L. Did I already do this? Wait. Or did he send two? He does send 2 sometimes. I'll check the email. Shout out to Netter Onkotep L, who just sent a $25 said question in the email, and this looks like another one. Give him some noise, please. Give him some noise.
I can only show you the door. You're the one that has to walk through it.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. And is that 2 from him? I'm gonna check and see because I don't see another question. Is that 2 from Netter, or did I do the same thing twice? Wait a minute. Where's the email of this question? I'll check on that. I'll get my Netter to check on that. TT, if you're listening, find out if there's 2 cash apps separately from Netter, or did I do the same one twice? Okay, next one coming up. Oh my gosh. Oh man. The surprise, man. You never know when Rigo is going to do this. You never know. Oh, I know what he did this for. And let me explain something to the class first before we give some noise for this. Let me explain. Let me log this properly. Extra tip for Shadow. Rigo. Oh, wait. Let me come to the screen. Yes, you can. Let me tell you all something here. Some people may not know what this is about. This is for another question Rigo asked that he already sent $100 for, and I broke down the black shadow beings, and this is an appreciation for that. This is not even another question about black shadow beings. This is an appreciation, and I will tell everybody right now that this does not happen anywhere on YouTube. It just doesn't. This doesn't happen. People are arguing and bickering and destroying each other. And here, this is all about love and appreciation, and it will never happen unless you generate this type of frequency. You should now give this man Red October, Freddy Krueger, whatever noise is possible. Give him some noise. Oh my goodness.
Hey, they better duck, Saba. They better duck.
I don't know what's going on right now. I don't know if this is, I'm not sure what's happening. If I'm watching, I'm not even looking at the screen right now, but it sounds like a movie I watched called Rambo. It sounds like Call of Duty. I don't know what that movie was called. I don't know.
Sounds like The Heat.
Hey,
What's
Saba,
that war movie?
Saba, you hit the go button.
Oh my goodness! What's that movie? That crazy? It was like the best war movie ever made. And the guy was on top of another guy with a knife, and he was like, "Shh." What was that movie called? He was stabbing him slowly, laying on top of him. No, it's like the best war movie ever made, and I forgot what it's called.
With Charlie Sheen. With Charlie Sheen.
Give me a name of a movie. Give me the name. What that may be it. That may be it. I don't know, but that sound effect sounded like that movie. Okay, all right, everybody. I think I'm gonna get into the Full Metal Jacket. Maybe that's it. One of those crazy things.
Yeah, Full Metal Jacket.
Full Metal Jacket. One of those crazy movies. I never want to go to that kind of war. Get me out of here. I never want to go fight for America. I'm never fighting for America like that.
Was it Platoon with Charlie Sheen?
If one of those three, those are the three: Saving Private Ryan, Platoon, and what was the other one? Full Metal Jacket. One of those crazy movies that everybody argues which one's the best. I don't know. So we're gonna go ahead. We're gonna go ahead. What's better, Godfather or Al Pacino? I don't know. So, but we're gonna go ahead and do the last question, everybody. Should I do it? Should I still do it? Should I still do the Matriarch, man? It's 12 o'clock. Should I do it, everybody? There's a question from last year that got thrown into the ethers. Should I do it? It'll take me about 35 minutes. I should do it.
Most definitely, so. Most definitely.
I should do it. You think? Let me check the time. Let me look at the time of my last tip. My last donation was by Nook 1152. I'm gonna go ahead and do it. Let me see if this garnishes any more support. I don't have the donation in front of me. It's from a sister named Nick. Sister named Nick asked a question a long time ago. I don't have hers in front of me. So I'm just gonna go ahead and get into the answer, everybody. The question was, let me close this up. This is crazy. The goose that laid the golden egg. What? Crazy. What is this? Woman King. Here we go. All right. Woman King. I never saw the movie, but it's gonna be in my answer. So the question was explaining matriarchy. Speak more on the matriarchy. Something to that effect. And so you may have heard this before, everybody. You may have heard this before. A lot of sisters, a lot of women, and a lot of people speak about some type of ancient societies that were all women run. You may hear the narrative, the story. A lot of people say that we've been under patriarchy, and ever since we've been under patriarchy, the world's been in chaos. There was a time when women ruled, where women were the kings, and women were the. And just raise your hand if you ever heard that before. I've been hearing that since 1991. So anybody ever heard that before? Women were the patriarchs set things into chaos, and women used to rule. We were the Amazons. I don't know. So then with this strange movie called Woman King came out, I heard it all over again. It died out for a while, then all of a sudden some movie called Woman King came out, and here came the disgruntled sister. I told you, your brothers aren't going to like this movie. The Woman King and the Woman King. The women used to rule. You're not going to like this movie. So the question is asked about, was Kemet. So let me ask the brothers on the panel right now. Was there an ancient society that you've ever heard of that was run by women? I'll start with you, Scribe. Where women were the kings and women were running the society.
100% completely. No, I have not.
Okay.
No.
Okay. Primordial thought. Have you heard of the ancient society where women were the rulers and women, physical individual women, used to run and make the decisions and organize, and they were the top kings? And have you heard of that?
No, Saba, not at all.
Okay, Atef, Ram, Kem, Ma'ad, have you heard of that?
In the comics, Wonder Woman.
Somebody put Wonder Woman?
In the comics, Wonder Woman.
On the comics. Okay, yeah. Didn't she come from that planet or something?
Yes.
That's where I heard it. That's where I first heard it when I was like 5 years old, the Wonder Woman.
Yes. That's where I first heard it.
Menkor Ra. Yeah, it was like the opposite of Superman. It was like some type of reaction to Superman. Well, here's where the women were the super. But anyways, Menkor Ra. Have you heard of ancient society where women were the ruling beings? They were the civilization.
Absolutely not. No way. Not possible.
Okay. And somebody. Shepard. Sandra Shepard is here. Shout out Sandra Shepard. Sandra Shepard said supposedly Amazon women, and Yep, that's what I've heard. Amazon women. And you notice that when you get the name of the ancient cultures that people speak about, you never get what their name is from what the culture is. Like the word Amazon is not any type of ancient, but we've all heard of these Amazon women. So we're gonna get into it, everybody. Where women used to rule, and when the men took over, that's when the world got into chaos. You heard all the time from the sister with the raspy voice that sounds like Joan Rivers on the other channel. But the women, when the patriarchs took over, that's when things, and these men, and these men, and these men, and these men, we're going to find out if this is true. So, okay, brothers, you all jump in the chat. I'm going to go ahead and get into this answer, and let's find out if ancient Kemet or the Nile Valley or in ancient cultures, if the women were the rulers and then men took over. Here we go, everybody. Welcome to the Podclass. Peace and love, gentlemen. Here we go. Last answer of the night. Here we go. Boom, boom, boom. If you can hear me, press the 9. If you can hear me, press the 9. Zeb Tepi Slim is here. Peace and love, Zeb Tepi Slim. I don't know if you're here for your shout out, but you were one of the ones that gave a donation last class, and there was no class. And I gave a big shout out to all those consistent supporters that support even if I don't teach a class. You were one of them. Shout out to you. All right, if you hear me, press a 9. If you hear me, press a 9. Okay, we got Dashay pressing a 9. We got Sandra Shepard pressing a 9. Ka of Antu pressing 9. Anu pressing 9. Bella pressing 9. Pastor Jet. Have you recovered? Robert Reyes, are you recovering over there? He got hit in the head. He got hit in the head. Okay. Good morning, V.RI. Peace and love. Good morning, SABA. Good morning, community. 9. Here we go, everybody. Welcome to the Podclass. Let's get into this last answer. BJ Farrell still up with us. Hard-working man in the back of the stock room, whatever he does. Shout out, shout out, shout out. There we go. Okay. So Angela Gates says, well, women were the rulers. Can't wait to hear your answer. Let's see, everybody. Let's check it out and see. Was there ever an ancient society where the women were the rulers of the society? And it was a matriarchal, because everybody's heard of the word matriarchal. Everybody's heard of the word patriarchal. So we know about patriarchal because that's basically almost every society that's around us. They gave it that term. So matriarchal would mean where the woman sits on the throne and she is the ruler. Let's go ahead and see, everybody. Let's check it out. Got to go to work in 3 hours. Oh my God, hope your brain is good. Here we go, everybody. Welcome to Tehuti Podclass. Let's get into it. Let me see if I can wrap this up in about 40 minutes of an answer. Let's see, everybody. Matriarchal society. Did it exist? Boom! Welcome to Tehuti Podcast. Again, the only platform in class where you can send in a question with reciprocity and get a detailed, factual, mini documentary designed for you. What is the question now? Matriarchy. Is it true that in ancient times there was no patriarchal system and that women were actually rulers and actual kings? You know, like it's portrayed in the Woman King over here. The Woman King. All right. Were there factual ancient civilizations along the Nile as such? And let me ask the class before you begin, what is matriarchy? We already asked the class. What is matriarchy? Matriarchy. Well, you can type it in the room still, because I'll come in the room and look. So everybody just type in the room. What actually is matriarchy? Actually, I didn't ask everybody to type it in the room. I wanted to type in the room. What actually is matriarchy? Just type in a couple words in the room, brief summary. What is matriarchy? Type it in the room, everybody. What actually is it? Even if it existed or not, what even is it? What is it describing? What is matriarchy? Let's continue, everybody. Welcome to the Podclass. Here we go. All right, so the concept of matriarch has been Europeanized to associate quote unquote rulership with male Greek Roman rule, when in actuality the word originates with the understanding of motherhood, which is the main focus that this evil matrix is trying to strip of the original woman. So thus, when she thinks of matriarch society, she's looking for the wrong paradigm. This removes the Kemetic woman's natural biological imperative and in turn masculinizes her brain. Let me show you the word itself to see it matches what everyone says. So first, let me check in the room. Anybody type it? What is matriarch? Anybody type it? What is matriarch? Does anybody know? Female leader. There we go. Women's rule. Okay, people are typing it. Good. What is matriarch? Matriarch is woman's rule. We have woman leader, female ruling. Okay, that's basically it. All right, Dache, you be safe, man. I don't know if you said sorry for something. I'm not sure. Matriarchy. What is matriarchy? Females ruling. Okay, basically everybody agrees it is females ruling. Wonderful. Let me get this off the screen. Females ruling. Everybody's put matriarchy. What is matriarchy? If you look it up in the dictionary, what is it? Let's go, everybody. Let's see. Dache put something. What he put. I'm not sure. Okay, Dache. Hey, Dache. You said he gave a donation. What's your donation name in the cash app? Just type that in the room frame because I don't want to. I want to announce the donation as Dache, but I don't think it's Dache in the cash app. Anyway, at any rate, let's go, everybody. Here we go. Are you ready? Boom. Somebody put haha, of course. I'm not sure why, but okay. Okay. Nice. Here we go. Okay. So let's see if it matches what everybody says. So matriarchy, look at it. So matriarch, mother or woman who heads a family or tribe. From matri, which means mother, woman, arch, abstracted from patriarch, ultimately Greek archeon, which means to rule. Matri, word forming element meaning of relating to mother, also relating to woman, combining in the form of mater, which is matrice, mother. So we see that the word matriarch is from matri, and matri clearly means a mother. It means a mother. That's what matri means. A mother. Okay. This created the word matrix, which was originally a positive term for mother and the womb. So here's how we know that matriarch and matri definitely means a mother, because the word matrice, matrix, means uterus. So it's pertaining to the part of a woman that makes her a mother. From matrice, mother. So it directly deals with a female who is fertile. A fertile female, the uterus, the actual womb, is where the word matriarch comes from. So boom, right off the bat, we see matriarchy specifically pertains to motherhood and being pregnant. Quite different from the concept of what people tell you matriarchy is. Now I will show you the true origin. Oh, let me do this. Sorry, everybody. Did I turn off the timer from last time? Resume. Now I will show you the true origin of the root of this word in Kemet, and how it dealt with the great mother concept, and that was our understanding of matriarchy. So here is the word right here, where the word matriarch and mother actually comes from. It comes from metut, descendancy, offspring. Metut, generations of men and women, eternity. Met, room, house, which goes into met and mut, which is what? Mother, wife. That's where you get the word mut, met, matrix, matrice, mother, milch cow. President of an order of a priest, met ensa. So we see the word matrix, matrice, mat, mother, all come from this word mut, which is mother, literally the same word. Okay, so it deals directly with biological imperative, seeds, offspring, descendancy, generations that go through eternity. So it deals with reproduction. It deals with uterus, womb, and reproducing things. That is where the concept originally came from, biological imperative. So what is this symbol of motherhood, female, quote, unquote, rulership look like? Well, what does everyone go to think of first when people start talking about ancient female rulers? Who are the first two? Where does everybody go to first as far as who are the first two women people always bring up whenever you talk about female kings or female rulers? Who are the women everybody talk about? Who are they? When everybody talks about, yeah, women used to be rulers. Women there was women pharaohs. Who are the two that always come up? Who are the two? And it's always these two that always come up. Does anybody know? Who are the two that always come up? Somebody put Nefertiti. Nefertiti comes up for forms of beauty, but I don't know of anybody referencing to Nefertiti as really any kind of female ruler. We may be talking about Nefertari, but Nefertiti, that's Akhenaten's mate, and nobody's ever told me of a story of Akhenaten's mate making any ruling decisions over anybody. Usually she's brought up as a form of beauty, or Akhenaten's mate, but I'm talking about a female who they call a pharaoh, an actual ruler that people bring up where they say, yeah, there was a female pharaoh, there was a female king. Who is that they always bring up? There it is, Hatshepsut. There it is. There it is, Hatshepsut. Hatshepsut, Cleopatra. There we go. These are actual stories of rulers. Hatshepsut. Okay, who is actually brought up? Okay, so beautiful. You guys got it. Bingo, bingo, bingo. There she is, everybody. You guys said her. And there she is from 1479 to 1458. And yes, quote unquote, Queen Hatshepsut. How did she portray the matriarch, the Mut symbol? Let's look and go directly to her temple. Let's go directly to the Chapel of Amun, Temple of Hatshepsut. And what does she have on her temple? She has a bird with large wings carrying a shen. And this is the Chapel of Amun, Temple of Hatshepsut. The detailed doorway to the Chapel of Amun, Temple of Hatshepsut. Detail here shows the vulture goddess, Nekbet, a guardian of mothers. Here we go again. So right on Hatshepsut's tomb is the matri, or the mat, or the mut, the guardian of mothers and children. This is built in 1550 BC. Who they call Queen Hatshepsut, architect, royal steward, Senamut. The temple was built as a place of worship of Amun by Hatshepsut in the afterlife. The temple dedicated to the triad of Mut, Amun, Mut, Hathor, and Heru. Okay, so that's the symbol right there. And there's the word originated matriarchy, the word mut. There it is again, the mother. But why is it in that position? What is it holding in its hand? What does the mut symbol represent to Queen Hatshepsut? What is the mut symbol holding, its vulture holding in her hand? Well, it represents this. This is offset as the bird holding the same symbol with the key of life over Asar's erected penis, reviving him, giving him back life, holding his shen. The shen is the object in which a ruler or king's name is put into, which represents his rulership for eternity. It is the word shen, which is also sun, and is also the word eternity, and it is also the word for the curl of the ancient Kemetic people's hair. It was called the shen. So she's holding the rulership symbol that the king's name goes into, that represents the sun resurrecting over the horizon, living forever. That is Aset and Osar. And over here we see the bird holding the Shen again in the temple of Amun, with Queen Hatshepsut, as they call her queen. Okay, now it represented Aset. It represented Aset in the biological imperative of protecting the husband, Asar. The quote-unquote matriarchs were all women in Kemet who followed the protective role Aset and Neptet play in the protection of their family. Their husband, Asar, and child, Heru, seemingly and clearly different concept of what people thought matriarch was and is today, because the psyops is to remove the family aspect protective of the husband and biological imperative and replace it with the European concept of a king that rules over people with no spiritual adherence or discipline, which is not the ancient concept. The ancient concept dealt with who was the best protector of the family, the husband and child, who could produce a child, the biological imperative. Now, in nature, we can clearly see that the ancient people of the Nile Valley, what they saw when they saw the vulture, not as a regular bird who was just a scavenger, as portrayed in today's culture when we use the terms like culture vulture, but in the sense of one of the birds with the largest wingspan to protect its family and children, a wingspan larger than a dog. And here's the wingspan of a vulture, and the dog isn't even one full wing. The vulture's wing, just one wing, is bigger, and she holds it open to show herself as larger. Even though dogs eat birds, this bird is not about to get eaten at all. This bird can actually kill this dog and is expanding its wings to protect its babies and family, larger than the dog itself. The dog would actually be foolish to try to get past those wings and beak. It would get stomped out, clawed out, and hooked out with the beak and killed, and the vulture would actually eat the dog. This is a mirror image as a microcosm of the wings of Aset to protect the husband, the true matriarch, as we see Asar with his two matriarchs by his side, protecting him with the vulture wings, the two women, Aset and Nebtet, that every woman in ancient times aspired to be like. There has never been a quote-unquote matriarchal system where there wasn't females representing and protecting their husband. And this wingspan that you see right here protecting, here is the same vulture wingspan. And you see Asar and his two wives are Asar and Nebtet, and Aset with the vulture wings protecting him, because that's what the Kemetians saw, vultures using their wings to protect their family. A concept a little different from what we teach as matriarchy today. The concept of quote-unquote matriarch society, women physically ruling solely by themselves, or only women's society ruling in ancient society, is a concept invented in the minds of Europeans, passed on to the minds of disgruntled melanated people who are orthogonally led to believe that the woes of the earth came from men ruling, and that there was a time when there was just women ruling and everything was peaceful. An unverified fantasy. Hold on a second. An unverified fantasy. That's what that is. It's an unverified fantasy given to satisfy the illusionary war between gender, which never existed pre-Ptolemaic era of the Greeks, while simultaneously creating the psyops of not having any form of spiritual, moral responsibility combined with the quote-unquote rulership. Rulership in ancient times was always based on family structure and the measurement standard in which you live by daily for biological imperative. It's hidden within the word itself that the Masons created, which is the word rule, and we will get into shortly. So whenever you ask anybody, let me come to the screen again. Whenever you ask anybody about the word matriarch and who are these matriarchal societies, no one ever describes them as great mothers and family women to their husbands. That never seems to be in the description of matriarchal, but yet we see the word matri and matrix deals specifically with being pregnant. The womb goes back to Mut, holding the Shen, representing Aset, protecting Asar, holding the Shen, which is what you put the ruler's name in so that he or she can live together, always working simultaneously and side by side, man and woman. That's what the ancient concept was, raising the family. But when you ask somebody what matriarchy is today, it's when women were ruling, and there's never any spiritual definition. Ask your friends and family about matriarchy and see if you get anything that has to do with any type of spiritual definition. But yet, in Kemet, and in ancient times, the only definition of matriarchy, or females supposedly ruling, had everything to do with the spiritual concept of resurrecting Asar. It was completely inseparable. The whole story of resurrecting Asar and Heru was intermeshed in what it took to be a matri or a ma'at. That was completely interwoven. You had to have a man and child to even be in that position, or you weren't even qualified. Biological imperative was key. Today, you couldn't be a ruler female and you have no husband. You couldn't even be the ruler whatsoever. We're going to get into that, everybody. And we're going to get into why they even call it ruler. Where are we even getting that word from? Why is it called that? Why is the word ruler associated with being a king at all? The two words actually aren't even the same. So the Masons created this word rule, and we're going to get into that in a moment. Here we go, everybody. So now the root in matriarch is mother, matrix. Yes. Are all from mut, ma'at, which are the same word. Ma'at is what all of Kemet was measured by. Here is where the concept got lost. What do you use to measure things, everybody? What do you use to measure things? And not the weight of something, not the scale, but measuring is in the length of width of things. What do you all use? I'm going to come into the room. What do we use to measure things, like the length and width? If you want to know the length and width of a window, what do you use, everybody? Anybody know? A ruler, absolutely, or a tape measure, right? And the same word measure that you're using to see the height and length of something is the same word that you use for judgment. Is the same word for you that you use for, let me measure your character. Or what measures do you live by? What do you live by? You use a ruler. So here's how the concept of a supposed king came into existence, mixed with this word for ruler, which is something that you use to see the height and distance of something. Why that particular word? Why measurer? We're going to find out right here at the Tehuti Podclass for the first time in your life. So you are right. It is, you measure with a ruler. You're absolutely right, everybody. Ding, ding, ding. Everybody pretty much wrote down the right answer. So why is that word used for somebody? Ruler, something in which measures, and now you see how the feminine principle of ma'at became confused for the concept of a ruler. Yes, they are both the same word, ma'at, which is that which you are measured by. Ma'at, the real matriarch system, as we see in what is called the story of the eloquent peasant, British Museum number 10274, which is actually called MEDU Sektu Nefer Mudu, which is one in the field of good speech. This goes back to 1255 BC. And in the tale of the eloquent peasant, what does it say right here? Speak ma'at, perform ma'at, for it is great, it is exalted, it is enduring, it is integrity, it is evident, and it will cause you to attain the state of veneration. Can a balance tilt? It is the scale pans which bear things, and there must be no exceeding of the measure. A criminal action does not reach safe harbor, but he who is humble will reach land. Associating living in Ma'at with the measurer. And if you're in balance with that, you're considered doing a criminal action. It must not exceed the measure, because you speak Ma'at, perform Ma'at. Ma'at is associated directly with the measurer. That's why there's a scale there, a different type of measuring. But the measure was Ma'at. The I, remember when I taught you what Ma'at is, everybody? The only place you've ever learned it here at the Podclass, everybody since the days of Dr. Ben in 1960s just said Ma'at means truth, Ma'at means truth. Ma'at is the eye of examination, to make right. When you examine something, you have the discerning eye to make the decision. It's an action. It means to examine. It makes you responsible. It's not just truth. You examine something and then you discern what is the truth. It is right judgment, but the only way to judge is to examine. That's why Ma'at is the eye. The symbol of Ma'at is the eye. Judgment in order to create a birth. This was the typo there. This was being a feminine. This was being a feminine word also because it's dealing with the rebirth. Also with Mut and Met, mother, it was the female ruler, aka measurer, governing the ancient societies, not any particular group of physical women. It was the measuring system itself that was called Ma'at, which the ancient Ma'at was a woman. Then there came a point where Ma'at was not a woman anymore because her time had passed, some 35,000 years before the Shem Suhor. So then Ma'at becomes the principle of measuring, examining, and discernment from truth and falsehood. Not a particular group of women ruling, but using the I, which the way you say I in ancient times is Ma'at. I in examination. And here's the image of Ma'at, and that's why you first learn this here, the Tehuti Podclass, that Ma'at is not just truth, but see, Ma'at, which I've shown you many times, is what? Examine, inspect, to inspect something. The way you draw Ma'at is the eye. Sight, vision, inspection. Ma'at means to inspect something. It's a verb that makes you responsible so that you can measure something. The only way you can measure something is if you look at it. But measurement doesn't just mean the height, the length, and the width of something. Measurement is the judgment. What are you measured by? Is this good or bad for you? That's the measuring. That is the ruler. Or as one of the most popular instructors of Ma'at in ancient times was Amenemopi. And Amenemopi states very clearly, there's the instructions of Amenemopi right there. And Amenemopi states very clearly, don't act wrongfully through force, cause it not to be empty inside. You may have it measured exactly as it arrives. Your hand stretches out with precision. Make not for yourself a measure of two capacities, for then it is towards the depth that you will go. The measure is what, everybody? The measure is the eye of Re. And who is the eye of Re? The eye of Re was also called Sekhmet. And what was Sekhmet's other name? Ma'at. The eye of Re, the piercing eye, the overseeing eye, the ability to look at something. So thus, Ma'at is the eye, and the measure is the eye. They're both the eye to examine something. Ma'at and measure are both the eye. The ability to look at something and discern truth from falsehood. That is the measure. That is the ruler. Boom. Amenemopi lets us know the measure was the eye of Ra, same as Ma'at, the eye of examination. The true matriarch, the quote-unquote true matriarch, what is someone called who is a ruler? What are they called? They're called royalty or royal. Royal and ruler are side by side. That which is used to examine, the eye, that's used to examine, to discern from good from evil. Guess what the ancient Kemetic ruler, measurer was called, everybody? What was the ancient first ruler on the planet, the measurer, the actual tool, the ruler. Guess what it was called? It was called Nesut. Have you heard the word Nesut before? Nesut is the name of the king, is the name of the ruler, the Nesut Bihi. And guess what it's translated to? And guess what it's called? It's called the royal cubit. The actual ruler, the inventors of the ruler, the followers of Ma'at who created the first ruler on the planet, the name of it was also the name of the ruler. The pharaoh's name was Nesut Biti. That's his or her name, because his or her have to live their life measured in Ma'at. So thus, this is called the royal cubit. What is royalty? The royalty are the ones who rules. But rulership originally meant measuring something of discernment, whether it's Ma'at or Isfet, not controlling people, not just ruling in the sense that we get today. It directly was a microcosm and macrocosm of the insight of Ma'at. Thus, they used to carry around an actual ruler that was called the royalty. The actual ruler that was used to measure items, its name was the same name as the person who quote unquote ruled over you. That's why today the Freemasons took that word. They took the concept of a ruler, the actual tool, and they used that word to name after a king. They say, yeah, kings are called rulers, queens are called rulers. Why are they called rulers? They never tell you that, because of the royal cubit, the Nesut. The ruler, measurer, literally had the same name as the pharaoh. That is your matrice, that is your ma'at, that is your eye of discernment, that is the measuring, that is that which you are measured by. Hey, who was the one that made this clear? In the measure of the eye of Ra? Oh, that was Amenemopi. Okay, wonderful. So the Nesut was the royal measurer, the cubit, the actual tool. Hey, guess whose ruler this is? This is actually somebody's ruler. I wonder whose ruler this is. Let me see. Let's go and see whose actual ruler this is. Whose ruler is that? Let me see. Let's go over back here. Does that ruler actually belong to somebody? Whose ruler is that? Whose ruler is this? Cairo Museum, the royal cubit of Amenemopi. The same one that wrote about the measure is the eye of Ra. That's who owns the royal ruler. The one who owns this, the first rulers on the planet, walking around with this because it represents the discerning eye of true rulership, is that which you're measured by, because you should have the measurements of Ma'at, which means that your footsteps and everything you do should be measured by Ma'at, the one who taught about it, that the measure in the instructions of Amenemopi, that the measure is the eye of Ra, and this being called the royal cubit because royalty are the ones that rule, but it's a spiritual ruling. This is his rod. It's the royal cubit of Amenemopi. Ooh-wee. Boom. Welcome to Tehuti Podclass. There we go. There we go, matriarch people. Ma'at, who all of Kemet was measured, ruled by, that birthing womb energy, and that which produces you like you are produced in your mother's womb. Not a physical group of actual women, as told to you today in the new evil description of matriarchy. They daily live a disciplined life of Ma'at. They live through men and women. Were observed from the top of what they call Cairo to 4,000 kilometers away, all the way down to what they call Nubia. Ma'at was that which what you were measured by. That was the ruling you were measured by. The actual ruler, and then the scale measures the weight of your heart versus the feather. They must balance. That's why the article came out. Mysterious Nubian stone tablets have been discovered in vast African city of the dead. Archaeologists in April 2018, April 12th, Michelle Starr, archaeologists excavating vast and ancient city of the dead in Africa have recovered the largest collection of the mysterious language. And who's on the tablets? Ma'at. And what's on her head? What's on her head all the way down to what they call Nubia? What's that? Hey, it's the vulture. Uh-oh. There's the vulture. Motherhood. Protective motherhood. With the two hands. Why are the two hands up? Because the two hands represent the resurrection of a star. The protective resurrection of supporting the back of Aset and Nebtet's responsibility to support the back to resurrect their husband. There is no matriarchal society of women without men being right there. It doesn't exist anywhere. Okay? Who is the other prominent female, quote unquote, ruler that is brought up when people bring up matriarchy or female rulership? Who's the other popular queen? Or what's really called a Nestu Biti or a Nestut, the one who holds that ruler. Who's the other one? Of course, Queen Tai, everybody. The most popular. I would say Queen Tai and Hatshepsut are the most popular. Whenever they speak about Queen Tai, it's only about her rulership dominance. Rulership in the European sense of rulership, not in the ancient sense. Remember, rulership in the European sense has nothing to do with the resurrection of Asar. It has nothing to do with immortality. It has nothing to do with Heru and the Shemsu Hor. It has nothing to do with holding a Shen symbol over an erection. It has nothing to do with the afterlife. But rulership definition along the Nile had everything to do with everything that I just said. You can't speak about rulership without the man, woman, and child involved. You can't speak about rulership without that involved. Therefore, only somebody who's anti-biological imperative will create a family that there's some ancient place where it's just the women ruling without the rulership or the measurement of Ma'at. How can you rule without Ma'at when a ruler is a tool that measures? Queen Tai was a prominent political diplomat and war strategist who took control when Akhenaten was unconcerned with the correspondent complaints and letters, some of which were from his own men. Tai took control after the death of her mate and saved Kemet, and this is attested in the Armana tablets. These are attested in Armana tablets. The Armana letters are a group of several hundreds of clay tablets inscribed with cuneiform wedge-shaped writing that date to the 14th century BC. They were found at the site of Tel El Amarna, the short-lived capital of ancient Kemet, during the reign of Amenhotep IV, Akhenaten, 1353 to 1336 BC. Since Kemet was the outside area where cuneiform writing was developed, the Armana letters testify to the use of this script and the Akkadian language across the Eastern Mediterranean during this period, and the majority of tablets are letters written from quote-unquote rulers of the lands of North Kemet. These texts are housed today in museums and collections across the world, including two examples in the collection of the Metropolitan Museum 24.2.11, 24.2.12. And there they are. These are the Armana tablets which testify to Tai's involvement in saving Kemet and corresponding with the people in that area. These are the Armana fragments from King Tushratta of Mitanni to the Nestabit ruler Tai of Kemet. Matching fragment in British Museum, Oriental Institute Museum, University of Chicago. Boom. Welcome to the Podclass. So it's Tai. Is Tai the example of the independent typo there? Independent woman who ruled in the form of matriarchy. How did Tai portray herself? How did Tai actually portray herself as this ruler? What was her symbol that she used? She used what's called the Harakuti symbol. But look at this. Here is Tai, and you see her side by side, holding the back with the colossal statue of Amenhotep III and his mate, ruler Tai, in the Egyptian Museum. And what do you see? You see her hand on his back. Her hand on his back, which is a support theme of Aset and Neptet with their hands up behind Asar's back. So there is no female rulership going on without the reenactment of having a husband. Again, there's no female rulership going on without the interaction and representation of having a husband, because all throughout the culture, one represents Aset, one represents Asar, or one represents Aset and Neptet, one represents Asar under the measurement discerning eye of Ma'at, male and female. Side by side with her male husband, the Turt, she loves and worships, portraying biological imperative, family, and true rulership that can only be done with both male and female equality. Not two women, not three women, not an island of women, not the woman king. None of that existed in ancient times, living under the measure and rule of Ma'at. Everything else is European influence and distortion of original culture. Here is her symbol right here, in her anthropomorphic, as they call it, Herakuti symbol, or as Europeans call it, the Sphinx symbol. There she is right there. There's who they call Queen Tai. Notice that she's holding something in her hand. Okay. Tai, as the winged Herakuti Tem, Ra, her plant-topped headdress derived from that worn by Tefnut. And what is that she's holding in her hand? She's holding her husband's Shen. She's keeping the same principle, the same culture, the same theme of supporting the immortality of your husband, starting with Asar becoming immortal and Aset holding his Shen, and Hatshepsut and Mut holding their Shen, representing their husband, and it has the husband's name in it. The husband's name is in the Shen of rulership, while Queen Tai is supposedly Queen Tai, but in the Shen is her husband's name. This is displaying true loyalty. Remember the scene in supporting the husband by holding his Shen? There's no female physical matriarchy without the husband and family unit. And that's why we see, quote unquote, Queen Tai holding first of all, holding his back, supporting, representing Aset, holding Asar's back, because she is the Jed. She's the Djed support of his back. And then you see Tai holding her husband's Shen, which is the echo of what? Of Mut in Hatshepsut's temple, holding the Shen, which is the echo of what? The echo of the original, which is Aset, holding the Shen over Asar's resurrected penis, representing bringing him back to everlasting life, having his support. Being that one of the definitions of quote-unquote matriarch is mother, that takes lead. Tai is a great example of a mother Naturt with family structure who was loyal to her husband, who took lead as a mother and warrior, as Sekhmet, Aset, and all mothers did to protect their family. Thus she wears the headdress of Tefnut. Who is what? Who is Tefnut? The protector of her male and ruler, Ra. So she is wearing the headdress representing the original story of the original woman who protected her male. That was Tefnut Sekhmet protecting Ra. And there's Tai as the winged Herakuti Tem Ra, her plant-topped headdress representing Tefnut, which is this one right here, Tefnut. And due to the corruption and toxins and gender poisoning, the fake gender wars put into the woman's mind, today's Sekhmet Tefnut is always referred to as, I'm a fighting lioness, the queen. Nobody's getting anything over on me. I have that Sekhmet attitude, the female ruler, the woman king. But what did the actual writings of the ancients say how a woman truly represents the lioness? If you ask anybody right now, say, hey, Sekhmet's the lioness. There's a lot of women out here with the name Sekhmet. Sekhmet's the lioness. Why did you call yourself that? Because I got that fighting energy. I'm going to defend myself. I'm going to fight like Sekhmet fight. She killed 1,000 men, drew blood. But what did the ancient writings say the lioness represented and that ancient women represent when they represent Sekhmet? Did the ancient explain this matriarch Sekhmet lioness the way women explain it today? Let us go to the ancient laws of Ma'at by Ankh Shesh Ankh. Here it is. Who was a political prisoner by the Ptolemies in 100 BC, 30 BC, instructions of Ankh Shesh Ankh. How does it describe, how do the ancients describe why the lioness was Sekhmet? It says clearly, when a man smells pleasantly of myrrh, his wife is like a cat before him. But when a man is hurt, his wife is there like a lioness to protect him. That's the lioness. That's the matriarch. That's the lioness. Again, holding the same theme as the female protecting her man. There is no matriarchy without a female and a man. The male is needed in all of these cultures and everything stated, because any woman calling themselves a lioness, no, you're not Sekhmet the lioness unless you have a man. You cannot be Sekhmet without a man. You can make it up in 2023, but you didn't create what Sekhmet was. You didn't create what it represents in the papyri. And the papyri says when a man is hurt, his wife is there like a lioness to protect him. That lioness is Sekhmet. The cat is Bastet, who is also Sekhmet, because Bastet means what? When you look it up, Bastet also means a smelling fragrance, a perfume. That's why it says when a man smells pleasantly of myrrh, his wife is like a cat before him. So the cat is representative of the calm, nice-smelling, docile, domesticated house animal. The lion is the protective animal in the wild, protecting the man. That is Sekhmet. Whatever it is that women today are creating is Sekhmet and matriarch and whatever that is, they can't align that with the writing of any papyrus. Sekhmet strictly represents, her story is 100% and only about her protection of a man. Only. Nothing else is in her story. Everything about her story is about the protection of a man. So thus, the laws of Ma'at says when a man is hurt, his wife is there like a lioness to protect him. That is Sekhmet. Boom. The theme of protecting the husband, again, biological imperative and family structure, of which there is no matriarchy without continuously echoing for thousands of years amongst the great female rulers of ancient times. No matriarchy without the family structure. There's no such thing. That other thing is a fantasy made up. Now, who did the people consider the most quote-unquote powerful ancient pharaoh ruler? Here is one of my students, Tehuti Amenhotep Ra, one of my students on his trip to Kemet. Here we can see the colossal size of the great quote-unquote ruler, because now we know what ruler really means, Ramesses II, in an enormous seat that people call a throne for a king. Well, what does it really represent? There's my student right there, one of my students right there, and there is Ramesses on this humongous throne. And he's doubled. There's more than one of them. What does that actually represent? Well, what do you see Abraham Lincoln sitting on today? Abraham Lincoln, imitating the exaggerated seat, represents rulership. And there's Abraham Lincoln in that big seat like how Ramesses was. And there he is right there. Well, this quote-unquote throne of rulership was passed down from Asar to Heru, then eventually passed down to the pharaohs, whom, because they are males, Europeans assumed it was a male-run society. When to the people of Kemet, we knew both energies were needed. Look at the word for throne in the Purim Haru, with the story of Heru getting the throne from Asar. Here we are in Purim Haru, the Purim Haru, page 49, and what does it say here? We'll start from here. Heru is Heru is the son. Heru is the son of Aset, who was appointed to rule in the seat. See that right there? So he's appointed to rule in the seat because he's taken the seat of Asar. But what is this ruling in the seat? Ruling in the seat of his father, Asar. Now day in the union of the two earths, gathering the two lands at the sarcophagus of Asar, and the soul living in the Sutenhanen, giver of food, annihilator of sins, he giveth. Okay, so he's sitting on the seat. What's this great seat that we see Ramesses sitting on, that we see Heru taking? What is this seat? Well, what is the word for seat or throne or rule in the seat that Heru received, that Ramesses is sitting on? What is that word for seat? You know what that word is, everybody, for seat? The word for seat is Aset. Once again, the rulership, what you're sitting on, with the back support, you see, it's not just a regular stool, it's a back support, Aset. Aset, who is appointed to rule in the seat. There's the word Aset, and the word for seat that the Pharaoh sits on is Aset. But it's not just any seat, it is a seat with back support, because that is the concept of the female in this society, is she is the back support because she represents the raising up of the Djed of Asar. But she can't be the ruler or a matriarch system without what? The egg. There's the egg right there because she needs to be a mother. So there's no Aset without the egg. The egg is the motherhood. The seat is that which the king sits on with her as the supportive back. They go hand in hand. The symbols of the name of Aset are the seat, phonetic T, determinative, and egg, symbol of motherhood. That's why when you go to the Brooklyn Museum, you see Aset and the nursing child of Heru. That's what you see Aset and the nursing child of Heru. Why? Because there's no Aset without Heru. There's no Aset story without the husband and without the son. It doesn't exist. The concept of females ruled by themselves is a European fantasy given to disgruntled women to run with. Boom. Supportive true matriarch mother principle that supports her man is the quote-unquote rulership seat. Back to the theme of Aset, supporting her husband. No individual female matriarchs. No such thing as that. Even though Ramesses was the quote-unquote ruler, who did he declare the ruler supporting him? What did he declare? Aset het Heru as the seat of authority is based on Aset and Nebtet supporting him as they did Asar, as they did their husband, living within Ma'at, the Mut. Again, the ancient concept of quote-unquote matriarchy worship was based on family foundation. So that's when we go to the relief carving of Ramesses II and Nefertari offering lotus flowers to who? Het Heru. So there is Ramesses, but Ramesses is giving his offering to Het Heru. Het Heru, which means the house of Horus, who is Aset. Giving her, again, over here, the offerings. As we see the power, because the word Usur means power, the power of Ramesses was Ma'at, as we can see in the name. Usur Ma'at Ra Septepen Ra. The Usur, the word Usur, which means power, the Usur is the Ma'at Ra, right within his name. A combination of both male and female energy. No matriarch, no patriarch. None of that existed in Kemetic concepts. None of that existed in ancient times. That's all movies. When we think of a ruler, we think of the richest person, the wealthiest around, the wealthiest. Ramesses, he has the wealthiest house. We think of Julius Caesar. We think of people that are rich. as in the house, the family. Unfortunately, due to modern day European matrix toxins, wealth is money. Well, what was the word for wealth 3,000 years before the matrix? Let's go to page 663 of the Egyptian Hieroglyphic Dictionary, and let's go to page 663 of the Egyptian Hieroglyphic Dictionary. I have that twice. The word for wealth was septu. Here it is right here. Who are provided for the goods, well-to-do, wealthy. What's the word for wealthy? Wealthy people? Septu. Septu is the word for wealthy. When we think of wealthy, we think of how much money you have. The word here for wealthy is septu. Why am I showing you this? Well, guess what else the word wealth means to the people 3,000 years before the matrix, for establishing the wealth of their house and their quote-unquote rule. What's the wealth? What is it? Septi, a goddess with child. Your definition of wealth is how much money you got in your bank. Kemet's definition of wealth is a goddess with child. Back to the biological imperative family of woman and child. That was the wealthy one. The wealthy one, Septet, the goddess with child, a form of who? The one that Ramesses was worshiping, a form of Het Heru. Septet, Septu. What are those? The wealthy people, those who are provided for, those who are wealthy, Septu. Well, what is wealthy? Wealthy is Septet, the goddess with child. Biological imperative was the true wealth. And that's why you see the symbol here. Every time you see it, almost every time you see a symbol of Aset, she always has a child in her hand. This is from the Metropolitan Museum of Art. There she is with the child. Het Heru. Boom, the woman with child, the family woman, biological imperative, and that child can only come through a male. That's the unity of family again. The laws of Ma'at describe the true wealth of the household as what? What was the wealth of the household? So thus the laws of Ma'at, I said bus, but that's the typo. Thus the laws of Ma'at describe the wealth of a true household as what? What is the wealth of a household that kept the pharaoh in the rulership position? What do the laws of Ma'at say? Back to Shesham. The wealth of the household is the wise woman. Not the money in your bank, not your black card, not your unlimited credit card, not your Bentley in the back, not the gold chains on your neck. The wealth of the household is the wise woman. Why? Because she represents this biological imperative. She represents Subtet, goddess with child, because the word Subtet is true wealth. Those are the wealthy royal rulers, the one that represent man, woman, and child, and biological imperative and family. So thus the wealth of a household is the wise woman. Boom. Women who focus on family, supporting her husband, childbearing, biological imperative, the true quote-unquote matriarch frequency. No family, no husband, no matriarch. Hotep, I am done. Matrix broken. Hope I answered that question to that sister Nick. That is the true definition of matriarch, not a set of women ruling independent of men. Boom, I am done. That's it, everybody. That's it, everybody. Wonderful. Okay. Whew. Let me put the link in the room in this. Oh man, I can't end the class before 1. I just can't do it. I'm gonna go check. I'm gonna put the link in the room for the brothers who are still awake to jump in. I'm gonna go check the Cash Apps. I'm gonna go check the PayPals. Let me see. I'm gonna check the support. I'm gonna announce some of the support when the brothers jump in. I'm gonna see how many people actually like that answer, like the information, benefited from that information. As a matter of fact, everybody who felt they benefited from that information or got anything from that matriarch, patriarch definition, the true origin, the ruler, the cubit, the measurer, the role. If anybody got anything, press a 9. Press a 9. Press a 9 if anybody got anything of the last. How long was that I just taught? 50 minutes. If anybody got anything out of 50 minutes, press a 9, please. All right. Let me check the room and see if the brothers are jumping in. All right. We got a lot of 9s. Thank you for appreciating. And Matt Daughter of Ray said, to a SABA, beautiful breakdown, 99999999999. Angela pressed a 9. Matt Ray still pressing another 9. More 9s. Pest Jed 9. Matt Ray keeps pressing 9. Oh my goodness. All right. So there it is, everybody. The matriarch is directly associated with the spiritual story of immortality and your husband. Without the spiritual focus of immortality and the husband and the true wealth, the child, there is no ruler cubit of 52 centimeters. None of that. No 52.69 centimeter cubit nesut without that. So anybody telling you any story about women ruling by themselves and there was an island, what culture, what did they bring to society? What did they create? Whenever people tell you about, yes, there was a female rulership and women were what was the language these females created? What was that called? What was the name of the schools? Did the females teach math? Was there a mathematical, anything math created? I mean, how do you have a society without math and language? Did these females create any soap? Was there any soap, any pencil created? Any kind of anything that you need to run a society? Any structures built by these females? Absolutely not. A fantasy. Let me let okay, Tev is having some problems. Let me let Primordial Thought in here. All right, Primordial Thought, there you go. Women used to rule, man. You didn't know
that? Hey, Saba, that was phenomenal. It's interesting how I guess we've been brought up in a way that we always want to put one above the other. Like you said, like there's no such thing as like most high. There's no such thing as just one ruling one side or the other. It's all in synchronicity. It's all a balance of everything.
There's no exactly. That is the focus is to tear apart the family. Someone's asking in the room of the dictionary. It was just called the Egyptian Hieroglyphic Dictionary. Budge's Egyptian Hieroglyphic Dictionary. Okay, I'm not sure who Isaac is. This is for the team and the great supporter. So Isaac, type in the room who you are. Let me look up and see your Cash Apps, PayPal. See if the brothers know you, and you can definitely jump on the panel. Whoever Isaac is. All right, what's up, brothers? That is a question. Well, that's you, VR. That's you. Okay, you can come in.
Hello.
Hello.
Oh, sorry, Matt. I just wanted to say thank you just for like all of this, like, and just the way, like, the community is so connected with all these questions, especially like with Sherry Carr's questions and like Medcalf around Primordial Thought. Like, I'll be watching all these podclasses and all the questions will like bleed into like something that I learned or wanted to learn, and I don't know, I'm literally shaking speaking to you guys, like, but I cannot express how much this community and Podclass has saved me time, money, life, like it's stress, everything, like, and I cannot thank you guys enough for it, like all of it, and so I'm so glad that I even get to do this, because I was watching a podcast and I think you were talking to one of the members about like the opportunity to even have the link to come in here and be able to speak and thank you is insane. Like so I thought I'll seize it, I'll come in and just shower you in praise and dip out, but that's all I can do at the moment is just shower you in praise. So yeah, thank you.
Okay, you're very welcome. VRI. Nice. I can't say nice to see because I can't see you, but nice to.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, it's early in the morning right now. I'm having a bad hair day.
Okay. Hope you heal your headache. Nice that you jumped in.
Thank you.
Oh, you a bad hair day? What you say?
Hair day. Yeah. Go. You need to have a wash first.
Bad hair day. Attack from last time you had a bad hair day. Hey, Primordial. I haven't heard that in years and years. Well, okay, cool. Well, I hope you go fix your hair up and come back and you have a good hair day, definitely. And nice to see your energy. And I can feel your genuineness coming through the screen. Shout out to you.
Thank you guys. Thank you for doing this. I really do appreciate it. Like, I know how much effort goes into these things, and like, just like being online and just trying to like hack at social media and editing and videos. I know how much goes into this, and like seeing this from this perspective, and like this knowledge is just so pure. Like it's just like I see these sentiments echoed by the members as well, and it's so amazing to actually have this when it's just like you're just living life thinking that like I don't know, like just thinking there's no escape, there's no like I don't know, there's no one like that knows, and then it's like finding Tehuti, finding this, it's just like thank you, it's just like it's so yeah, I can't even explain it. Just my brain just feels like it's just been opened with these first natural correspondences our ancestors used, and it's like I think you were saying in one of these things, it's like as soon as you believe one of these made up words, I think you use culture as an example, but as soon as you enter into one of these words, like you're in their matrix, you're in the world that they've created for that word.
Yes,
and it's like
exactly.
Yeah, and thank you just for help. Bro. Like yeah, it's amazing. It really is just it's helped me so much. Like literally being able to look at bees and like to understand like bees, that like actually finally understand what they are and not like be caught up on all these, I don't know, you know what I mean, where the bee is associated with those guys, and you come up, you try and go to all these other like things for information, it leads you down all this other thing. And but thank you just for you giving me the ability to look at bees like naturally, you know what I mean. I can't explain how thankful I am for that.
You're welcome, brother. I'm gonna read a couple of these, but you're welcome. Definitely feel free to keep. Let me ask you something before you go, real quick. How long have you been coming to the Podclass? You look like a new name.
Oh, like officially, like live, like literally, I can actually check since like live, the last one.
Like a month.
Yeah, like so I would say like I'd say since maybe like because I found you in Killer Priest first, so it'd be like since your like last Killer Priest thing, just watching all the debates,
okay. You've been watching.
And then I found.
While, but you just came on recently.
Yeah, and then I found this like because you mentioned it in Killer Priest. I was like, yes, this is all I wanted. Cause I would watch Killer Priest just for your little half-an-hour segments, and I'd watch you decimate all these people in debates. I'd be like, this guy, like, who is this guy? And then yeah, I'm so glad you've been doing this. And then I've just been binging all of these for the past few months.
Thank you. We're gonna go ahead and do some donations. And thank you, brother, for jumping on. Let me check and see if anybody's donated since I taught. I think 2 people. I'm gonna go ahead and read some of these donations. I'm glad you all enjoyed that. That was a little treat and a gift because it was a question I could have ignored and not even dealt with because it was stripped from YouTube and nobody knew about it. So nobody asked me to redo it, so I could have just put that in and that answer is not even what was taken down off of YouTube. So that's just a little extra treat. Shout out to Shannon Southern, one of my favorite young ladies. Great energy, beautiful, wonderful. Golden knowledge, supreme gratitude. I'm glad you got to make it. That's the beautiful thing about the Podclass, Shannon, is even if you think you can't make it, because the Podclass goes on for like 7 hours, somewhere within those 7 hours, somewhere in 7 hours, you're going to be free. So here we go. Okay, let me go ahead and Sandra, you made a great statement. This is absolutely true right here. I think as we were leaving Christianity, we were fast to grab anything that defied it. That is exactly what happened. Anything that defied Christianity, that's what we jumped on. Good observation. Okay, let me get into these let me get into these donations here. A couple of them, and so Tef, what do you think of that answer, though, brother? While I'm looking at the donations, did you get to hear all of it?
That was fantastic. That was absolutely phenomenal, and you touched on some of that in the past, and definitely my yeah, it's a beautiful thing, Saba, especially what it's done for me. Yeah, I'll just let my hemp talk to you on Monday and give you some and just tell you what's been going on just with her personally, but as a family, it's your teaching in specifically has done remarkable things for our growth as a family, our connective consciousness as well as individually. It's just a beautiful thing, and I'm grateful for your teachings. And that was one of the things I acknowledged early on too, was your emphasis on family, and then tracing it back to the ancestors. I grabbed that a long time ago. I was able to tap into that. So Tua for that, great time.
Thank you very much, my good brother. Wonderful, wonderful. And yes, I definitely always stress. I stressed on family. It's very important. And my concept of family is not even the same as everyone else's, but family, those who you take into your surroundings that you protect. So I may take a goddess or a nether or a female into my family, and she has a son, right? That son, as long as she's with the circle, as long as she's doing what she's supposed to do, as long as everything is fine, that son automatically becomes mine. While I have physical sons out there from my blood that I don't even know to talk to or don't even speak with. Because your family are those who unite with you mentally. And if you can unite mentally and have the bonus of them being your blood too, then that's a beautiful thing. I personally don't have much of that because I got into this information young, much younger, where people were quick to dip away. It wasn't the maturity level of today, so I applaud you, and that is a beautiful thing. Anyone that you take into your under your wing, if Primordial Thought meets a young lady or has a young lady and she has a child or anything, and he takes her in or anything, that is your family. That is your family. I always tell people that our physical family are all accidental. It's one big accident. You have your physical family is just based on a bunch of people that got horny. That's the only reason why you have an auntie. It's the only reason why you have a grandmother is because a bunch of people got horny. When they got horny, they had a baby, and those babies had babies, and now they're called aunties and fifth cousin and grandmother-in-law, and it's just a bunch of horny people having sex. Now the family truly comes in when those people can now get along mentally and choose the same disciplined lifestyle, and that's what you've actually created. You turned what may have been accidental. You meet a woman and you guys fall in love or whatnot. You didn't plan that when you were 6, and then you may have sex and have a child. Now you're actually determining their future, and that is what I respect about you the most, is that they're following the same mind state. If you have a family or a wife that you're with, or a man or whoever it is, a child, and they're not with you mentally, that's not even family. That's not even family, because at any moment they can turn on you because they're not loyal. So you're creating loyalty based on true knowledge, and that's going to create an immortal family. And I may do a class with all of you on how to continue that after life. So,
looking forward to it, Saba. And it's the process for everyone out there. It's definitely not easy what he's speaking on. Especially with your mate, because it's definitely not easy. But when it does come together, it's a beautiful thing. So it's been coming together for me beautifully. But the thing about it is that my foundation is my eye, and that's not gonna switch. That's not gonna change. So You know, that's the thing you have to hold firm to something solid, and the thing that is solid is Ma'at as a foundation. So anything can be built on that as long as it is in adherence with Ma'at, with the measure. So, you know, two off for that. But it is a process, and two off for that, for that beautiful guidance that you've been giving me along this journey, individually and now collectively. I'm just grateful for that. I'm absolutely grateful.
You're very, very welcome, my good brother. I'm gonna get into these donations because it is after 1 o'clock, and I'm breaking down. So we're gonna go into
Saba, you gonna play the Monday video that Scribe made? The Monday Metal Netta video.
You know, I wanted to open up with that. I'm gonna play it. I'm gonna open up with it next Podclass because I actually wanted Scribe to be here and he was driving and it just didn't. I wanted him to be there to play so that afterwards I could give him directly the praise and let the class see what it was. But I'll probably open up with it tomorrow if he can just tomorrow on next class. I want to do it right when everybody's here, when there's like when everybody is around, especially with Scribe around. I don't even know what Scribe is right now, and I want to give him his Hanu. So shout out to Scribe for making that. Thank you, Scribe. Everybody will see it anyways. It's a beautiful thing, and I want the whole panel to be on when I play it. Okay, shout out to big. Oh, what do you say? There's a lag.
I said it is absolutely excellent, Saba. It is.
Yes,
it's phenomenal work.
It's already a part of my StreamYard. It's already programmed into the. It's like all my other intros, just one button. It's not something I have to put on the screen share. As soon as I saw it, I made it a part of the StreamYard.
Yeah, it's great.
Okay, all right, everybody. We got Big Vase for the MetaNetter Monday. He paid for $20. He's gonna get I can't see what number that is, but he's maybe 20.
18.
18. Thank you. 18. Thank you. You'll be getting that, you know, the next couple of days or so, maybe even you'll get that as soon as possible. Thank you for. Oh, here's a new person here. Thank you, brother assistant here, Rilo. Thank you for clarifying that. Rilo asked a question, but it was a basic, simple question. It wasn't any kind of breakdown. He just wants to know what the book was, and so I saw those kind of questions, something quick like that. What book is that? I literally say the book in the breakdown, so there's nothing of me repeating it again. But thank you. I think Matt, daughter of Ray, tried to help him out, and Nanny Setmer maybe. But I answered this question, a simple question. Thank you, Rilo. Plus, he's brand new, and thank you for coming. Awesome. Okay, everybody. So shout out to Big Vapes for that donation and support. Appreciate you. That was an exorcist. I don't know what that was. A gremlin. I don't know what was that. That was crazy. They have all kind of sounds. Okay. Thank you, Atef, for the sound effects. Appreciate that. Thank you. And next one is Eric G. That's it. Much respect to you, young brother. Much respect to you because I know your financial situation is not the greatest, and you still find a way to support. So I appreciate you very much. Thank you. It's not about the dollar amount anybody gives. It's about what they actually can give based on what they have. So somebody giving me $10 and they're living their life in a very financially low state is more valuable than a millionaire giving me 100. So, okay, so let me put this here. Okay, good. I think somebody tried to come in the room. Who's that? Oh, Annie Patel. Okay, Annie Patel is here. Peace. Wonderful. right, we'll get to the next one. Who's this? Oh, Johan Billadou. I had a one-on-one with his brother, and I was spooked. Johan Billadou. Shout out to Johan Billadou. He sent $14 for support. And let me go ahead and tell you why I was shook. Thank you, Johan Billadou. They put that on the screen. Is it on the screen? Yes. Thank you, brother. $14. I pressed the StreamYard for the camera for us to see each other, and when he came to the screen, it was me. I was shook. It was me at 24 years old. I didn't know what was happening. It was me. I called my goddess. I called my network. I said, yo, look at me on the screen. Look at this. Johan Billadou is a clone of me. He's a clone. If Mad Daughter of Ray ever saw Johan Billadou, she thinks she time traveled. It is me at 24 years old. The exact same face. Shout out to Johan Billadou. I don't know if you're one of my long lost sons out there. I'm not sure what's going on, but you are a clone of me. Shout out to you. Shout out to you. Okay. Next person here. Up Steven Escalar. Steven Escalar. This brother here is he's just a great brother. There's nothing much more to say. This brother here is just a great. His frequencies are also up there with the beautiful frequencies of Primordial Bella. He's a very, 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 very. He almost seems. I don't know if he was a Buddhist. I'm not sure, but he almost seems like a Buddhist to me. Shout out to Steven Escalar. Give him some noise. That on the screen. Give him some noise. Nice. Wonderful. My eyes are getting blurry. Okay, next up on the screen is Robert Williams. Is this a donation? No, this is a. I can't read. Let me put this on the screen. MEDU class. What's up, my brother? Can I get on the MEDU classes 45, 47? Absolutely. Specifically, I'm a little slow, so I'll let you know how things, rituals are going. I'll send the Cash App 80 for these classes. Okay. Believe me, I'll get more. Okay, yes, absolutely. Yes. Let me get this off the screen. That's okay. Shout out to you, my good brother. Appreciate you. And yes, definitely send that, and you'll get them the same day. You picked the right ones too. You picked the right ones. What do you say? 45, 47, and what else on the screen? I know 45, 47.
45,
48. 48. I think, okay, so that would be 49.
They need that 49, Saba. They need that 49.
There wasn't, I don't think there was a 48.
I just finished watching that today.
Oh my. How's your brain doing?
Oh my gosh.
But Stephen E. said he did practice Buddhism until he was introduced to Mahat.
Oh yes, I think he told me that one time. He seems like that. He exactly gives off that frequency. Shout out to you, brother. Oh, Robert Williams. Hey, so here it is, everybody. Here it is. So let me show you what's going on. So this is $60 for classes 45, 47, and 48. Which I don't know if there was a class 48. I think I'm not sure if one of the men classes were skipped. But if there's a 48, you will get that, my brother. You're more likely to get that tomorrow. Let me go ahead and save this. Give them some big noise, everybody. Subscribe. Give them some big noise. Wonderful, beautiful, man. Okay, there we go. Beautiful. You will get them. Next one is Israel. That's why he was typing 50. Because that's what he gave. That's Dashe Dashe. Like, you gotta keep remembering that Dashe Dashe's name is Israel Hoyle. Okay, my good brother always jumps in with that waiter money. $50, give him some big, biggity, big noise, please. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Oh, Nook Punuk is going nuts in the donations. He's going extra. What do they call it? Extra hard. He's going extra hard. This. He just gave like 5 donations. What'd you say?
you gotta add the pause.
I don't know what that is. I don't know why. I don't know. I was telling my netter. I was telling one of my netters that they created that to make people think of homosexual thoughts.
That's why
they created that. So
pause. Yes, you are correct.
Yeah, you have this. When you say pause, that's what makes you think homosexual thoughts. So ever since I was 18 years old, and I was saying LL Cool J is hard as battle anybody, there was no pause. Yo, that's a hard beat. Yo, rock the bells, that was hard. But now when we say that, they tell us to say pause, and I ask why. Why should I say pause? And they say, and there's no reason. As soon as they say the reason, it's making you think of a homosexual thought. Because I was saying LL Cool J was hard ever since 1995, and I never thought of him during sex. But now I say LL Cool J is hard. Pause. Why? It's sexual. No, it's not. Oh, you just put that thought in my head. Okay, I see. That's the psyops. Now I can't say another man is hard because now you're making me think of sex. I wasn't even thinking of sex when LL Cool J had Rock the Bells. LL Cool J.
Hey, you see that? Saba give me every time, man. He knows certain things, and then certain things I'll be like, Saba, how you don't know that? And then he just break down pause right now. He always gets me like that. He be messing with my cool.
It's the Matrix. Everything upside down.
Yeah, he knows that.
Absolutely.
And then he blows my mind when he doesn't remember the name Steve Urkel. And he said, "What's the nerd guy? The nerd with the glasses, and nobody wants to mess with him. He's intelligent, and nobody knows." I'm like, "It's Steve Urkel, Saba." Then he breaks down pause, and I'll be like, "Oh, had to." He gets me every time.
Oh my gosh, man. Oh boy. Okay. Evil asked how many seats are open for Men Netter Monday right now. Hold on. As of now, 8. Only one is paid for. There's 11 seats. Sarah has paid for every one of hers this month. So there are, then of course me, Scribe. So there are 9 seats or so available. Shout out to who asked that question? Evil. Okay, good. Shout out to Nook who gave $9.99 for Nook Nini. Wait, Nook Nini Tua. That sounds like a song. Henu Saba Hotep Mary Ma'at. Okay. Nook Nini Tua. Sounds like a children's song. All right. Thank you, my good brother. Appreciate that. Appreciate your support. And we're gonna give you some noise because he gave 5 donations, so all together they add up. So we're gonna some noise. Thank you, good brother. Appreciate you. A happy man. That's a happy man. All right. What do we got here? Carolina. Oh, it says Carolina, but it's really Nefret. Nefer Keperet snuck one in between all Nookpoo's donations. She pressed the button in between one of his, so she got in there with support and gratitude. Carolina Mencia, who is absolutely wonderful, absolutely wonderful young lady. It says support and gratitude. Support and gratitude with a wand, some sparkly stars, and the sun. Thank you, Nefer Keperet. Thank you. All right, next up is, and here we go, with the swimming rivers of Emmanuel Rodriguez, Nook, Robert Reyes, who's going to give a bunch of little ones that add up. Here we go. He's the new Cash Peden. Here we go. 22222 for Tua Hotep Mary Mahat. Oh my gosh, here we go. I think the rest of the donations are his. Let's see. Tua Hotep Mary Mahat. Okay. And the next one here is, of course, Nook, who says, he quotes a Tef. What does it say, Tef? I'm gonna let you read it. What does it say?
Well, Hotep sneak donating, not sneak learning. Jeez. That's right.
Mm-hmm.
People do what's important. Yep.
Yes, wonderful.
And I think he's close by me, Saba.
Oh, are you Florida?
Geographically, yes.
Okay, cool. Yeah, you all find people in the Podclass that are close to you and try to see if you can develop relationships. You never know when you're going to meet somebody who actually has the same mind state, that you can actually trust. Okay, Nook. 333 again. Did you say something, Tef?
No, I said facts.
Yes. Give him some noise. He's on the donation rampage too. I got a nice one here from Bijan Farrow. He said, what did he say? I'll be back at 50. Let's see. Bijan Farrow, who was just in the room. Give him some big noise. Oh, did I read Nook Punuk's last one?
Yeah,
No, Saba, you didn't.
No, let me go back. Sorry, let me go back. What does it say? Okay, yeah, let me read it. I always want to read them. You all are putting beautiful notes. I don't want to just skip by. Is that on the screen now?
Yes.
It says for a heart, something in the middle, at, res, a prosody, ma'at. Shout out to you, good brother. Appreciate you. Thank you. Okay, now on to Bijan Farrow. Bijan Farrow, the founder of the Bijan. He says, give him some big noise. I'll be back at $50. Peace and love. He snuck in there in between Nookpoo, and Nookpoo has another one. What does this say here? This says Nookpoo for Hotep Mary SABA benefits of sunglasses for the eye and are wow. Oh, is this a question?
Yeah.
Hotep Mary. Oh, sun gazing. Oh, I've answered this already. I've answered this already. This is not any kind of big this isn't any kind of big answer. There's no breakdown for this. There's no Tehuti Podclass breakdown for this. Sun gazing is extremely dangerous. I would never do it. I would never suggest anybody to do it. If you want to stare at the sun, then do it at the dawn or right when it's going to be evening going into nighttime. These people going out at 12 o'clock in the apex of the afternoon, staring into the sun, the eye is not designed for that. It was never designed to stare directly into the sun. And it's actually very dangerous, and you could actually get eye cancer, and you could actually blur your vision because your eye, the pupils in your eye can't adjust to the light of the sun. If you go into a bedroom or into a bathroom and look in the mirror, quickly turn the light off and on, and just the simple light of the light bulb will have your iris, will have your pupils growing and shrinking in front of you just to adjust to a light bulb. They cannot shrink or grow or adjust to the direct light of the sun without becoming damaged. So stay away from sun gazing. There's no purpose of it. If you're going to look at the sun for nature purposes, do it at dawn while the sun is red. No real big breakdown on that at all. There was no ancient people that were doing that in the papyrus. Not looking up at the sun. Praising the sun, yes, but not looking at it. Very dangerous. Well, thank you, Nukpu. Thank you, my good brother. Appreciate that. Thank you very, very much. Okay. Did I save that? I think I did. I remember I got asked the same thing before. Let me see something there. And I said the same. I think it may have been Kemet 101. I'm not sure, but that'd be nice if there was a big, beautiful breakdown. But there just isn't, and I don't want anybody to get hurt. Even if I had a breakdown on it, I wouldn't even give it because I wouldn't even want to influence anybody to do such a thing. Okay. I got sent a mess. I can't read that. TT, I'll look at the. Thank you, TT. I'll look at this. Oh, you're saying there's just one. I get it. Thank you, TT. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Anthony Drain back in effect. Anthony Drain, also known as. Is that on the screen right now? That should be on the screen now.
Yeah, sure.
One day will you break down Planet of the Apes? What? Oh my!
They'll get laughed off on other platforms. So for that.
Oh my goodness, man. Well, he said one day will I? Oh man. You know what? Big Vapes has a question here. I'm supposed to break down the whole Never-Ending Story movie. What? Oh man, that's why, the variety of questions, I can't refuse them. But I will tell you that if there is not every single movie has subliminal big breakdown. So if it just doesn't, I will let you know that there is no big symbolism in there. Not every movie has that. A lot of them do, but not everyone. Hey, Hotep, T.O.M is something Donaldson, Trenton. I think the same, brother. Shout out to you, Hotep, SABA, and chat. We'll rewatch. Just started work in London. Oh, give praise to this brother. He's the one that set off the question about Shakespeare. That class was crazy. That class was crazy. Okay, shout out to you. While I break down Planet of the Apes one day, remind me again. Remind me again to chat, and I'll see. I'll see if they tell me anything about that. I'll see. Never ending story though. That one is I don't know. We'll see about that one too. I don't know what that movie's about. The dog flying. We'll see. All right. I never even seen the movie in my life, but if there's a breakdown, then I'll be giving the information and break it down. All right. Shout out to hey, Matt, daughter of Ray. Hey, thank you. Matt, daughter of Ray, $15. Tour for the beautiful breakdown of matriarchal truth and all the other truth. Hail Saba. Thank you. Appreciate you and the support. Appreciate you for whatever support you can give. I don't know what financial situation you or anybody's in, but I appreciate it all. Thank you very, 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 very much. Thank you. All right. Here's a new name I've never seen before. Ashneen Kumar. Oh, of course, Ashneen Kumar is Master K. Shout out to Master K, Ashneen Kumar. He gave $9.27. Small reciprocity for the profound knowledge. Hotep Ma'at, Namaste, Master K. Master K is another good energy brother, even though I've never seen him on the screen, but I get the vibe from him that he's very similar to a Stephen E. Shout out to you, Master K. One day you can definitely come to the screen and make your presence be known, if you haven't already. Shout out to you, Ashneen Kumar. Okay, next up is, hey, Shannon. Healing energy, yay. Shout out to Shannon, the young lady who, shout out to Shannon, peace and love to you, the young lady who I protect invisibly. $5.55, she says, oh, for healing energy. Thank you. I love all the healing energy I can get. Thank you very, 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 very much. Appreciate you. Thank you. I think that's 30. 31. Thank you. Good. This has been a good podcast set of donations, everybody. I think this is the last one. The last one is always Annie. I hope it's not the last one, but he always ends up being the last one. Raphael Gary may jump in. I don't know. Oh, speaking of Raphael Gary, if you can hear me, brother Raphael Gary, if you could give me a source on where you asked that question from, I don't know of it. It was like invisible pyramids built by the ancestors. I need more detail on what that means. If you mean for ritual purposes, spiritual, I'm not sure where. If you give me a source on where the question even came from, I'd love to see it. Shout out to Raphael Gary. So shout out to Annie at Pata Aten Tehuti, Tua, Great Saba for another radiating podcast. I love it. Radiating actually comes from that word too. So actually comes from Ra. Awesome. Thank you. $27.07. And I believe that is it, everybody. Is that it? Is that the end of the donations for the night? Is everybody finished? Is that it? I'm scrolling. I think that is it. I think everybody has. I think that is it. Thank you, everybody. Did Annie drop off?
Yeah.
No, I'm here.
He's still there. I need shapeshifter to the new ninja.
I'm looking at the screen. I'm seeing myself. Okay. All right. Yes. Okay. Shout out to Annie. You know what I'll do? Actually, because I got to take a little break. I wanted a lot of people to be here, and Annie, I wanted you to be at the beginning so I could debut the your video, I'll go ahead and debut it right now, and I'll also debut it next class. I want it to be fresh at a high time in the class, not at like 2 in the morning. But you were driving, so I didn't. I wanted everybody to give you praise directly after the video stopped. So that's why I didn't play it yet. But if you have the ability to play it, you can go ahead and play it right now. I have it as a part of my StreamYard. I'm going to step away for a moment, and I want everybody to know. And also, since this is the last opportunity, other than maybe Sunday, that everybody that's watching will have to know about to put in for the MEDU class, since this is Friday and the class is 3 days from now. I won't be talking to anyone since then. So good time to let everybody know that this is the MEDU Monday, mysticaltelevision@gmail.com. There's only 9 seats available. Sarah Broomfield has her seat locked down for the whole month. So there's 9 seats available, excluding myself and Scribe. I think there's 9 now. I upgraded. Maybe 8 actually, because it's Sarah, me, Scribe. So no one else is prepaid. So contact me. Go ahead, Scribe. I'm going to step away. Then you go ahead and introduce the video, and I'll be watching and listening. I just got to step away for a quick moment. Are you able to play it on? Are you able to play it without me screen sharing it? Okay. Yes, all right. I'll be back.
All right. Okay. Hotep Ma'at, everyone. 2 out for everyone who is still here. So yes, this is going to be the promotional video for the MEDU Monday class that you all are starting to become more a part of. So it's a beautiful, excellent class, and it's absolutely phenomenal. So this is a short promo video that I put together just to showcase just a small taste of what is going on in that classroom. So I'll go ahead and play the video, and go ahead and order your classes. If you want to be there live, as the great SABA Tehuti says, go ahead and book that. But the recordings are also available as well. So if you can't be there live, you can definitely get the recording. Okay, so I'll go ahead and let me see. Okay, yes, I see the video back here. So I'll go ahead and play this for everyone.
Of it. This is the whole purpose of actually doing the MEDU class on the Purim Haru, was to get everybody in the mind state of Hika, because the Purim Haru is a book of Hika. It's a book of magic. It's a book of immortality, out-of-body experiences. It's a book of several spells. It is all about the other realm and its connection to this realm and how you can merge the two. So I just never allowed the questions of actual ritual or magical practice other than the one-on-one. You'll see it looks like a sieve. Everybody know what a sieve is?
No.
A sieve is like a strainer. You can pour rice on it, and only the water will go through. Or you separate. It's like a screen. You pour something on it, and it separates things. Thinner aspects can go through the. Today's equivalent is a K or a Q. So we have Kes, which is bone, body, skeleton. The inner part of you that actually produces the blood within the bone marrow. So it's flesh and blood, which is
bones, which is the kes. So here, kes ties in again is homage. Kes, whether it's spelled like that or spelled like any of the other 20 ways that the beautiful thing with the men. Venus came from, and how Venus associates with an actual shining planet, and how that became the Lucifer of Christianity, which is the Luic cipher, the encircled light, which sometimes can be Venus, and sometimes can be. The Kenti was the royal area of the beginnings. That's where the modern day Greek historians say that men came. That when they went and talked to the so-called Ethiopians, they said that that Kemet was an area reestablished.
There is no spoon.
That's light work for Ani. Light work for him.
To our good brother.
Gotta do your hand claps, bro, because I love it. I love your work. That is, yeah, that beat is fire. Did you make that beat?
No, I didn't make that beat. I did purchase that beat though, and there was gonna be some flames going to be dropped on that beat, but I said, hey, let me use it. Let me use this for this MetaNetter class. So
there we go.
Mm-hmm.
I definitely like that ending, the way you had them disappear with the little golden liquid coming down. That was dope right there.
So yes, everyone, make sure you are a part of MetaNetter Monday. The link is in the chat where you can watch that and click the image to go directly to our great SABA Tehuti's email, mysticaltelevision@gmail.com. Get in the class, get the recordings, and continue these beautiful pod classes throughout the week. So Hotep everyone, and I hope to see some new faces in the classes and continue to build with you all. So Hotep, welcome back, great SABA Tehuti.
Hey, thank you, brother. That was the video was great, and I immediately made it a part of my StreamYard, so it will be actually part of the introduction. At most times, it will be part of the introduction, and it will be played in every pod class. So thank you. That was really good, and we'll see we'll see what it can do, because you know what, it's going to be people just going to be able to order soon, because what just happened right now as we're actually talking, what just happened, I said there was 7 seats or 8 seats left. Well, that has changed because Steven Escalar just paid for his seat, so I think there's 7 seats left. So I think, what do they say? Tickets are running out. What do they say? Tickets are running out. There's a couple seats left now. People are smart. They're paying for it before Monday. So shout out to Steven Escalar. He heard about the seats and he said, "Let me send this right now." So that's for 9/12/23 MetaNetter class. That means he is locked in. He is in. There's 7 seats left, I believe, or 7 or 8 seats left. You see me, Scribe, Sarah, 11, 7, 8, 9, 10, 8 seats left. I believe. Mitzi's left. Shout out to you. Appreciate you. And I'm going to take this off the screen. And I'm going to put this in I'll do it tomorrow. I'll put in a file. Those are prepaid, so I'll know who to send the link out to in order. So hope everybody gets in. Okay. All right, everybody. I think that's it for the donations. Thank you, everybody, for participating and supporting the Tehuti Podclass. We're getting a chat room of just mainly supporters now, which is great. Matt, daughter of Ray, said, I can hear, what's she saying? I can hear SABA saying some bars on that beat. Oh, that's funny, because when Scribe first sent it to me, I started rapping immediately over it and ignoring the content of the video. I just started playing in the background as an instrumental, and then I didn't like the beat, and then I liked it again. So my first instinct was to start rhyming over it. So yes, you're absolutely right, and I like the beat now. So thank you. When I'm settled in Ghana, you're going back to Ghana? Okay. Are you? I was wondering. When I'm settled in Ghana, I'll be joining the class. Okay, beautiful, beautiful. And Shannon put what did Shannon say? That was great, brother Annie. Wonderful. And she said Saba, Tehuti Tua, Nini Uk. Okay. All right, everybody. It is a wrap. It's 2 a.m. I'm supposed to have legs in 7 hours. I don't know what's happening, but let me go relax. Love you all. This is great. Angela Gates said excellent. Excellent Saba Tehuti, Primordial, Hati Menku, Annie. That's how she's naming everybody. Shout out to you. Peace. Okay, everybody. You know what to do. Support the Tehuti Podclass. If you want this to stay around, if you appreciate what it is that I do, then support, donate, and ask questions, or you can send support. If whatever you feel this is worth to you. This is my AI moderator who says support Cash App T.O.M Moon. I also want to give a shout out to not just the AI moderators, but I want to give a shout out to the actual moderators. I'm going to put some other people on there too. And a shout out to the moderators that keep things running smoothly in the class. I truly appreciate you. And let me go ahead and put them on the screen again for everybody to see. Hanti's not a. Oh wait. Oh, it's loading. Okay. Support a Cash App TT Amoon. Appreciate that if you can. And let me hide this. So there it is. It is loading. So shout out to the moderators. And the moderators. I don't know why it's not playing. It's kind of locked. Shout out to the moderators, which are Nani Aset Mer. His screen is locked. I don't know why, but Nani Aset Mer, Ankia Ma'at. I don't know why the screen is locked. That's strange. Oh, let me get this Cash App thing off the screen. Maybe that's it. Okay. It stays up. I'm trapped. Okay, here we go. All right, Nani Aset Mer, Ankia Ma'at, Ahati Ma'at, and the Scribe. For some reason, it is locked. I don't know why, but these are the moderators. Shout out to you. I can't, it won't. Oh, there we go. There we go. Nani Aset Mer, Ankia Ma'at, Ahati Ma'at, and the Scribe. Shout out to all of you. Appreciate you. Thank you for all of your support and everything you do as moderators to keep this running smoothly. Thank you very, very much. And it's Ankia Ma'at, Ahati Ma'at, Nani Aset Mer, and Scribe. Although I don't see Nani Aset Mer's name there, but it will pop up, I'm sure. All right, everybody. Peace and love to everyone. We're gonna get a Tef to close out. There's Nani Setmer, Anki Mahat, Hati Mahat, and the scribe. We're gonna get a Tef to close out with the affirmation, and then I'll come on, do a quick close out, and then that's it. Off the bed we go. No Upesh directions for primordial thought. He's waiting. He's waiting for directions on what to do. Not tonight, brother. Maybe another night.
No, I was gonna tell you something. I'm gonna have to send that's a MetaNetter class question right there.
He actually did that last.
Yeah, he did that. He did it on the 49 one, and I was like, oh yeah, I need some more. I need some more of that. I was like, oh yeah, we're gonna have to we gotta do a part 2, just all Upesh.
My students are never satisfied. I dropped 4 hours. Yeah, we need some more of that. There's no end. I love it though. I love it. It's like it's addictive, right? It's very addictive. Okay.
Deficient. Wisdom deficient.
What do you say? What do you say, Tab?
We are wisdom nutrient deficient. Matrix got us deficient.
Hey, because Saba drops like that was wonderful. That was a wonderful ritual he dropped on the last MetaNetter class. But I want to know more so of how he conducts himself in the Upesh. Like there's like a focus when he's there, and I know that he has a particular focus when he sleeps. And that's what I want to tap into. I want to tap into that you can be in the Upesh like we are in this right now. Like we're just engaging, we're completely just steady in this. And I have a feeling that Saba's in the Upesh doing the exact same thing. But anyway, yeah, that's what MetaNetter class is. Saba. I'm gonna just drop that question, send the cash out.
You trying to get all the secrets, man? I can't even have privacy in the Upesh. I gotta talk about what I do in the Upesh. There's no escape. Yes, definitely. My Upeshes are quick. They're quick and strange. It's very strange. It's very black. So it's hard to explain. But yes, when I have Upeshes, my experience though are mainly only receiving information, and it's dark. It's pure dark. It's a very strange place, but I don't see anything when I dream. I just receive things. But we'll talk about that. Yes. Okay. Hey, you were in the Vri. You were in the MetaNetter class. Did you order a MetaNetter class, or did I give you a one-on-one? How do you know about the who breathing? Oh, I don't know. I teach so many people. Okay. All right, everybody. We're gonna do. I don't know. I teach so many people that I can't keep track of the names in the chat with who I've had one-on-ones with. But we're gonna go ahead and do the affirmation. Atef is gonna do that, and then I'm gonna rest. Okay, Atef, you ready, my brother?
Yes. On the count of 3.
Mm-hmm.
1, 2, 3. Anki and Mahat. Men tat men have her and her iku. I live from Mahat. I exist within her. I do not speak in the place of my one. Every day I advance to Mahat. My being is surrounded in darkness. I come forth as conscious light.
Wonderful, everybody. Thank you all for coming to another Tehuti Podclass. I'm going to go big screen. Any more donations? Oh, there's another one. It's PayPal. So I like this little surprise. I don't see who it is or how much it is. I'm going to click on it and see what my surprise is. It's from huh? Yeah, it's from Atef. Atef sneak seating. He's getting sneak seats. He's in there.
He sneak donated.
I didn't think he was getting the class was over. I didn't think you would get it till after the class was over.
There is now, ladies and gentlemen, because I gotta announce it. So there was 8 seats. There's 6 now because Tef is 2 people, so there's 6. Yeah, he comes as a pair. So there's 6 now. Ladies and gentlemen, jump on because Tef just paid for him, or him and his mate just paid for themselves, and that brings us down to 6 seats left in the Meta on Monday. Shout out to Tef. I'm gonna go ahead and show this, and then I'm gonna go ahead and save it, or just I'm gonna keep it in my email and refresh it. Keep it as new, and then I'm gonna store it tomorrow. Shout out to you, Tef. You're quick on the draw. He is not. There's no one thing about a Tef. One time, a Tef was gonna miss the class, and he was not having it. He was in the back room. Tef has never. Have you missed a class yet? I don't think you've missed a class, have you?
Never. No. I haven't been while traveling. I missed it, but I still got it. So no, I haven't missed no classes. Maybe the first one, and no. Maybe the very first one, I think.
Okay.
But that was it. But I don't even think that.
Yeah, the beautiful thing is that even if you do, because you travel, you just end up ordering it anyways if you happen to miss it. So you've never missed. So shout out to you. This is for him and Shanti. Appreciate both of you. You two are great. You two great energy, and great potential energy too, because you're going to be even better and better as you merge more into Ma'at. So shout out to you. So everybody, that's 6 seats right there. Shannon says her cat is doing the affirmation. I don't know what's going on in the world. We got Kat doing the affirmation. Kat's doing the Milli Vanilli. So shout out to Shannon and the cat. Lip syncing the affirmation. That is amazing. You don't know what you're going to see or hear in this podcast. Everything is possible. Anything can happen. It's like we're in Hogwarts. So okay, everybody, I'm going to go ahead and go on the big screen. And gentlemen, I'm going to be having Scribe. I'll contact you. I'm going to be holding a little meeting sometime soon. I'll contact you and update everybody with that. I'll contact you, Scribe. Let you know. Okay. Let me go ahead and go big screen, gentlemen. Peace and love. I'm going big screen, and I'm gonna close out. Peace and love,
Saba.
Okay. Peace and love. Hotep Ma'at, Saba.
Hotep Ma'at. Okay, everybody. Another beautiful, wonderful, amazing podcast. This is Sata. I don't know where Charlotte Neath is. She got off the hat and she's running around. Maybe she's on my back. I'm not sure. But shout out to the beautiful animals. This is Sata. Beautiful support, everybody. You know what to do. You've come to the Tehuti Podclass many times. You know exactly what this is about. If you're watching this video, support what you're about to see. Even if you're seeing the video and the show's over, you may watch it this week on YouTube. If you like what you see, if you appreciate what you see, then support what you see at the Tehuti Podclass. The Cash App and PayPal's at the bottom, scrolling across the screen. Peace and love, everyone. I will see you next Friday. You all are doing great. Peace and love to Shannon. Peace and love to VRI. Peace and love to, who else is in here? Any other supporters in here? Angela Gates. Nania Sent-Mer, Matt, daughter of Ray, Annie Patah. Peace and love to all of you. All are doing wonderful. And is it because of you why this is still going? Peace and love, everybody. This is Sata. Where are you, Sata? Which side are you on? You're here. Okay. Peace and love, everyone.